Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become petri enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
People up the back now.
Everybody's looking at you.
People up the front now.
Everybody's looking at you.
People everywhere now.
Everybody's looking at you.
Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you.
Everywhere you go now.
Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you.
Everywhere you go now.
Everybody's looking at you. See how they are caught in the moment. All heads are turning on cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you.
this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
Of freedom, conviction, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよね負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モード始めよう 安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげえ気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. Your move got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. On the lock, on the key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
Right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh my son, stay curious my boy. Just outside your door you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Today you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh my son, stay curious my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に 純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right,
get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the light comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name.
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Spring Finals. We are going to be your pre-show analyst desk today. I am just Oisin and nearly screwed up my own damn name.
Yeah, you
I'm
did.
going to be
Yeah,
joined
you did.
by the ludicrous. That's just my name. That's not even a fun little thing I added to myself. It's actually just my name. But I am joined by Lyric and Jamada. Guys, welcome to the desk, and we are finally towards the end of the gauntlet that is going to be the playoffs, Lyric.
No. You welcome, Machine. You know, see, I got your
Thank
name
you.
right. But
Thank
yeah,
you.
we're at the last day. We're just LPL Finals. We got you. We got Jamada. We got me. I don't know how people feel about that, but it's going to be cool. We got some banging games. And Jamada, it's your first LPL Finals, bro. Welcome.
Yeah?
Yeah, hi guys. It feels really nice to be here. Thank you for
I realized
inviting
your
me. I
voice just
appreciate
jumped
it.
like 3 octaves for that.
Yeah, because I was like, whoa, okay, I'm getting a full-blown welcome. Yeah, I appreciate it. It has been a gauntlet, and I'm excited to be on the desk with you guys.
Oh, happy to have you here. We got to talk about how we got here, though. Let's have a look at the bracket and see what way it all came about. Because Jamada, we'll start with you for this one here, because it just feel like it was a bit of a kind of a strange one, to say the least, for your first playoffs.
Yeah, I remember last year I came as a guest, and we got some pretty interesting results on those days, and now I'm here for playoffs for a majority of it. And I mean, just the first 3 rounds alone, some of the results in there were kind of crazy. And that didn't really hold up once we got into the double elim portion of the bracket as well, there.
Yeah, what is this bracket? What is this bracket? How did teams like LNG lose 1-3? How did Weibo get 3-0'd? It makes no sense. And honestly, with that, let's just roll the clips. Let's roll the clips of all these teams that we believed were going to make sick runs that ended up not making sick runs, Sheen, because I don't get it. This playoff, no one could have predicted the bracket going this way.
One. I mean, I get this particular one because, let's be real, yes, RNG, the defending MSI champions, but they went through a massive restructure coming into this particular split, and losing Xiaohu, not really knowing kind of, where the kind of captain of the ship was going to be, and they just couldn't bring it to fruition.
Yeah, this was the one where it's like, okay, RNG coming in, I didn't have high hopes, losing kind of the heart and soul of the team, but then kind of stepped up, made it look like it could be possible, weren't able to bring it through. But I feel like Top Esports, another kind of bit of a surprising one, they were a coin flip team. So, them losing out, I think, isn't something that's crazy, but the fact that they didn't make it at least to, let's say, like top 4, when you have people like Jackie Love, when you have people like Jamada's boy Rookie, it kind of did blow my mind.
Yeah, I am still very sad, a little bit sore about Top Esports not making it. They were supposed to be there in London, I was supposed to be here, it's my city after all. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to shake hands with Ricky or do anything because it makes me very sad that they lost to OMG. But I was very happy for OMG at the end of the day. One thing I also wasn't very happy about, per se, was seeing Weibo get absolutely demolished by BLG. Like, sometimes you see a 3-0, you're like, okay, but like, how one-sided was it really, right? And the answer is very bloody one-sided. BLG demolished these guys like they wasn't even a top 4 team to begin with.
No, it was.
I mean, go on, Derek.
No, Sheen. Like I feel like that random pause exactly describes like what happened to Weibo, because you look at some of these other teams and it was like, all right, maybe they were 3-1. It looks one-sided, but you had some close games. Weibo were blown out of the water. LNG, like, again, 3-1, but at least some close games. And it just goes to show, I guess, and even highlight, right? We're kind of doing this as a send-off to the teams that didn't make it and explaining how it looked, but just goes to the testament of teams like BLG and OMG and, like, how incredible some of these runs were.
Yeah, I really want to try and kind of say, look, OMG, the kind of power of friendship this team has built up. And look, yes, they were knocked out by BLG, but they gave themselves a fantastic showing throughout it. And the fact that they made top 4 in general is kind of a huge achievement for them. But I think it was like kind of the start of when we started to believe in BLG is when that Weibo 3-0 came in. I think Jamada put it perfectly. He's like, no one really saw that result kind of as dominant as it was. And then all of a sudden, bit by bit, little by little, they started taking down bigger and bigger teams, Jamada.
Yeah, they did, right? I think every result that they got moving forward just kind of solidified in our minds that BLG are a serious contender, right? And this was the big signing off moment, taking out EDG to make it here to finals in such a close fought one as well. But I think doing it in their fashion, right? At the end of the day, they were just kind of doing it how they've kind of done it throughout the entirety of playoffs, rather, through Bin, and then eventually having Elk as well show up, which I think has been one of the other big key factors for them as a team.
Yeah, we'll get to that, obviously, a little bit more of a deep dive a little bit later on. Plenty of time, but we got to do some due diligence, get our housekeeping all going. But we got our 2 teams going to London, so you don't get Rookie Jamada, but you do get Ruler and the rest of JDG alongside BLG. These are our 2 teams, and this finals will be deciding where the seeding goes. Were you in play-ins or are you starting off in groups?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both these teams will probably be okay with either side of where they land, but you want the easier route in, right? You want to make it into groups from the get-go. You don't have to want to go through the play-in portion just because it can be a little bit more frustrating, right? More games in a short span of time. It can help out, but, you know, this is for all the marbles, right? This is about winning the championship here in the LPL first. Ahead of the seeding, I feel like that's going to be the bigger priority for both BLG and JDG.
Yeah, look, obviously you're going to be... I didn't know if you wanted to add something there or not. I didn't know if you wanted to come in. I was like, I haven't heard Lyric's voice in a while. Maybe he wants to say something. Obviously not. Well, obviously, you know, we're excited to see those guys, but also some other people are excited to see them. We had a couple of familiar faces talk about what the LPL is going to be for them in international events. As we got a little bit of a congratulations video for them.
안녕하세요. T1의 페이커입니다. 이번에 APL이 드디어 10주년을 맞이했다고 들었는데요. 10주년 생일 정말 축하드리고, 그 이제 APL과 저희 LCK T1은 항상 국제대회에서 라이벌로 만났고 좋은 명장면들 많이 만들고 서로 열심히 대결했는데 그걸로 좀 좋은 이제 라이벌이자 친구가 된 것 같아서 기쁩니다. 그리고 곧 있으면 APL에서 10주년 기념으로 첫 챔피언이 탄생할 텐데 그 경기 꼭 지켜보고 MSI 때 좋은 경기 많은 팬분들께 보여드리면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. G플러스 기아의 원거리 딜러스 김혁규입니다. LPL의 10주년 정말 축하드리고 처음 LPL에서 경기를 뛰었던 게 2015년 리치에 입단하고 나서 처음 스프링 우승도 해보고 또 MSI 우승도 해보면서 LPL에서 뛰면서 정말 좋은 선수들과 경기를 했었고 또 지금까지도 연락하는 되게 좋은 친구들이 됐는데 되게 행복했던 시간을 보내게 해주셔서 감사드리고 제가 LPL을 떠난다고 했을 때 시상식에서 많은 팬분들이 되게 같이 아쉬워해 주시고 했던 것도 많이 기억에 남는 것 같아요. 이제 LPL 결승전이 시작되는데 LPL 10주년 첫 시즌 우승팀이 나오기를 기원하고 또 2023년 월드컵에서 볼 수 있으면 좋겠습니다.
Hi LPL, this is Caps and also Xiao Mao. I had so many beautiful memories with LPL players like Rookie, Duimbi, Uzi and The Shy. And I also heard that G2 is known as LPL's true body. So I just want to wish you guys a happy 10th anniversary in LPL and can't wait to beat you guys at MSI.
Hello LPL, this is Reckless. Best wishes to your 10th anniversary. The first time I played against LPL was in 2012. I fought WE during IPL 5 and facing Wei Xiao left a deep impression on me. In 2017, when we played in Wuhan, I was very touched and happy by the cheers from the local fans. Although I haven't been to China for a long time, I still miss the enthusiasm of the LPL audience. This is my 10th year of knowing the LPL. It's been a long and memorable journey. I wish my old friends can continue to move forward, and I hope I can come to China again in the future and meet you all. The LPL Spring Showdown is also coming. I hope both teams can play at 100% and present a wonderful final. Look forward to witnessing the first league championship of the LPL in the new decade, and I hope to see you on an international stage later this year. Xixi!
Salve LPL, BRTT na área para desejar um feliz aniversário para vocês que estão concluindo 10 anos de liga, essa liga maravilhosa que eu sempre gostei muito de acompanhar, sempre aprendi muito com vocês, já tive a honra aí de enfrentar o Uzi e outros jogadores que admiro bastante. Cara, espero muito aí que tanto os novatos como os veteranos consigam alcançar seus objetivos e metas. Vou estar de olho, o final tá chegando, vamos ver aí quem vai ser o primeiro vencedor dessa nova década da LPL.
Muito bom. I'm so glad that we got BRTT in there with some rising names, the Fakers, the Reckless of the world, like putting them alongside a legend.
New guys on the block, yeah.
I just want to
see how they do. I'm excited for their careers.
That Flamingo jersey, me BRTT, go way back. Just throwing that out there. She take it away. Take it
I
away.
was gonna say, you were kind of continuing and then you kind of stopped. I think you were waiting for Giovanna to take it up there. But yeah, like I also love the fact that like, you know, LPL is the buddy of the EU, but
Yeah.
always fun to see. And obviously, you know, LPL, very excited to see what they can always do at international. Everyone like loves and also kind of hates us. It's kind of one of those weird relationships. But we can start bringing ourselves a little bit more focus. We can start looking at today's matchup because we can start to see how these teams look coming into today. And Lyric, JDG, there is only one way to describe these guys. They were built to win. There is no other way to describe how this team came into 2023.
Yeah, JDG and BLG. I mean, both teams exciting, built to win on one side, newcomers on the opposite. But the thing I want to look at first, I want to hear the trash talk between these teams, gents. I want to see where the flame comes before we get straight into the game.
哎，不是，请问这次春决你有什么看法？哎，别走，别走！你看，你马上就打春决了。对你们的对手 JD，别，这次春决你对于你的对手有什么看法吗？
没有什么看法。
369，你想对你的对手说些什么？哎，说实话，你们垃圾话这个节目存在的意义已经不大了呀。你想，之前选手们很愿意在这个舞台上去表达自己，在赛前说一些打击对手士气的话。现在选手录垃圾话，为了说垃圾话而说垃圾话，应付你们官方呀，应付那些观众呀，有什么意思啊？
大家好，我是京东的上单369，
我是BLG的中单牙膏，这是我第4次来到决赛了，
这是我第4次进入决赛了，我是决赛的常客，
会在这次决赛击败你们，
希望能和大家带来一场精彩的对局。
3、2、1 ，Hello， 大家好，我是解说娃娃，是一个独立的导演。其实一开始啊，接到这个工作邀约的时候，我不是很想来做，毕竟你知道，垃圾话这种片子和我这种专业的形象以及我对艺术的追求，完全不符合嘛。
行，
来，海贝，得，就你看决赛要打 BLG， 这支队伍
中冠军了已经，
面对老队友牙
就中东冠军了。
哎，既然官方找到了我，说明什么？说明他们还是非常有品位的。说到这个垃圾话，我们就一定要，不是你们也是经常进决赛的队伍，垃圾话拍不明白吗？我们拍东西要画面的表现力，要张力的。你不是在减肥吗？怎么还在吃啊？你们的对抗性呢？你不想赢冠军吗？
导演说开拍了。牙膏怎么还没来啊
369，你脚头挖的跟屎一样。
牙哥的话，可能就嘴上功夫厉害吧。上次打我之前也让我等死，等比赛上，你感觉好像他在等死。
我不知道奈特跟我前队友打得怎么样，我只知道我现在跟我的队友打得挺爽的。
在京东的牙膏比较强，因为有我啊。现在的牙膏弱不禁风。
哎呀，高子哥，什么时候马上打比赛，你还在睡觉？你这个状态怎么打？
管什么档次队伍还要我醒着打？
他说打你必出杀人书
啊！你也是屏下人，你能听懂他说话？
杀人书啊，打牙膏包出的好。
我的战胜他们很简单嘛，就是我把左手标记了就行，肯定是标记为菜。
B 选手的话，感觉在他眼里这个游戏是一个单人游戏吧。我会告诉他什么叫团队游戏，他们是被我们轻松碾压的。
369虽然是1阵上单，在我心里他不够强。如果你真的想成为一个世界级的这种顶尖上单，做的完全就还不够。我才是那个人，这次我要战胜。
그때보다 더 잘해졌어서 우리가 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
就我需要那种张力，你懂吗？你能翻译张力吗？攻击性 ，attack， more damage，
덩이샤. 여보세요? 잘 안 들리는데요? 전에 만났던 온들이요? 정말 좀 많이 못해가지고 기억에서 안 남아가지고 네. 원만 쯔씨.
我们5个就是正确的5个人。
我感觉上单不肥 C 不了，所以说打算不捡了。
京东第5盘吧，当时失误了吧，没有那么尽人意。我希望下次遇到他们之后，我要暴杀他们。
现在可以对牙膏说句话了吧？
牙膏小心点，不要跑出野区了，小心被2级抓爆。
啊？2级抓中？你不是玩野核的吗？这次决赛我让你知道什么叫真正的野核。
哎，斌哥，我刚采访完369。 他说你不会打团，还说你对不起你对线期的优势。
没什么好说的 ，MMA 告诉我们， 硬实力才是硬道理，尤其是打那个连对线都玩不明白的369。
又是你阿斌，上次还没有被我做够吗
？369这个赛季让 MVP 次数那么少，
没办法，队友太能杀了。牙膏不要太难过，我们平阳第一中单会打爆他的。
你们在拿到了胜者组冠军以后，哎，后面的比赛还看吗 ？BLG 打 EDG 的，
我们看的是 T1 打JDG，
怎么会有0-0-0的双 CK 呢？
哎，别写得快。那个，你看啊，最近一直有网友评论你只会玩帅的，你怎么看？
那确实挺帅，而且帅是一辈子的事情。
소환아, 형 이기려면 밥은 만끼는 더 먹고 와야 될 것 같다.
我才是国产最佳上单，369根本就不配。
我们入料也说会打爆 L。
红米教练看到我现在的队友了吗？换了队我一样能参加。
牙膏不要被打出咪的尬波，
天生就应该站在这里，我就是为决赛而生的选手。
菜非常多，中餐还比较多。
对京东的5个老头说，现在是年轻人天下，你们5个决赛等死吧。
저희는 무조건 우승할 것 같습니다. 单兵下班吧，带领队友走向胜利。
我只能对你们说5个字：等死吧你们！
我们队就是站到最后的队伍，
他们是被我们轻松碾压的。这次春季赛夺冠的话，希望我们到 MS 赛也能夺一次冠军。
等死吧你们！
等死吧你们！亲爱的舅莫，见信好，我现在身边的 AD 能1打5。 听说你的辅助换成了联盟的知名帅气果子哥，希望你一切都好。在一起去伦敦前，我就先收下春季赛冠军了。爱你的 Missing。
主要是我爱你的信。
这个春天很美好，很高兴有峰峰的见证。相信峰峰和晨晨一样，也相信我能捧杯吧。
啊，收工了，收工了，收工了！其实关于这个赛前垃圾话这个环节啊，不光是我们啊，就很多种有对抗性的这种赛事啊，都会有这个环节的。我们还是需要这个多给选手一些宽容和包容的，毕竟都是年轻选手嘛，年轻不就得狂妄一点嘛？你说对不对啊？
峰峰，你还记得上一年你夺冠的时候，你说夺冠很爽吗？我觉得今年时候到了，你该让我爽一次了。
Those fighting words coming in there. I do love the trash talk video. It does feel like, the guys, they're all so wholesome, but we get a little bit more of a kind of a spice to it, Shimada, as we get to towards the finals.
Yeah, the best part for me in that entire video is actually just Gigabin saying, you know what? Forget the All-Pro, I should have been the first place top player, 369. Yeah. You didn't deserve to actually have it. And for that, fish and chips on me when you make it to MSI, when you make it here to London. Because I think he deserves
hang on,
it.
Let me text Billy, hang on.
I also just love how, like, matter of fact, he ends up saying it. But I also do enjoy the throwback of missing writing Joe Mung the letter, back when Elk was known as that, saying, hey, yeah, I got an AD carry who can 1v9 now, buddy. What can you do?
Yeah, well, we'll see what he can do. But guys, now we're going to bring ourselves into the meat and the potatoes of this matchup. And we got to talk about JDG. Built to win, Lyric. They are the reigning LPL champions coming in from summer. And they have just improved, arguably, in every kind of facet that they've changed.
Yeah, Built to Win's a great way to explain them and their journey coming into the split, right? Because when you saw these names on paper, like, this is a team that you should have had in your mind. This is going to be the team that wins LPL. Bringing in someone like Ruler, who's one of the absolute GOATs in the AD carry role. Knight, of course, who's been just such a domestic monster and one of the best mid laners in LPL for years. And bringing this team together off of the back of what was already a championship core from last year. I mean, hell, JDG technically are coming into this as the defending champions. We went into the split. They had some really solid early moments, dominating teams, but they also did have some hiccups when they went up against big dogs like, Weibo, whether it was EDG, I believe OMG as well. They were not only dropping games, but dropping series. So it wasn't the smoothest ride for JDG, but Yamada, they at least were able to end up getting back on track.
Yeah, they did end up getting back on track. I think when you have a roster like this put together, right, the expectation bar is so high that if they're not, always playing at that level, you do start to question, okay, like, how strong is the roster really, etc. But of course, we know they're bloody good. They've made it all the way to finals. I just feel like the journey, like you mentioned, a lot of 2-0 series sometimes. It didn't always feel like 2-0s, if that makes sense. But I think once we've seen them here in playoffs, BLG was kind of the closest they've been to being pushed in that 4th round. And other than that, it's been pretty much smooth sailing. We've gotten the JDG that we were expecting coming into the year with all of these big names. And EDG, like we're seeing at Euro, just could not stand up to it at all.
No, that was the big one to me. Is like we saw the struggle against BLG, but the bounce back against EDG was just so good. It was another thing that's like, hey, we can have faith in JDG going into this finals. And when you look at this JDG team, I mean, built to win, A-list celebrities, you can call them pretty much anything. Everyone on this team is an absolute star, but when it comes down to the core of how JDG like to play or how they win or lose, I feel like we really need to focus on the top side of the roster, right? 369, Kanavi, and Knight, because for these guys, it's all about early game aggression, what they can get done in their own roles. You can see second and solo kills across the board for this team, even Kanavi with how heavy he likes to invade the enemy jungle. And with that being like the crux of how they find leads, it ends up with them playing very fast. Very high in champion kills per minute. Their games are very short. And in the regular season, which is where we pulled these stats from because JDG haven't played all that many games in playoffs, they were like gold lead leaders, just an absolute dominating force that, you know, we were lucky, we were blessed to be able to see.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely feels like this team has come in and, you know, a couple of small little hiccups here and there, but other than that, they have met expectations, and I think that's the big thing. They got one last step before we really crown them as a huge success of a kind of a massive super team, but they got to go up against BLG and Jamada. This team, it's their first finals finally coming into it after many iterations for this setup. They finally feel like they found the right formula.
Yeah, it finally does feel like they found the right formula, right? For so many splits. So I've been told by you historians, and I witnessed this firsthand as well.
Back in my day, Uzi played
back
for
in
BLG.
your guys' day. You know, there's been a lot of cash money rosters that have been put together that have been really expensive with the intentions of winning, with going the distance, and they've never really quite met the same results that this roster has, right? Here, with bringing in Yagao, bringing in Shun, just the whole roster besides Bin, right? Bin was the only one that was retained from last year. And it does feel like this is the one that has, well, I mean, it has clicked the best. They're in the top two. But it seems as if they just bounce off each other so well, with Bin always being a very consistent top side player. And I think in the LPL especially, where we have so many good bot lanes, but also top lanes, the fact that Bin is consistently outperforming his lane opponents to then be able to play towards the bottom side and always know you have that reliability on the top side. It feels like that formula, when it comes to just kind of hand checking the enemy team, is working phenomenally for them and has been pretty much since they made playoffs. I think the regular season was very up and down, but since they've been in the best of fives, it feels like they've really found their momentum, and just the adaptability from series to series I think has been really key for them too.
Yeah, and I feel like you really hit on the key thing there, right? Because when you looked at these names on paper, you knew BLG would always be a strong team in terms of like contending people in laning phase, you know, being able to go toe-to-toe early, but it's the fact that they've been able to play as a cohesive unit that's really stood out to me.
Yeah, that's really been it. And I think, you know, Pat Cunners as the sort of title card here for this graphic really makes it's just on the ball with how these guys play, because for me it's about Yagao and then also subsequently Shun as well. They kind of act as a bit of a twin pairing. They go off to the side lanes and they supplement, whether it's Bin or Elk depending on what the game plan is, because they almost always have winning side lane states 24/7. You can see from the champion picks as well, things like Jax, things like Kennen, things like Gnar for Bin on the top side being utilized as strong side picks. And then Yagao's been leaning on this Veigar a lot in playoffs, but I feel like it's actually enabling Shun to come towards the mid lane and then allow them to then open out onto the rest of the map to, again, make the side lanes that are already winning win even harder. So it feels like they've got their formula and they're very capable of playing it. And so far, no team has really come close to actually breaking it apart and breaking it down. Even JDG struggled with it. So I think walking into the finals again for this rematch, JDG hopefully have done their homework and tried to figure out a more consistent way to actually take down BLG. Otherwise, I think we're in for another 5-game series again where you get a little bit, you know, shaken.
God,
again.
I hope. I just absolutely hope we are. But I love that you brought that up as well, because we've already seen this matchup already, Lyric. We've already seen these two Titans kind of clash, and it went the full 5. And look, depending on how you kind of want to bring about this, that could have been a 3-0. It could have been a 3-1 to BLG. It ended up being a 3-2 to JDG in the end.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild the distance it went, because yeah, it felt like it should have been a 3-0. Ultimately, it felt like it was a 4-1 in favor of BLG, but JDG were actually the team who ended up winning. A lot of that going to like BLG, their game plans revolving around Bin just being able to take down 369. 369, a lot of these games left on an island. But in the end, that didn't really matter. It felt like whoever can get their AD carry ahead, these 5v5 team fights were really what defined the series. And JDG just did a better job at that. And honestly, there were some throws coming out from BLG, particularly in that game 5, which really was the damning one for them. And I'd say probably a bit understandable, right? A lot of players who are coming this far in a tournament for the first time.
Yeah, and I think hopefully now that BLG have played a couple of extra series, this is where, you know, things are fully online again into this JDG lineup. Just because, like you mentioned, it felt more self-damning than anything for BLG to drop this series into JDG. Not that it's a massive sin. It's JDG after all with such a strong roster, but I just felt as if it was their series to win. And now looking at this series with the additional extra, experience they've gained in these best ofs, you would hope that, the nerves are a little less shaken. And like you said, the individual throws, people like Bin maybe overstepping their bounds. 369 said it in the press conference and also the Trash Talk video. It's not a single player game. League of Legends is a team game. And hopefully for BLG, that team cohesion is staying consistent pretty much like it has been since they met JDG in that upper bracket semi-final.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, JDG kind of smashed EDG in that winners final. So definitely feeling a lot more confident after getting a couple more games underneath their belt. But I think something that we kind of really do have to highlight is the mid lane consistency, because this is now going to be the 4th LPL finals between Knight and Yagao. And Lyric, we got to start putting some absolute respect on Yagao's name, because not only is he getting finals wins and getting himself on different teams, he's also got the upper hand in this matchup. He's 2-1 up.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. He's a player who, again, when BLG came into the year, he's one of the least talked about players on this roster. Insane. Look at him. 2-1 up overnight. 2020, both finals, absolute bangers. If you were not watching that year, both went to 5 games. You got on things like the Zoe and the LeBlanc. Knight coming in summer on Syndra, like the scatter of the week through the wall that defined that series. And then last year was the crazy one, right? Because JDG kind of pillaging TES, taking away Knight's former teammate 369 and allowing it to get done that way. I got to be honest, we're not at predictions yet, but like the Aang in me, the last airbender needs balance in this world. I kind of want it to be 2-2, but at the same time, that's kind of just for visual graphics sake and not actually for any other reason. So, is what it is.
It's for the next time they make a finals.
to me, balance is a fool's master. At the end of the day, I will see.
Right,
I'm if I haven't made it quite apparent, I feel like BLG do have the upper hand. But
you support the Fire Nation, Jamada. Kind of cringe.
kind of cringe. I know, but I feel as though 1-1 the mid lane matchup is one that I'm not sure is even necessarily going to be the pinnacle of today, even though it's super hype. I do wonder whether or not, these guys are going to just lean on facilitators just because of the nature of the rest of the map. But hopefully they give us something that kind of ignites that 1v1, that sort of rivalry that they do have going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love that you brought up like kind of key pivotal matchups, because it almost feels criminal in a 30-minute pre-show that we haven't even talked about bot lane. We haven't even discussed it in any way. Ruler versus Elk. Ruler is the first time we're mentioning really this guy's name, because it's just kind of like, oh, it's Ruler. He's super consistent. He's a superstar AD carry. Lyric, there's nothing else to really say, but Elk's been stepping up as well.
Yeah, and I feel like going back to the Ruler point, it's because when you look at like JDG, like in like losses and stuff, you're looking at people like Kanavi not, being one of the people who are abused, or in wins, it's like all of them stepping up. But Ruler has really had a tremendous split, like plus 16 CS differential at 15 on average. On average is absolutely ridiculous. Like really, him and Missing are just gapping people in lane. He's a huge carry, but this is Elk's time to really step up and prove himself in a high pressure moment against one of the greatest players, one of the most decorated players to ever play the game. When we said their last series was really defined by which AD carry was getting the resources and set up to carry, this is really the place on the Rift where it might not be the most explosive, but it's really going to be the most defining in terms of who comes out the LPL champion.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Ruler, one of the best to ever do it. And then you've got Elk on the bottom side, who's had a very breakout season, right? Finding his place in BLG. He was very quiet throughout a fair portion of the regular season, but you saw there in the stats, he's leading in the DPM department. He is the most damaging AD carry in the league right now, ahead of Ruler. So it is going to be about, the early laning phase, like you mentioned, Ruler Missing, gapping everyone. As long as Elk and On can survive that onslaught, which to be fair, they've been doing a good job in a majority of their 2v2s, this is going to be a scenario where both these AD carries are going to come online, but specifically for BLG, having Elk, you always know he's going to have that big moment where he's just going to pop off and absolutely annihilate a front line or a back line. He doesn't care.
Yeah, he really comes out kind of swinging with all those kind of setups, and it just feels like he's so like Ruler as well is just like so good. You kind of go, yep, he's exceptional. Let's move on. Let's there's nothing really else to really talk about as such. And we're obviously going to see where these two teams kind of find themselves in, because again, like slowly but surely we are finding a little bit of what I love to call the mini metas coming out here. Things like the Kennen now being kind of a permaban. We'll get a little bit onto that, but also just kind of how these teams adapt is going to be super key coming into this best of 5.
Yeah, and I kind of like that you bring that up, and we'll talk about champions a little bit later, but even just bringing that conversation down to the other role we haven't really talked about, which is support, because I feel like some of the key adaptations have been coming out from people like Missing, or like even On in his kind of switch up into playoffs, because you see someone like On going up against Missing should be heavily favored. Like Missing's been an absolute gangster the past few years in the LPL, where On was struggling. But On, I feel like, has really found his footing coming into this split. He's looked incredibly good, and especially in this playoffs where he's pretty much full-on abandoned Enchanter supports, and he's been like, all right, I'm going to go back to what I'm known for, what I'm good at, just look for the engages, set up the team, work incredibly well with Shun, and kind of work the map. And it's kind of the difference between him and Missing, is Missing staying in lane, enabling Ruler, to where On just kind of like, Elk, I trust you, buddy. I'm peacing out, and I'm going to go make sure Yagao and Shun are kind of having a fine job. So I think that kind of difference in styles is going to be a really fun one to see again.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of an interesting kind of setup to see, the big hard engaged supports coming in there. And again, like, we'll talk about it a little bit later, in terms of the actual specifics. But Jamada, we obviously talk about Bin and his consistency against all these top laners, coming into the top 4. It was kind of a top lane kind of, A-list kind of setup, really, because you had the likes of Shanji, who was coming off of a fantastic regular split, looking exceptional up there. Ala was probably the little odd one out, I'm being totally honest there, but then 369 and then Bin. It's like top lane has been a battleground, and we've seen multiple times between these players that it can be the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, top side has just been a complete gladiator pit, right? I think between the top 4 top laners that we had, like you mentioned, it has been insane. But I think Bin has definitely come out, in my mind, as the leader pretty much against all of them. And I feel like 369 is realistically the only one out of that list that can, on a consistent basis at the very least, hold him or go toe-to-toe if 369 is ever allowed to play carries. But it feels like, to me, JDG's MO is more about playing, a more standard version of League of Legends where you have, sort of consistent to winning lanes, and then you allow Kanavi to actually come over to those lanes and play off them. Whereas, BLG, it's more about, pushing the envelope in terms of, okay, do we have, at the very least, a movable mid lane? Great. Going off the side lanes, and we're just three-manning side lanes or 4-manning side lanes. That's kind of where they change things up. So I feel like that's also supplemented Bin's playstyle in that regard. And I expect, to be honest with you, JDG will just kind of play that very stall defense where you don't necessarily get to easily dive side lanes, or if you do, you're not going to get a whole bunch of resources like you typically would as BLG making those plays.
Jamada, I just want to ask how you feel. I like that the conversation came back to Bin, because I don't know if any of us remember that interview. He had, like, the pregame interview he had in their last series, where it's like, yeah, when you get to playoffs, when you get to best of 5s, it's all about, champion diversity, being able to play a bunch of different styles and your pool being deep. And it's like, Bin, true, fair, but what are you talking about? Yeah. You're sticking on the same things every game, playing the same style. Like, this is not a point that should be coming from you. It just isn't.
Ooh. I mean, I kind of agree. I just feel like, to me, Bin, the chances are, right, the fact that Bin plays all of these carry champions likely means that he's got a very, very deep champion pool, right? And I'm not saying that 369 doesn't have that, but I feel like when you're pushed into a role as a top laner where, you're playing Sion, you're playing Cassante, you're playing whatever tank of the month you've been forced on. We've actually had a couple of Ornn games even come out of 369 here and there. It does make you kind of question, okay, at what point does his champion pool maybe get, thrown into question? And how deep is the depth really for 369? Because he's been made to rely on these tanks a lot more as that front line of 369 for JDG. Whereas for Bin, I feel like there is the more flexible option there. You just often won't see him actually be put on the tanks.
Yeah, I want to see. I don't know what. I don't care. I don't care what JDG have been playing. I don't care about the drafts and priority and all that kind of stuff. Like that. Give me 2 carries in the top lane. But I do believe we are ready for our opening ceremony. So we're going to send it over to Christina to bring us into this series. Oh, never mind. I've been told to keep talking. Never mind. I've been told.
Keep talking.
I'm going to throw people under the bus right now. I was told 1 minute, and I can't hear my director when he's talking while I'm talking. It's a very difficult skill to have. But obviously, we're kind of talking a little bit extra time. We do apologize for the delay. These
Well, actually,
it happens.
he told you to keep talking. He didn't tell me Jamal to keep talking. So
Nope.
you gotta.
I like the idea of you and Jamala just leaving me, but now I believe they are ready. I'm going to send it over to Christina for the opening ceremony.
BLG 2个踢过去一波了，踢啊，没有问题，这么强势，双 TP 保1个饼，EDG 打得好果断呀！S 8的恶魔降临，S 9的月之降临，大龙打下来，S 要翻了！
我曾踏足山巅，也曾进入低谷。
我是 Super Carry 多音帝。
小明老师要上课了，看一下这波怎么处理。刘头，闪现，上来一看到位置，这个到时间表了，时间表了，我要来，我就要带人头走，生死有命，不会再见。一脚闪，再一闪，他就顶上了，这是关键的致命滑派。说你一句话，传奇还在继续。
Legends never die when the world is coming in. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you leave for reaching greatness, legends never die.
我们用双手敲击、耕耘、捧起成就，也用它来抚慰、鼓舞和拥抱。就像我热爱这个战场，也深爱身边并肩的人，这就是我们的 LPL。
现场的每一个人，为你们心中的战士、心中的传奇，准备好你们的双手，一起来 ！Prove yourself and rise, rise, make them remember you. Cruise through hell and rise, rise, make them remember you. Cruise through hell and rise, rise. 再大声一点，所有人 ！Prove yourself and make them remember you, remember you. Pick up your weapon and face it. It's different, your boss gonna take it.
再次把掌声送给张靓颖，谢谢张靓颖老师带来精彩的演唱，谢谢。各位
Hello there, every summoners. Welcome to 2023 LPL Spring Finals.
总决赛的现场，我是主持人刘航。
I'm Christina. This year is the 10th anniversary of the LPL, and we have worked together over the past 10-year journey of esports. We have witnessed 1 decade dreams, and we encouraged each other. We planted the seeds of our dreams. We have lifted every trophy and also cheers for the inheritance of all of veterans and new rookies. Now, LPL is standing at a new point to welcome the beginning of LPL's next decade Spring Finals together. Let's welcome the 2 teams of tonight.
让我们欢迎今晚决赛的2支战队。首先，让我们
Let's
欢迎
welcome
北京
JDG Intel Esports Club.
云特战队，欢迎
Welcome BLG平安 Bank.
银行战队。 JDG 战队上路
JDG top winner 369.
BLG 战队
BLG top winner Bing.
JDG 战队
JDG jungler Kanavi.
BLG 战队
BLG jungler Xun.
JDG 战队
JDG mid laner Knight.
BLG 战队
BLG mid laner 牙膏。
JDG 战队
JDG bot laner Ruler.
BLG 战队
BLG bot laner Elk.
JDG 战队
JDG support Missy.
BLG 战队
BLG support On. Now the 2 teams are ready to fight. In the first Spring Split Grand Finals of LPL New Decade, will JDG win their 3rd LPL championship in team's history, continue their dynasty and successfully defending their title, or will BLG continue to break the shackles and win the championship as a dark horse? The past is like iron, and now we're stepping from the beginning. Let's witness who will win the Lift Trophy. 2023 LPL Spring Grand Finals starts now.
chills. Thank you so much, Christina, for translating that as we get ourselves and our players to go back in. We are just moments away, so I want to quickly start to talk about draft before we get into it, boys. Lyric, picks to watch, these are the kind of big things. And the funny thing is that you're looking at that, you see the Kindred, that's all Shun.
Yeah. I mean, right, insane presence for just one player. And I think the picks to watch are pretty interesting, right? Because you got some, like, team-specific ones. The Kindred and the Rakan specifically for BLG, those being pocket picks for Shun and On. Then you kind of got Kennen and Zeri. We all know these are ridiculous champions. Like, for Kennen, 90% presence, almost 90% win rate is crazy. And then the Scion, which is something that BLG don't play, something that someone on this desk doesn't respect. And, you know, it's something that 369 is very good on. Right, Shimada?
Look. 369 is excellent at weak side, and he is by far and away the best top laner in the league at neutralizing the carry players that do exist in the top side in the LPL, and there are plenty of them, Bin being one of them. And, you know, like we've kind of seen, a lot of the Kennen presence as well was actually just straight up to do with Bin, right? The fact that Bin is so scary on that champion, we saw it in the EDG series where it got let through once, and, well, EDG aren't in the finals right now, and there's a reason for that. It's because Bin decided to just get 2 5-man ults back to back. So, you know, I think for me it is a lot going to be about the top side picks in terms of the draft. I feel like a lot of the rest of the map, in my mind, is probably going to stay relatively static to what we've seen throughout a lot of the playoffs. I am going to hyper-focus on that top side because I feel like it is kind of the make or break. I think we know a lot of what to expect from, you know, Yagal's been leaning on a lot of scaling picks, and for Knight it's kind of been, you know, more or less standard to meta. I think that considering how much trash talk we've also had from Bin as well, I do wonder whether or not he's gonna give us something a little bit different. I think on the bottom side for Rula and for Elk, it's gonna be about, you know, handshaking Zeri and Aphelios, and that's more or less gonna be it.
Yeah, well, we are getting very close. I do want to do one last bit of housekeeping because we got ourselves our current prediction scores. I'll be honest with you guys, we're not looking great. This desk ain't looking so hot right now. Like we are literally last, second last, and third last. No,
to be
never
fair,
mind, fourth last.
To be fair, no one's looking good except Mazel, Munch, and Nymera in that order. They're the only ones being on point. But to be fair, yeah, I'm being bold. I'm going all 3-0s with my prediction. And to be fair, there just haven't been that many 3-0s. So, you know, what can I do? These teams need to step up and smash harder.
Mata, what's your excuse?
We can respect Lyric for, you know, going all in. There is no excuse for me. I mean, the reason why we're actually here on the desk is because we came last in the prediction. That's how they sorted it, guys. It's the punishment.
Yeah, exactly. Mazel for being first place, not here. Sorry, Mazel. He's crushing us.
We got ourselves a little bit of a split desk, though. 4 for JDG, 4 for BLG. I mean, like, you guys have both gone for BLG. I've actually gone with JDG. I don't know, man. I just won 5 games. It looks like Lyric went full bold again. He wants the 3-0, but...
Yeah, BLG got a 3-0, but if you want to know who's right, Mazel has been right almost every step of the way. So you trust Mazel's prediction with the 3-2, which is pretty cool. Yeah. That would be 5 games.
I think the right prediction is realistically 5 games. I don't know whether or not, you know,
what side of the fence
you mentioned exactly right. You mentioned housekeeping, and I feel like that is really going to be the theme for both of these teams looking towards this finals, right? Has JDG like finally cracked the BLG code? Because I'm going to be honest, I don't care what anyone says. They won the last series 3-2. That was the series result. The realistic result was that they kind of lost it mentally, right? We said it was a 4-1. So I feel like for BLG, it's just about making sure that they've got that discipline ready, and that's the housekeeping for them.
Yeah, well, we're going to be done here. We're going to send it over now live in the stadiums. It's going over to the cast of Munchables, Kitties, and Hysterics.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, we're here live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena in Shanghai. Munch, Kitty, Hysterics. And Hysterics, this ain't your first time here. It's been 3 years since last time you were in this arena.
Last time I was here, that's right, 2020, right? A big audience like we're shouting in front of today, up to 10,000. It's weird coming back considering that it has been such a long time and we've been casting from our bedrooms at home. But, you know, Kitty, for you as well, your first finals coming through and in front of this audience, it's got to be a good feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we are sitting in a 10K arena where the audience is packed, and this will be my first finals for the LPL, and I couldn't be doing it without our two ghosts, which is Munch and of course Hysterics on the side as well. But how are you feeling coming back to Shanghai?
I'm just hyped as well because like I was just saying how last time me and Jake were in this arena was 2020. Well, last time it was Knight versus Yagao in this arena. It was 2020. Both finals. They're back again. Different teams this time around. Knight taking over JDG, BLG picking up Yagao, but it feels almost poetic that we're back here, back with an audience, and it's those same mid laners facing off again.
It's so crazy again that we're getting Knight versus Yagao when Yagao actually has a bit of a lead. Remember in 2020 we went one apiece, but Yagao recently finding an edge over. It's actually 2-1 over the boys in favor of Yagao, so Knight is looking a bit of revenge here today. The Pingxiang boys. Kitty teaching me how to... Yeah, I'm in Shanghai. I'm getting the language back up to speed.
The boys from Team Pingxiang, and of course, Jiangxi is the one. Jiangxi, this is such a big narrative. I don't know how they just keep meeting everyone. I think in just the Asian leagues, there's always this anime arc that everyone has to go through. And of course, for the finals, it has to be JDG versus BLG. We already saw a sneak peek of it in the upper bracket finals, but...
And it was a close one. It was a 3-2 in which I was sitting there and I was actually casting that with Lyric at the time. It almost felt like a 3-0 in BLG's favor. This weird anime arc, as you call it, this team that came out of nowhere from round 2 and had a bit of a miracle run, came here against all expectations, went over RNG, went over EDG as well, and almost beating JDG in that upper bracket. That's what makes this final so exciting.
And the thing is, I just want to re-clarify for everyone, because everyone keeps on saying that that series looked like a BLG win. I want to remind everyone, it was actually a JDG win in the end.
Exactly.
I've got my red over blue. I'm basically wearing the JDG jersey here today as we head into our finals. JDG, I think, coming in, they're going to have grown stronger since that upper bracket series. But I will say, BLG, looking real good against EDG in the bottom bracket as well.
I had a chance to talk to Kanavi at the press conference for the Spring Finals yesterday, and I believe I asked something along the lines of, oh, what are your thoughts of your performance from the previous best of 5 against BLG, because they really challenged you. I mean, you took it all the way to 5 games, and Kanavi's response was that they were a little bit rusty. You know, they were sitting in the 4th round, and they didn't get as much game time. I mean, BLG played, I believe, 2 or 3 best of 5s already, and it is just insane. But hopefully we're going to see a 3-0 because that's what Kanavi said.
Hopefully. No. If we're talking about hoping here, I mean, that's why I did BLG 3-2, right? I know the boys are talking about it on the desk. I'm kind of in the dumpster for the prediction bucket right now, but to be fair, Lyric's below me, so regardless, I'm going to feel pretty good. But, you know, 3-2 because of what we've already seen already. You know, we talked about Knight versus Yagao. I feel like we should also be mentioning people like Bin versus the other top laner 369, who, talking about press conferences and interviews, we've seen Bin talk to 369 and talk a little bit about what it means to be a top laner in their own team, right? In respective rights, Bin is all about his lane versus 369, who just comes out of nowhere for team fighting and suddenly brings the team back.
I mean, exactly right, because you've been saying Bin is probably one of our strongest, or is the strongest laner that we have in the LPL left. So. Up against 369, I mean, both of them have their own characteristics, but I believe also in my interview for Bin, I've just been interviewing these
people. You've been talking to a lot of people.
I've been talking to a lot of people, but Bin, I mean, I mentioned, hey, do you guys know that we call you Giga Bin overseas? And he was like, okay. And I was like, well, do you have anyone else that is also a Giga Chad in your mind? And his answer was, no.
Which is the most Giga Chad answer he really could give us all. And not only that, but this is personal for Bin. Like, he won the last spring championship back on RNG. He went to MSI and won on RNG. He's going back to MSI to defend that title, but he's got to defend his title here in spring first. He's the only returning player from the last spring finals.
Because the rest of BLG haven't been here before, or rather, as an organization, right? We have to remember that this is BLG's first, not only first MSI, but first domestic championship opportunity. BLG is an organization coming through. The last time they were in a position power was when they were IMA, which is like 2016 when they went to Worlds.
It's not just BLG as an organization either. Like Shun, Elk, and On, none of those 3 players have been in the finals before. And then you've got like this massive dichotomy of experience, right? Where you've got these 3 players that have never been in a final before. The other 7 players on the Rift have been to international tournaments. 2 of them have won international tournaments. So you've got like these kind of fresh-faced players, even if they're not new to the league, new to finals, versus absolute veterans.
And the craziest thing is saying that Elk has never made it to a domestic final. This is his first one. I mean, I think Elk is probably the biggest standout for me, other than Bin, of course, because I was looking at the statistics. Man was averaging 32% damage share across everyone else. He is an absolute nutcase on champions like the Zeri and also the Xayah, where I think JDG, I mean, you're against Ruler, but he's not showing any nerves at all.
It's old reliable for that bottom lane. It's really nice to see because, again, you know, Munch, we talked about last time we were in this stadium, last time we were in Shanghai, we were talking about a team like WE making miracle runs, right?
Yeah.
Jolmong, as he was known back in 2019, I believe parts of 2020 as well, that man was old reliable for WE, but they couldn't get him across the line. On BLG, he holds the same role. And it's funny that we're talking about him being a position of power for BLG, especially in the late game, when he's going up against a Ruler, a world champion, someone who's been to the World Championship, I think 6 times now as well, won his LCK domestic title before coming over to the LPL and is now looking at his first split too. So it's just crazy that these 80 carries going up against each other. It feels like Elk is actually holding even terrain.
It's not even just the fact that it's Elk going up against Ruler. It's also Elk going up against Missing. Like, you're talking about that WE roster. These guys were a duo in the bot lane now. You were talking about anime arcs before. Feels like now, once friends,
really
now
happy.
enemies. It's the same as the mid lane. Like, there are so many stories between these two teams.
Yeah, and the craziest thing is that Yagao is back for revenge again against JDG. He put out a lot of harsh words against Knight, I believe, in our previous best of 5. And then I believe when he beat EDG in a very swift, cleaner 3-0, I mean, I believe it was a 3-1. But he just said, just wait for it. Just like, he knows that he's going to win. He just knows.
Yeah. Yeah, he's feeling confident coming in, and rightly so, because, you know, we were talking about Bin coming back as a returning spring champion. Well, when you look at the most recent LPL winner, it was JDG, which was Yagao back when he was on JDG, Kanavi and Missing, the only 2 remaining members of that JDG roster from last year. So, like, literally, you can name any player on any of these rosters, and we can give you 10 storylines coming into today.
And the most beautiful thing, I believe, was that when we interviewed, I believe, Kanavi. So you've already won 2 LPL finals with Yagao, alongside Yagao 2 years in a row, I believe. And now it's Knight. How do you feel about that? And he said, well, you know, I may have won 2 years in a row with you, but starting this year, it's going to be with Knight, and even more.
And that's rough as well. I mean, considering that, I feel like Yagao contributed a lot. You know, we're talking about those Game 5s, those finals that Yagao was in. He was such a big key piece, and now going up against JDG's former organization, again, it's one of those 100 million stories that you could list. We've already talked about Bin with on the same team, this old Suning boys, right? Elk going up against Missing, previously known as Jolmong. We go Knight versus Yagao, or the old friends from Pinxiang. What else have I missed, right?
I mean, I think one of the most exciting stories to me is actually the junglers going up against each other, because you've got Kanavi, who, like, you know, veteran of the league at this point, multiple international tournaments, etc., and multiple trophies in the league. But we know him as this, like, carry jungler that likes to invade, that likes to take a lot of farm in the early game and try and carry later on. And Shun came into the league as almost like a mini Kanavi. He was playing similar champions, he was playing a similar style, but we've really seen Shun grow over the last couple of years, and I feel like he's a very different player to when he first joined IG.
Yeah, especially throughout the regular split. I mean, BLG had a pretty big stumble until the second half of regular split, and that's when Coach Tabi joined, and I think Coach Tabi joining did really help the team synergy overall, and of course the drafts just worked so perfectly for Shun and Yagao, where I think Shun, he has a lot of carry potential. We've seen his Kindred alongside the Camille and the Gallery. I call that the Venn diagram composition, by the way, because someone has to just be in the middle of just absolute chaos and receive it. But anyways, Shun, he's very explosive, and like you said, he plays like a mini Kanavi where he's very willing to counter gank and counter jungle. But I also think that Yagao, on the other hand, I mean, we have to talk about this mid lane matchup where Yagao, we know what he's really good at. The Veigar, the Annie is looking insane on him. But against Knight, he can do anything. Yeah,
there's different champion pools there. There's something I know going into draft we'll definitely have to talk about with everyone. I want to take a step back. I just want to quickly look at Shun, because that was a really good point, how he can be explosive, right? We talk about his a Venn diagram again, but we talk about his massive champion pool. It can be explosive, but he's changed so much over the years. I've watched this guy solo carry on IG, being, as I think we're all talking about backstage, this huge Nidalee and
like
a
being
Kindred
brought up by Rookie, right?
Yeah, that's right. And then now that he's on BLG, he has a bit more room to breathe, but not even just that. He has more versatility, I feel like, because he's also got reliable players. When he was on IG, Shun didn't have reliable lanes. We are talking about the bottom of IG, where he couldn't actually leave lanes, otherwise they'd burn.
I mean, you have been in the top lane. Man's never lost a 1v1 in the playoffs. I don't think he's been solo kill. He's the one doing the solo killing. And we saw how that worked out for 369 last time. Man was having a rough one, just say the least in top. So hopefully we get to see a bit of a change, because I believe in the interview with 369, he was saying that he's feeling a lot more in form for this finals, and it's going to be a lot more different.
Yeah, 369 definitely pulled his act together a bit coming into some of the more recent games. But like you say, Bin definitely dominating, especially like game number 1 of that upper bracket series. If you didn't see it, Bin got 3 solo kills in the first game alone, and also 369 escaped with like 1 HP during the lady phase 1 time zone. It was almost 4 solo kills in the first game. Like, that is insane form.
And you know what's really insane as well? Well, Sion for 369, it hasn't lost yet. You said he's been solo killed 3 times. I believe his KDA was 0-4-0 at one point, but he still won, because I think when it comes to 369 as a player, he might lose lane and feel a little bit of pressure from Bin on the other hand. But when it comes to these team fights, he is so impactful on just zoning important members out. We saw in these team fights where On and L pretty much wasn't able to play the game, and Ruler did Ruler things.
It's that combination of the old top esports solo laners. That's why 369 and Knight are so great at working together, right? 369 on the Sion, we talked about. Knight on the Annie. I know the specific games we mentioned where that had to be a must ban against JDG in the BLG series. The biggest takeaway is how they work together in the team fights. It was something in top esports we started knowing from them when they were a world representative, when they were looking for a domestic title in 2020, which they found. Their team fighting became something really good to talk about. And for JDG, I feel like that carries through a bit with that experience and the new brothership between top and mid continuing on.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see the players getting ready for the game here. And I love like trying to read the faces of the players when you're coming into a big game like this. They're here on the stage, and you got to remember that it's not just exciting for us viewers that there's a stadium full of people here watching. For the players themselves, like, it's a very different ball game playing in a stadium in front of a massive crowd comparatively to just a year or so ago. They were playing from their bedroom.
That's right, because we were talking about us coming back to Shanghai. I mean, it has been so long since players have had the same opportunity to be in front of this crowd. You know, COVID hit hard, and now that we're finally back to this stage, it is a pleasure to be bringing you a live audience in front of 2 of the best teams here in 2023 spring.
You know, the players you got to look at in these kind of situations, like Shun looking a little bit nervous perhaps, and I would have said theoretically On would be nervous, but somehow On has got the biggest fan base in China.
He pointed a gun at us.
He got the biggest cheer out of everyone in this 10-player lineup when they were announcing the players. Like, he's just got so many fans over here.
I mean, when you're that flashy on a Rakan, it's easy to get fangirls, am I right? But this entire audience, I mean, we had the opening ceremony earlier, and we know just how big and how loud everyone can get. So be ready, because we're about to get into game 1.
Oh, thankfully, Champ Select on the horizon. BLG versus JDG. It's been such a nice little miracle run to talk about from BLG, starting in the second round. JDG were expected to be here much. Like, we have Ruler on a team for the first time in LPL history, along with Knight and 369 reuniting. Like, this team had big expectations, and it's kind of funny that BLG, a team with none, have been able to match it to this point.
And it's insane to think about, like, BLG as an organization historically have been the org that wants to build a super team. Like, you remember picking up Uzi again, like trying to revive his career, and like so many massive roster pickups over the years. This year is the year they didn't do that. This year, they picked up players that have been growing in power. They've picked up players like Shun and On, who've shown greatness, and like Elk, who has been consistently improving over the years. Now, bringing all that together and somehow coming up against the team that have been called the super team this year.
Yeah, I mean, something that was really interesting when I was looking through BLG statistics is that they are statistically the most consistent team. I mean, just rank 2s all across the board, but you guys know who rank 1 is? It's JDG on the other end.
Oh, man.
But the one outlier was that JDG's first blood rate was at 48%, but we will have to see for this Game 1 matchup. Hysterics, take us away.
Oh, man. JDG versus BLG finally starts it off. Now, JDG in the upper bracket got the higher seed, so they picked blue side for game number 1. And straight away, it's exactly what we talked about. On's fan base going to be sad not seeing the Rakan. Also, the Kindred being taken away from Shun is a bit of a no-brainer.
It's nothing but signatures taken off the board so far, right? The Kindred, the Rakan, the Kennen, the Zeri, that lightning duo taken away by BLG. Fiora, respect, Fran, but it's exclusively respect bans.
I mean, it has to be because JDG's most banned top laners are just the Jax and the Fiora. They are so desperately scared of Bin choosing something that has split push pressure. But I'm really wondering what this first pick is going to be from JDG. We've seen both junglers, Kanavi and Shun, do really well on this Wukong pick, where when it does fight in the chokes, it is so amazing.
We've also seen first pick of Felios as the Syndra from Knight taken away. Munch to highlight, all 6 of them are going to be power picks taken off the board. As Kanavi now just highlighting what seems to be left open, with JDG also looking at the potential flex that can be come through from this Knight Annie that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it could be Knights, could be flex to missing as well, but crucially also a takeaway from Yaga, right? Both of these mid laners have been very willing to be the engage on the end.
I'm surprised that BLG didn't take away the Sion, because I think 369 has been looking the most consistent on this Sion pick, but as long as you have something like the Gwen or the Jax in your pockets, Bin is more than happy to blind that even. We've seen Bin first pick the Jax in multiple situations, but it is going to be the Aphelios in Elk hand. I think in Elk's situation, he does look a lot better on something like the Zeri and the Zai, where he's playing more back, so you really need appealing support for on, but the Rakan has been taken away.
We talked about that damage percentage. I mean, with the Aphelios, the hyper carry, the late game insurance policy of BLG, that gives him agency. But now the question is, do BLG want to partner up that support early, or try and take a jungler away from Kanavi?
Something like the Thresh could work perfectly here, where you do have that extra mobility to get away from JDG's sticky hands, but it is going to be the Wukong lock-in for Shun for this game 1, where I think this is the perfect pick for Shun. You have such good early engage, as Yagal, he loves his utility champion, so Wukong really makes up for that lack of damage, and Kanavi going for the Vi.
Shun also taking the Wukong is Kanavi's most played champion of the split. Kanavi goes to the Vi, which is Shun's most played champion of this split. But it looks like we may have a late game carry off down in the bottom side, as Ruler will lock in the Jinx.
It's going to be interesting to start us off. Again, only a couple of games throughout the split, but what's left available here for the hyper carry for JDG? But if we're talking about power picks and picks that really dignify a team like BLG, Yagao has loved this Veigar throughout the split.
Very, very scary pick from Yaga. I believe his KD on the Veigar is insane, but we also need to remind everyone, ladies and gentlemen, the last BO5 that Knight played on this Annie, they were the reason why they were able to grab 2 wins for the team. Game 1 was completely from Knight, and I think with him being able to be so proactive on this Annie pick, it's going to be really scary that BLG let this open. But top lane, this is going to be the next talking point, because so many champions are still open, and I'm really wondering if JDG just takes away the Jax.
BLG looking towards mid lane bans here, and I think it's worth noticing as well, as we head towards the second ban phase, that both of the coaches here are veterans too. You got Tabe up against Homie, both of them with 2 LPL titles under their belts and now looking for more hits.
And the funniest thing is, I mean, Tabe helped BLG eliminate RNG on this massive journey all the way to the finals.
Used to coach Wei, now his assistant coach is Big Wei. We'll call that an upgrade.
That is a massive upgrade, isn't it? Right on the human bunch to start us off. But look, I want to bring it back to pick ban quickly, because Sion has been taken away. Kitty, you were highlighting this, that BLG needed to take this from 369, one of his most successful champions, I'd say historically as well. And in the second phase, they're not leaving anything up the chance for that team fighting kick.
Yeah, it is going to be the Gwen taken away. They want Bin to lean more towards that Jax, because Gragas is still up and available, where 369 is more than happy to take that. But if On picks something like the Nautilus, that's a lot of early game urgency, or just anything with a bit of CC, because if you do flex the Addy towards the support, which is what BLG is expecting with that Ahri ban, I mean, there's a lot of early kill throw alongside Shun as well.
So the Thresh locked in alongside Aphelios, very standard for the bottom lane. I'm really curious where we go with the top lane here. 5 top lane bans in our first game. So many signatures gone, but that Gragas is available. We know both players, very capable of it. The Camille, also a bit of a signature for Bin that could potentially come out in the right matchup.
But he's also played this a lot as well. For 369, just looking at JDG's side, the Cassante has been seen as much as Renekton so far. So when the Sion's not there, pick another bruiser and 369 will be fine.
It does seem like Missing is going to pick his support here, which is going to be the Nautilus, but I'm assuming Bin is going to respond with that Renekton for that 5th spot, where they're looking for early agency, because you already have so much late game securance with the Aphelios and the Veigar getting locked in. Of course, relatively well engaged with the Cage and of course the Cyclone as well. So Renekton just gives that early game urgency, which is going to be the Lulu lock-in for Missing as well.
Also, we'll just say much, we've hovered over the fact Jax is available. Bin's favourite champion this split, and he has pulled out many solo kills on it.
He certainly has. Could find himself in a comfortable matchup against that Cassante, and it will be locked in. Bin with a bit of a signature pick to start us off here. BLG quite a lot of late game power in this composition, right? You've got Jax, Veigar, Aphelios, all three kind of scaling carries. Whereas on the side of JDG, you do have the scaling and the Jinx. But that Annie and Vi, oh, they have so much power in the early game.
Exactly, so much force in that early game, like you said, Munch. But we have to talk about this last pick, Jax for 369. I mean, for Bin against 369, which is going to be K'Sante and Jax for this game 1. But I mean, Jax has been most played throughout the playoffs so far, and we've seen him pretty much dominate every single laning phase. But that is because Shun always works towards him and works towards this top lane pick, where the Aphelios and Thresh, yes, they have relatively good setup and early game urgency as well, but you can't leave the Aphelios to bleed too much, because Ruler, when he takes over the game, well, it's pretty much really hard to come back.
That's right, because for JDG, again, it's taking over the game in the lanes. Remember, for JDG, that solo identity is huge. These guys are powerhouses in their own individual lanes. That's how they got here. They are so potent in the early game. They end games quick as well. And I think for JDG, when you give comfort, that's always an issue. But we have to see how far they go, because this game for them is about making a statement.
It certainly is. And you've got to look at that jungle matchup once again, because Kanavi, going with that vibe, bit of proactivity right there. We're used to Kanavi playing that kind of counter jungle style. Well, you need winning lanes to play that style effectively. That's, like you say, what JDG's bread and butter has been across the course of the year. With Ben having that good matchup, we'll see if JDG can find those winning lanes. But we're about to get to game number 1. It's our spring finals. We're here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's looking fantastic, and we are on to Summoner's Rift. It's BLG in their first ever LPL Finals up against defending champions JDG.
You can hear, after a bit of chaos, the excitement of finally being back in an arena after all of these years. The fans finally get their gyos through. JDG versus BLG. We have been waiting for this one again. As in the upper bracket, it went to a full 5-game series, and what a treat it would be if we could go that direction again with this live audience.
Most definitely. And for my first finals, I am begging that it goes to all 5 games. I don't care about our voices anymore, guys, because I want to enjoy this Shanghai experience, of course, with the audience as well.
I mean, as commentators, we put our voices on the line for game number 5. That's absolutely a trade we're willing to make. As now, the game is afoot. BLG with this Aphelios and Thresh deceptively strong in the early game. Then going to try and face check into 369 here. Already trade straight off of the bat. But let's talk early game plans here, Kitty, for both BLG, for JDG, for our junglers, Shun and Kanavi. What are they looking to do?
I mean, we have both junglers starting in their top side, where this Wukong with the red buff, he can realistically go towards that top side and just burn something on 369, because once 369 has no summoners available, I mean, Bin is going to have so many tower plates, where I think Kanavi, he is going to path and make his way towards this bottom side, where it is going to be the Jinx and Lulu for this game 1. Still relatively decent setup. I mean, it is going to be an Aphelios and the Thresh, where he doesn't have the lantern available just quite yet, but we'll have to wait and see.
But I like that you mentioned talking about topside for BLG. That's where a lot of their success through playoffs so far has come through. Bin has shone through Shun's help. That was not meant to be a fire. I didn't mean to do that on purpose, guys. It just happened, but in all seriousness, this jungle loves paying attention to Bin, and through that solo lane, they find success. So for BLG, I like that you also counteracted it with how JDG finds success through bottom lane as well. Can Elk and On survive through, as we're already getting a level 2 and a big push here from JDG with the health bar advantage.
I mean, we saw how JDG really defeated EDG. They just went straight to bottom lane. The other ADC just couldn't play the game, where you already see Elk getting dangerously low, and you don't have the same amount of peel with that Thresh, where they also opted into an Ignite. So they're looking for early game ganks from Shun as well with this Wukong, where both junglers are going to meet at the river.
Certainly are, looking towards that bottom side. You've always got to keep a weather eye on the top lane anyway. With Bin and 369, anything could happen at any moment. And, and missing just about, flashes in the nick of time.
But that hook from On, absolutely gorgeous, and an early summoner through a minion just dying was huge, as junglers now meet each other as well.
Shun wants to get the smite, but it's on cooldown for now. Kanavi will finish the job as Missing moves in just to make sure his jungle is safe. Scuttle Crab taken. Can they find more?
That is really scary because the Graviton gun is coming up very soon for Elk, and without this flash on missing, I mean, Shun's already looking right now.
Oh, On's gone a bit too deep for this one. The Flay's not going to be able to save him, trying to get over the wall. The flash is there. Will walk away. Has Shun put himself in danger?
He's come in late, hasn't he? He came over the wall, won't have to flash in the end as he walks out slowly, but a Vault Breaker again onto the jungler. The hook coming through late, but it's a full health bar onto Kanavi. Under the turret, they'll find a Gravitum as well, but BLG can't find much more.
Oh, Yagao's on the flank as well. Elk stepping forwards with the damage missing, caught inside the cage there. No mana, but no reinforcements either, and Bin's in trouble. 369 wants revenge for the previous series here.
369 coming in with the ego. It started throughout the level 1, the early lane, but Bin is sent packing for the time being, and it's nice to see 369 with a bit of gusto in the early lane.
So much action in the first 5 minutes already, and I am not disappointed. But we're going to take another look at the replay where 369 actually activated the Ghost, trying to look for that first blood. Unfortunately, it didn't result into too much, but talking about that bottom lane, we saw a combat Lulu going up. She didn't have the flash, she had auto attacks, and she was forcing on and Shun out of their own jungle.
And I just want to quickly mention as well, look at the bottom lane CS. Off the back of all of those shenanigans, the fact that nobody went down, Ruler has a 20 CS lead, and granted it's minimized ever so slightly now off of Elk catching some of that wave, but even still, Ruler, massive advantage to start us off.
And this is what you expect, JDG's individual talent through their lanes. I mean, I guess apart from top lane when we're watching the BLG matchup, but even that here in this opening game of our grand final is doing so well. Yeah, dude, look at Kanavi. That's even a CS lead in the jungle for JDG. It just puts them up about 300 gold over BLG's early game.
Yeah, JDG extremely proactive in that early game, and that is all due to Kanavi. I mean, he's given something like the Vi where it does have that early agency. Shun, he needs to work towards that mythic item before he starts doing any damage, and of course the Cyclone as well.
And it's going to be interesting to see how the early games, not just in this one, but across the whole series develop, because for BLG, the early objectives really have been key to their strategy. When you look at them statistically, the Heralds, the Dragons early on, very much part of their game plan, and gold difference at 15, very, very high for them. So it's interesting to see them draft such a passive composition, really.
I mean, BLG, they're not getting too worried. You can't have their feelers bleed out too much because you still have that late game security, which is Bin on this Jax, where he's going to be able to provide so much split pressure against JDG. But Yaga already setting up some beautiful wards for this up-and-coming Dragon.
Meanwhile, what's happening at the top side? Bin's just gone to proxying, and we'll ignore 369.
Yeah, just wanders on past. He knows the junglers are in the bottom side right now. Shun will recall. Tibber's used onto Yagao there as Knight just trying to force priority. Dragon is on the map. Kanavi level 5 right now. Does not have that ultimate available.
Kanavi being extremely sneaky right now, but I would honestly work towards that level 6 because by 5 and 6, it is such a big difference. You just force kills from one singular button, and on not having that flash available, that is a very easy target where Shun was forced to reset, and this Dragon is getting started by JDG now.
Yeah, there's good control ward on it from JDG as they start this off. Looks like Bot gets a bit more priority again. The wave resets and starts off. BLG are looking for their way in. A death sentence there, a quick cleanse, dark passage, bringing in, but Tibbers comes through. It is indeed stolen by BLG.
Elk on the front line, triple Gravitum and flashes on out. Knight can't get the stun, and now Shun re-engaging onto the fire. Yagao flashes in for a kill, and now has to escape. Death sentence wide. Yagao low on HP, taken down. Ruler getting stacks, getting resets.
That man got excited. A double kill with Zap not landing, but JDG might lose the Dragon, but winning the fight is a big deal.
2 kills into Ruler, and he is on the Jinx. This Jinx is very happy to take that, and like you said, very excited, but we saw a lot of flashes being burned there, where I believe Knight, he flash W'd in without that Tibbers because he was trying to burn Yaga out of lane, where he whiffed the CC as well, and they still came out on top, where Shun, he was able to sneak back and get his smite down before Kanavi, so it must have been unfortunate timing from this Vi, but we saw that, from JDG, once you get a singular reset onto this Jinx, it is so incredibly hard. Yeah, you see Elk also flashing away from a nice initial engage, but Yaga getting the first blood.
So tense, so close in this fight, and like you say, Ruler managing to go through there. Knight barely surviving, but I mean, 2 kills onto the Jinx this early on in the game. JDG are going to be over the moon. They're happy to sacrifice a Drake for that.
And he already had the CS lead, right? It wasn't like Ruler was down and maybe forgotten a little bit. He is now so much further ahead as Herald's being started by JDG in the meantime as well, and it's like, well, Can BLG look to fight this? Even with ult up now for Shun, it feels like JDG's advantage is growing.
I mean, JDG, their entire composition is built around for this Jinx in game 1. If we take a look at BLG, I mean, you have Jax for side lane, but if this Jinx gets out of control and starts forcing 5v5s, they're rotating this Jinx up to get more tower plays and perhaps even drop the Herald there.
I was going to say, they could just slam the Herald
Yeah.
straight away. Even Knight is up there. That's 4 players in the top lane. They don't just want a tower here. They want a kill onto Bin. Looking for the dive. There's the ultimate coming out as Knight following up. Rocket lands. Tibbers lands. Do they have the damage? Bin surviving a long time. His missing gets the kill. Now 369's in trouble.
For BLG, can they make the response dive work? It is a Cassante with all out, and they're buying so much time. JDG's wave is cleared in the bottom side as well as, look, he's just pussyfooting around for the time being. BLG aren't finding nearly as much with the Herald now being popped down.
Oh, the Herald's going to drop down, and Ruler eating all 5 plates at this early in the game. I mean, JDG taking over this early game so far.
This is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful from JDG. Just complete domination of the early game. You see a bit of a trade from BLG, but look at the goal difference, 2,000 already.
And we see the difference between the Vi and the Wukong already, where the Vi just forces so easily onto Bin, even burning the flash, but 369 on this Cassandra isn't as vulnerable compared to a Jax.
The center's not going to hit there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side,
Oh,
missing. Walking into trouble. Event Horizon, he's going to be nuked with a play and a flash over the wall. Still not dead. Missing. Just not 1 but 2.
How is he living that?
BLG don't get a response, and JDG must be laughing.
It felt like he completely blundered walking towards the tri-brush there, but dodges everything from Elk. That was beautiful.
I mean, his name is missing, but the entire enemy team's skill shots are missing. So maybe it's a bit of a mind control, but that is so much resources used for this bottom side, and BLG not being able to make a trade play compared to Ruler getting all that goal in top.
Shun doesn't want to give up on this bottom lane just yet, still sticking around this area. Shun has been on the bottom side of the map for like the last 2 minutes straight.
And that's really strange to see of BLG, because we see Shun is finding the most success when he is pathing towards that top side. The death sentence goes wide, missing, walking in without any vision, a little bit greedy. I will not lie, it's a little Lulu, but he does have that flash available, so he was lucky enough to get over this wall and dodge another 2 skill shots from Elk. So Elk is just having a terrible start to this game.
Oh, that's so rough to watch. Again, you can see the interpretation. Wants to hit one angle, then another. But unfortunately, wide on both accounts means that there is no response from BLG. JDG now with a 2K gold lead.
And Elk gets dodged by his old support.
Yeah.
Absolutely read him like a book. He knows this player. And now Kanavi reading Yagao. He knows that player too.
There's too many stories in this game. There's too many old friendships that are getting abused here. Kanavi finding that kill, and JDG, they are ramping up the speed of this game.
Kanavi is taking over the entire map, ganking top lane, now ganking mid. Yago had the flash available, but Kanavi executing the E-flash perfectly. He just wasn't able to react to this, and just more and more tower platings going towards the solo laners of JDG.
It's a fantastic start here for JDG. And I will say, the pace of this game has been very quick. We've not seen that many kills in the grand scheme of things, but it feels like we're constantly on the edge of action with Tibbers very much online with the way that Knight has been playing of late. You can anticipate that that mid laner is going to be a part of the action now. Rod of Ages just finished off as well.
I mean, JDG just looking so proactive. We even see Ruler rotating towards that top lane, now collecting his 6th play of the game.
It's not bad, is it?
Shun making his way down, but On really needs to set this up well.
That's the blast cone used by On. Death sentence. Oh, stop missing. Unfortunately, he dodges again, but hey, for JDG, good as the teleport comes in.
Certainly does. Missing on the front foot, trying to find a way onto Elk here. Has vision. The Flame Chompers won't quite find it in the Lantern. Pulls him out to safety as Kanavi arrives on the scene, and JDG, full vision control. 369 is here, or has been still up in the top side.
And I'm glad you brought up the Rod of Ages. They're scared of Knight coming through. In Fog of War, where is this Annie? He destroyed BLG in Game 1 in their playoff matchup. He was the reason, as Kitty said earlier, that JDG found a game out of nowhere. This Annie's a threat, and they pay respect and also pay the drag.
I'm really glad BLG didn't contest that, because there are 4 mid-picks for JDG, whereas BLG had none at the time. If Bin TPs into that play and tries to contest, like, that would be suicide.
I mean, this is the perfect example of JDG's mid and jungle being their strongest point. Knight is willing to sack that mid wave and just rotate and help Kanavi take over this map. And we've already seen this Vi do so much. Of course, missing out on the first dragon should have been JDG's, unfortunately, but they have absolutely controlled for this bot side as well.
It's so funny that we came into this. We talked so much about Shun, you know, doing so much for his team, and he's hung around bot quite a lot this game. He's tried to find something for BLG, but Kanavi's aggression, Kanavi's ability to flex between in this game has just been so much better. You can see BLG are trying to find something here. Turret plating is up to 15 seconds, and Elk is going to try for another.
The last time BLG was able to do so well up against JDG was because of 369. He was very vulnerable in the side lane, but look at the discipline. To get the plates out of my face, and I'm not going to die.
That was the last 3 seconds to get that final plate as well into the pocket of Elk. So kind of mitigating some of the ridiculous leads that Ruler had before from the plate advantage. But still, Ruler will be a bit ahead, as you can see. 1.5 items there. Half of the tower already gone on tier 2.
I also want to highlight that On has decided to go for the Mobies for this game one, so you see the urgency that they want, forcing flashes or even making plays around this Thresh and Felix, but we haven't seen too many successful ganks from this side so far.
And I feel like when you're talking about Mobies on Thresh, right, when you think of the greatest Threshers of all time, when you think about the hero moments, when you think about like Mata Season 4, it's all about him being there when nobody's expecting it. The Lantern's coming out, the Hook's coming out when people aren't ready for it, and the Mobies really lean into that.
And I will say, On's been great at that. He's been great at syncing up with jungle, and his ability to Thresh, as Knight's not going to find anything here from the brush, is that on these Hook champions, on these playmaking champions, have been really strong and something to rely on for BLG through this split. So it's a shame it's not really kicking off the way you want in the grand final, but it is their first grand final. It is their first time on this big stage for some of these players. So you have to expect that BLG need to warm up as they now move towards second Herald here at 15 minutes. JDG do have a Hex Tech Rift, so they should be able to get here to match.
It's going to look like a straight up 5v5. Flashes are available for both mid laners, but I'm looking at Knight's flash on this Annie once again.
Knight has been second in the last 2 finals. And he wants to finally get another win. He's not had one since 2020, but here we go. Hook in as they're just going to burst him down. 369 trying to escape, taken down by Yagao in the end.
Knight!
Meant to be the strength. Knight over the wall, though. That stun is big indeed as Elk now Gale forcing. Gets a big grab at him as well. The event dies then! I can see it from space as Bin flies on in. BLG's team fighting rises again!
Who needs scaling? They'll just win at 15 minutes instead. Domination in the fight from BLG.
Absolute chaos, but BLG comes out on top. I thought Knight was going to get a nasty stun once again, but no, Bin gets it instead, and they just come back from this early game lead that JDG was able to generate.
Absolutely insane fighting for BLG. I was thinking that they needed to wait. I was thinking they needed to scale, but this fight's gorgeous.
Yeah, this choke for BLG was just beautiful alongside Yaga on this Veigar. I probably should have seen JDG working towards that mid lane and getting the wave in, but we saw Knight having such a good angle here, but it was just not enough damage. Ruler was completely zoned out. Of course, Elk flashing forward, the Gravitum just gets everyone rooted as well.
That was an insane move from Elk, and that's the confidence you want to see from BLG. Bin on one angle, Elk on the other, and BLG as a unit now happy that they've got a better chance in this game.
The whole room, yeah, exactly. The whole room cheering. Tabe at the front, just stony face right there. But Elk, big moment for him, right? Hero moment in the fight with the Graviton, and off of the back of missing everything against missing earlier. Good to see that on the stage.
And this is what we wanted to see from Elk, because I put him out before in the segment saying against Ruler, against a world champion, against a 6-time world appearance AD carry.
First ever finals too.
He felt like he held a singular weight or maybe an even weight because he's such a good, reliable source of damage for BLG in the late game, but we're not even in the late game. We're in an early game where BLG have now clawed back to 1K in the lead. And based on Elk, great to see in his final.
Hang on a second, guys. Is it me, or is this the exact opposite of how this series started in the upper bracket?
It is
where
actually.
JDG, where BLG, had a massive lead to kick things off, and JDG found a miracle turnaround fight and just won 3 team fights back-to-back and then won the game? Well, BLG fell behind in the early game and they've just won a fight.
Are you telling me this is all scripted and we all know who's going to win at the very end? It doesn't matter. The Dragon's going to be spawning in 10 seconds, but no flash on Ruler, no flash on Knight, where BLG, they're dropping the Herald for this top lane, so Bin having so much pressure, also having that TP available as well.
So strong as well, but BLG now grouping up as 4-man unit. That Herald gets the charge. The pressure's going to be down for now.
Certainly is. TP available for both top laners here, as Elk just trying to brute force the priority, will be able to do so. Kanavi can't really walk in, and that ward will be a bit of a pain for Kanavi. Will clear it. And
Kanavi needs to choose these engages very wisely, because once you go in, I mean, Yago's cage is going to trap you in, and Elk's guns, I mean, they're looking amazing. Kanavi goes into the pit.
Kanavi's at the back of the pit. There's a stun coming through onto Shunt as well. He's in all kinds of trouble. It's the clone. But it's Kanavi to take the Drake, now trying to retreat. This has actually been on the other side.
Meanwhile, getting taken out, you're right, the rapid fire cannon on the Jinx here doing a lot of work, but the Counter-Strike buys time. However, BLG have abandoned him. They've already lost the Dragon. Now the top laner down as well. JDG with numbers and mid priority.
They've got a cannon for the tower as well. They get a Dragon, they get a kill, and they get the mid tower. This is an insane little play from JDG.
It's just crazy. We are going back and forth, and some real nice macro in our game 1 of finals for this split.
Exactly, and Kanavi sneaking over the wall exactly like how Shun did it. There's a lot of dragon stealing, to say the least, for this game 1, but I'm really surprised that Bin was put out in that mid lane. I was saying that he had TP, but he just walked his way to that middle wave, and Rula being at the very back, he did get excited off the dragon and just went straight to mid lane, might I add. And Bin, I mean, just the amount of CC from 369 wasn't enough to get away.
Certainly wasn't. Bin getting caught out here, and I think Bin just not quite being on the same page as the rest of the team, right? Like, he's obviously looking for a fight, while the rest, I mean, Shun was so chunked already. I'm not sure that was a fightable position.
And I might add in that fight, I mean, for JDG feeling confident because Ruler had his second item, the rapid fire cannon came through, where Elk is only just now getting the Infinity Edge.
Yep, this Jinx is going to be a very big pain for BLG to deal with, because you have relatively tanky members, but not tanky, if you know what I mean. You don't have a true Cassante on your team. Like, he has the Frostfire, he has the Ninja Tabbies. No Cassante is scared of a Jinx, but you know who is scared? A bit of a Shun, a bit of a Bin, and a bit of a Elk, to say the least. But it really depends on Ruler's 3 item spike, because we need to throw back to how they won Game 5. It was this Jinx pick, and it was spiking at that 3 items for this Jinx, where she was able to just turn around every single team fight, 3 back-to-back ones.
Yeah. Feels like a similar story for both AD carries, right? Where Elk and Ruler both now on the 2 items, looking for the third, looking for that big spike. But I feel like the game is now pivoting towards the top side. 3 minutes until Dragon is up, which means Baron Vision Control is the name of the game.
Already placed out. Look at the control wards from JDG. I mean, you speak of Vision, but that's a Christmas tree up in that top side. And JDG's priority on Vision has never really changed, has it? Previous versions of JDG, even now, we are still looking at that same dotting I's and crossing T's. BLG try and commit to clearing it while JDG looks for an angle.
Do Knight. Just about dodging the stun and finding one of his own. Elk's the target, but he will flash away on maybe a consolation prize. He flashes too. Shun in the middle of everyone, and he's the one to go down at the end. Infernum is insane! And Bin's looking to clean up.
He can clean up. Look at the health bars. They're so damn low, but a double kill going down. Ruler! Again, these 80 carries are out of their mind.
They kill everyone, but they forgot about the Jinx. Now they're going to work towards this Baron, and JDG's getting started.
It feels like these fights are just heroics on heroics on heroics. Baron starting up Yagao and Elk, the 2 remaining that have to stop the attempt.
You like hero stories? Let's create another one. Baron's going to be disengaged now by JDG, so BLG can have a sigh of relief, but this game 1 already delivering as we go through again.
No risk, because Yago did have that spellbook available, but this all started with landing a double stun from Knight. We've seen this way too many times. Elk flashing away, but on, unfortunately, not as, I guess, lucky. And Shun, of course, being the Wukong, he's very squishy, but everyone died except for Ruler. Ruler picks up 1 kill, and he just starts killing everyone else now. And Bin, of course, he did TP in and get this kill, but you need this Jax ahead, and he just keeps giving these bounty goals over to Jinx.
Oh, 369, you're in all kinds of trouble. The all-out won't save you here. Missing trying to move on over his own. Flies across the map. We got Spider-Man on the rift here. Wild Growth comes on through. 369 is actually still going on this one.
Is he not dead? I mean, the TP, the all-out, the turnaround, the dark passage back in. Elk hasn't joined in as BLG run away. That man should be dead.
I can't believe he's got away with that one, honestly. Tanky enough to survive for now. 45 seconds on the Drake, because everyone's still in this Baron area. But you can see JDG starting to move.
Yeah, JDG did have a really nice ward in the pit, so BLG hasn't spotted that one out just quite yet, so they're not pressured to work towards this Baron. So they're going to start it though, BLG.
All right, just do it. They got red and white on Elk.
Going to go down quick. JDG moving into position. Kanavi over the wall though. As you said, Kitty, that ward could be the difference here between a steal. Going down as well, taking the damage with a hook land, but Knight again! On Tippers jumps on in. Cyclone comes through on the back line. Well, now Knight is down, but it's a cluster.
Ruler is popping off. He takes that one, and he's got the reset spin, trying to close the gap, but he just can't get close to the Jinx here. Now chasing onto Yago. He tries to get through the Hex Gate, but you got no chance. And Ruler taking over the final.
That's the world champion for you. Give him the triple, but don't give him Jinx again.
He is so happy. I mean, that is the best teamfight scenario that JDG could have prayed for. A beautiful engage from this Annie once again, but this front-to-back composition is getting executed very well by JDG in this game 1.
I mean, look at it. Look how brave Ruler is at the start. He sees on out of position, and he just goes for it.
I mean, he takes the hook, but it doesn't matter. He just uses cleanse straight away. On instantly deleted. But every resource has been used onto this Annie, where Jinx, once again, untouched. And I mean, Kanavi on this Vi, very big nuisance alongside 369, when Elk, being the secondary carry, isn't able to do too much.
I just think we're watching this fight, the cleanup. It's insane, but Knight on Annie yet again, even though it's a different pace from what we remember.
Oh, damage.
Okay, guys, yeah, might not be Zeri, but still a hyper
guys?
carry.
That's probably more than anyone else has done all game right there.
You know what's really interesting? Ruler has always preferred the Zeri, Aphelios, and Jinx. A lot of ADCs have been picking up the Xayah because it's just such a good champion that works towards a lot of these melee top laners, which is something that Elk is very fond of, but Ruler having a champion's skin on it,
I know, yeah.
he just goes for the Jinx anyway.
It's kind of funny, really, considering he's played it, I think, 3 times so far this season.
correct.
When he has the skin for it, kind of funny to see.
What happened down here?
Playing on the bottom side. I'm not sure if this is live
Is
or a
dead?
replay right now. I think this is live. It's Yagao. He's got a shield,
Look
but
at
Knight is
369.
just dominating him in the 1v1. He's had second twice, and now he wants first.
And JDG, I mean, again, it's been back and forth. It's been some messy fights, but this just feels like it's growing and growing in their favor. Bin might find something in the top side here to push it to the limit, but JDG have just now picked up Soul Point.
Not too dim for BLG fans just quite yet. The macro game is still strong. Bin putting on a lot of work into the side lane. Shun also consistently hovering this Jax, just in case 369 does decide to come towards this top lane and respond. But I don't think the Wukong and Jax has enough damage to ever kill this Cassante.
I feel like we're really seeing a never say die attitude from both teams in this game. Every time someone's doing something on one side of the map, there's an answer, and Bin is being found on the bottom side for now. The counter-strike leaps over the wall here, but the rocket dodged away from Kanavi! Flashing on in and finds his mark.
And BLG won't get a response from it. They'll even push this further. The Baron buff, the damage on Ruler, and the follow-up potential. JDG now looking for an inner to push this to 7,000 in the lead.
A lot of picks from JDG. People are just getting caught left and right in this bottom lane. 369 also working in that top lane. It is a 4v4 situation right now, but without Bin and having that E-Flash available, you can't catch Ruler off guard.
You gotta say, Bin was talking a lot of smack to go 3-5 in his first game of finals here. It's a bit of a turnaround in the top lane from what we saw in the upper bracket final
my
between
God.
the two teams. Ruler is doing some serious damage here, and the siege will continue all day long as the Brampton comes out from Elk, but he has to back away here.
Someone needs to respond to 369 in top lane
Ambitious,
as well.
Shun's going to come in with a whirlwind. As you said, Bin's coming in though. The flank shoot, but Kanavi's found him out. Shun's trying to cyclone, but Ruler again, untouched at half HP. Look at him go.
He wants more as Yagao dodges the zap here. Tibbers to tank the tower. They're looking for an in
Is
here.
it it?
Ruler just hammering away as in goes Kanavi and almost finds 2 on the backside. Yagao moving forward. Kanavi golden as they get onto the fountain, but they're forced onto the fountain. It's only 26 minutes in, and now Ruler can charge on through.
I think they can find the kills. They can find the end here as well. No one can deal with Ruler. As Bin just has to go into the pit to the fountain, and BLG, this might be their end.
We were so busy looking at the bottom in him, the top one's gone as well.
369 just took 2 towers and 1 inhibitor by himself as a Cassante.
But can they find the next Nexus turret? That's what I want to see. Teleports coming through. BLG, the death time is on Shun. Are coming up soon, but he has no Cyclone as they jump in. Flashes forced. Nexus exposed. JDG return to their Hall of Fame for game 1 of the finals.
What a performance from JDG. The definition of give an inch, take a mile right there. Domination, one great fight from BLG at the Rift Herald, but beyond that, this was all JDG.
Yeah, I mean, Bin, in his interview, he said that League of Legends is a 5-man game. And JDG really did respond with that game 1 and said, Bin, get out of top lane and start playing some team fights.
But, I mean, 369, what we were talking about was 369 struggling in the lane. He didn't throughout the early phase. He was fine and did it completely fine. Apart from the 30 CS difference.
He's rolling 9s in this
He
game
was.
1. He did not get caught out a single time on this Cassante. Not a lot of jungle pressure, to be fair, where we need to talk about Shun on this Wukong, where I think he was a little bit invisible compared to Kanavi on the Vi as well.
Which, to be fair, is what his W does, so I can see him being invisible a lot during that first game. Absolutely insane performance out from JDG in game number 1. We're going to head over to our desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much, guys. And damn, Lyric, we're gonna start straight away because that was JDG setting a statement in game number 1.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw people honestly perform across the board, right? People like Ruler having insane team fights in that one. Coming in, we knew like pick bans would be very comfortable. We knew the hyper carry would come out for Ruler. Knight going back to more of a facilitator, looking comfortable on that engage. And it just feels like JDG not only got everything they wanted in draft, but they had everyone firing on all cylinders today.
Yeah, and you know what I think for me in this opening game 1, the big like deal breaker was realistically that swap where Ruler got, I think, all 5 plates off the top tower.
Yes.
And BLG was so far behind on tempo that they could never really catch up. Even though they had that one good fight at Herald, it felt like that wasn't really enough because in comparison, like Kitty was kind of saying, couldn't really have as much consistent impact as it felt like Kanavi was on the Vi. The engage setups were just a little bit too strong. So for JDG, it felt like they could more consistently pick the fights that they wanted to, whereas for BLG, it felt like it had to be a little more nuanced and they could never really get on top of the targets that they had to.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing is that we saw the power of this first pick Annie as well. Like huge priority that coming into JDG, kind of a bit of a shakeup for a lot of the meta we've seen kind of throughout the world coming into the the end of the spring splits. But it really was kind of coming into fruition. Just so many great engages and really kind of setting up Ruler to be the carrier, to be the person that we all know and love that he can be.
Yeah, and it feels like this is where JDG have looked most comfortable in playoffs, is like kind of having Knight and Kanavi as this 2-man squad, being the ones to set up engages, and then missing, still looking comfortable on Enchanters like we hit on in the pre-show, right? So where On's really moved to more like pick and engage-oriented champions. Missing knows his role there to enable Ruler, especially when it comes down to this matchup, which we saw in their upper bracket matchup, that it really just comes down to who's setting up their AD carry better to be able to take over games later on. And that really was people like Knight, people like Kanavi, and Missing really making sure that Ruler to find time. And I'll give a special shout out to 369, like the desk was doing, because he didn't get run over this time around. Nope. And that really felt like one of the defining things that gave BLG such an edge in their first series.
Yeah, and Jemana, they try to keep it scrappy and they try to keep it kind of, you saw moments there, even in that goal graph, there was a moment or two for BLG to try and come back into it, but it did feel like some of these fights, like it just didn't come together for them.
Yeah, I feel like for BLG, they needed a more direct route in for fights, right? I feel like when you've got, more, how do I put it? Like, you kind of have to play a lot more around things like vision, for example. You can't really like walk up and just hook with Thirst, right? It can be very difficult to get fights going. And again, you're really only working with the Cage, the Wukong. It's hard to force fights if you've got a composition like JDG's where you can just kind of sit back for the most fun when you've got Lulu and you've got a lot of defensive tools like Annie as well. So I think the path in was a lot harder for BLG, and I think JDG just played around Ruler, like you said, through draft and then through the gameplay too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is advantage to JDG. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll be back on the desk to set us up for game number 2.
We began with 17 teams. 85 players started this season with the hopes that they would hoist the LPL trophy. And now as we arrive at the spring finals, that dream will finally become a reality. But only for 5 players. This is your finish line. No mistakes, no second chances, no regrets. Rise up and reign.
Kanavi just jumping into Mako's face saying, hey, you can't pull me if I'm already next to you. The whole gang is here from JDG. JJ flashed on by Kanavi as JDG won a third here. Fofo forced underneath the mid lane and it splashes out from JDG to find all 3. For the first time ever, Jin Tong Gaming will make it to MSI and they make it to the LPL Finals once again, decimating EDG 3-0.
For BLG, this finals means validation. In a region with MSI and world champions, BLG remain unfazed and have silenced all of the doubters. Crown yourself champion, take the #1 seed, and prove yourself on the biggest stage. For JDG, finals means a chance for redemption. After a disappointing Worlds appearance, there have been many question marks around this team. Reclaim former glory and become champions once again. It's one last best of 5, one last brawl, one last shot, at victory. Go crazy, because that's our game.
And OMG, it's an ADC versus ADC fight, but Abel, he should be able to shut this one down. Flash, oh my god, wait. It's Elk! Elk is the one, the only, the carry of BLG! He's going in now, lightning crashes all around OMG, and there ain't no cover as electricity has sparked. Dragon, there's no response from BLG. They're going to TP into the base. This is a decisive moment. This could be a stop of Max. They could try to get in here, but it is a base race right now for Ben. Oh, they do stop Creed. That's so big. He's on to the Nexus, I believe. There's another kill. Solo bolo for Yagao. And Ben has opened up the gates for BLG as OMG are frantically running back, but there's nothing you can do as Ben has equipped a real weapon. And BLG are 2-1 in the series.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
그냥 뭔가 되게 좋네요. 그냥 결승도 가고 MSI도 진출한다는 게 되게 한타 부분을 좀 잘하는 선수라고 생각을 하고 그 친구 그냥 제가 더 한타를 잘한다 생각해서 그냥 하던 대로 하면 될 것 같다고 생각합니다.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Spring Finals. We're going to jump straight into kind of recapping how that game went because, Lyric, you know, we had a couple of examples of just how good JDG can be on their day, just how good they can set up these fights.
Yeah, and it all started from the early game, right? We had a very early first 2 kills going over to JDG, and more specifically going over onto the Jinx, which is something you never want, but you especially don't want when a ruler is piloting the champion. So we can bring those up because from there, it started to look like, it felt like it should have been a really decisive game for the side of JDG, but BLG, there was a bit of wiggle room. There was a bit of fight back coming from their side, and I feel like this game was, it's weird to say because honestly this game was a stomp, but it was a bit like closer of a stomp than I feel like most stomps typically feel.
Yeah, it's one of those really strange games where like JDG are sometimes just kind of close to equal kill trading, so it feels a lot closer than it is. But when you like zoom out, look at a lot of the resources, yeah, this is one of those examples where, you know, actually BLG probably just straight up trade, right? Up until the rest of the fight starts to unfold, and that's where things start to look a little bit dicey, right? And I feel like for the sake of watching this game, it doesn't necessarily look like a stomp until pretty much after this. This is the biggest uptrade that BLG had, but beyond that, it felt like JDG every single time were just outright winning, and I think it's obviously not in this B-roll, but I'll reiterate again, the thing that really broke this game wasn't even specifically the double kill that Ruler got at the Dragon. It was 5 plates. The rotation from the top side from them was so good. They just outdid BLG on the macro side, and that's why Ruler ended up getting MVP, because he got all of that gold, and when it came to the team fights later on, he took over them.
Yeah, I mean, like I was going to say, like all that gold, all that resources just being funneled into a very competent man in Ruler. And yeah, like Lyric, you give him a hyper carry, you let him have those space, and as you mentioned, that early double kill, giving that room to get that early Gale Force, it just set up so perfectly for him to, even you can even see it in his items, he never used the stopwatch, it's still unbroken.
Yeah. You know, it feels even more egregious that we didn't just have a large part of our pre-show dedicated to how good Ruler is.
Nobody watches the pre-show. What are you talking about?
Right? Just
for all they
dubs
knew, we talked about Ruler for 30 minutes.
Yeah. So, but right, this is what you can see can happen. This is why we called them the A-listers, kind of coming into the series, right? Because it just really feels like you just have so many different threats to worry about. JDG, I also feel like, are a much more diverse team in terms of how they're able to play the game than BLG have shown.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see if there's any kind of adaptation coming in. BLG are on the blue. We're going to send it back over to Munch, Kitty, and Hysterics for the cast.
Thank you very much, guys, and welcome back to the desk here for game number 2. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Kitty and Munch, who we're now on an appreciation for Ruler desk after seeing game number 1 and JDG smacking BLG around a little bit and showcasing the individual talent.
And, you know, I've got a little tidbit about Ruler, because the last time Ruler played in a stadium in front of a Chinese crowd was 2017 in Beijing at the World Championship. True. And during that series, he casually 3-0'd Faker. Now he's back in China again, and he's looking good on the stage in game number 1.
I mean, that game number 1 looked very stable from JDG. Ruler got ahead, getting that double kill into his pockets, although JDG were the one that lost Dragon, but they don't care. They weren't playing for the Dragon at the very end, because as long as you get Ruler ahead in 369,
right.
he is the perfect weak side for this first game. I mean, it just went perfect for him.
Even though they were messy back and forth within the game itself, like, let's be real, there were a couple of moments where BLG found beautiful team fighting themselves, with Gale forcing forward in a three-man Graviton, followed up by the all-in. I think we have to appreciate the fact that Ruler was this, steady hand. We talk about stability, it has to be Ruler in that game. On a hyper carry, I thought, yeah, ban Zeri, that's great. They talked about that in an interview. Now the Jinx, it's like, can you just ban all hyper carries against Ruler? Like, what do you do?
Well, we did see a bit of misplay from JDG's bottom lane. Missing had to burn the flash very early on in that game, but we didn't see too much action from both On and Shun working together and forcing even more plays, perhaps even getting a kill onto this Lulu, because that is when Jinx and Lulu are the most vulnerable.
Well, it was kind of weird as well, because we saw BLG kind of trying to put a lot of focus towards the bottom side, but not really particularly successful in the early game. But what we've seen work for BLG generally is playing towards the top side, playing towards Bin in the top lane. So feels like maybe something has to change coming into game number 2. And when it comes to the draft, just like more proactivity, right? Sort of scaling in all 3 lanes for BLG. I think I'd like to see a little more, I don't know, pizzazz coming out in one of those lanes.
I like that. I like that from both of you. The urgency important, and I think as well, not only seeing shouldn't play towards the top side, but see that BLG we know and love around objectives. That we already saw some of the fighting, but I guess more of the coordination that got BLG to this point as well, got them through EDG, through RNG, got them close against JDG. Yeah. It was only a game 1, and that's the good thing, as BLG have now chosen blue side to see what they can do on the opposite end.
Yep, we did see the Annie first pick from JDG in game 1, and that Annie pick should be banned for the rest of the series. We can't be giving Knight his Annie. I mean, Yago is also a very good Annie in that mid lane as well, so it just depends on which mid laner gets it first, but I'm really wondering what BLG is going to switch up with this sides change as well, because I think Shun maybe ban the Vi and then take the Wukong, because we saw a really tough time for Shun in that early game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shun, it kind of surprised me that they didn't pretty much go for a first pick on the Vi, honestly, with the amount of Vi that they have played across the course of the year. They have been big fans of the Wukong as well, but honestly, I like Shun's Sejuani. I feel like he's had quite a few games where he's really great on the Sejuani, and this solo lane is very good at following up on it.
Yeah, Sejuani is a very special case for BLG, because you always imagine it to be paired up with the Silas, the Jackson, the top lane, a lot of melee carries for the solo lanes, but Yago this split and this playoff so far, he's very good in utility and control mages.
And again, that syncing up is what we know of Shun. So let's see, because so far we've got similar bans. This time JDG banning the electric duo themselves, as on blue side, they get rid of that Lulu this time, instead of something like the Jinx we talked about. And still, Knight's Annie is available as Zaya against Ruler. Seems to be the final one.
I mean, you only have one ban left. Is it going to be the Rakan or is it going to be the Annie for JDG? We don't know just quite yet, but on Rakan, we've seen it done magical things in the past.
I feel like that Zaya ban is a really interesting take from BLG, right? We've already talked about the fact that Ruler hasn't actually been leaning towards the Zaya across the course this year, even though he's known for the pick. I think that's denying a weak side AD carry that can survive at the bottom lane. I think BLG want to play around bot.
That's an interesting theory. Let's see if it holds true as BLG now. With that first pick, you already talked about it, guys. You mentioned jungle so many times before we got here, but BLG maybe want to keep Elk on something he's very comfortable on.
It's looking like a Jinx Aphelios even trade for this game too, but my biggest question, with the Lulu taking off now, not a lot of healing supports available. The Tahm Kench, the Thresh still available, but I've seen missing Tahm Kench before, and I'm not too big of a fan.
Rakan is available though. This is On we're talking about. Here's
so is this. So is this.
And Shun goes for the signature Kindred. Yago on the Galio. I mean, this is just beautiful to see.
And this was banned away in game number 1 by JDG for a reason. Shun's Kindred holds so much respect historically. Almost 30 games, a 75+% win rate as well. Yagao partnered up on one of his favorites too. This is something to fear from BLG. I guess we just forget the Rakan now for On.
This is really scary from JDG as well. Ahri and Wukong still 100% win rate for this mid-jungle duo. And the Jinx also getting locked in for Rule, 100% win rate as well. I mean, JDG picking out all their trump cards for this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, BLG, they've got it right. Hard engaged support, I think, is a pretty clear answer here, where you need to be able to get that Galio into the fight. You're not going to have Shun on an engaging champion, so perhaps could get something that can engage for Bin as well. I don't really like that as much, though. He's a carry.
I mean, I love this Kindred pick on Shun. Every time he picks this Kindred, he will not fail to entertain us. repeat ganks into the enemy jungle, and this time he's gonna do some payback to Kanavi from game 1, alongside Yago, where he locked in the Galio. So much resources and mobility to rotate for those plays as well.
So now, interestingly enough, let's continue talking about topside though, because we've got the Cyan ban against 369 yet again. I love that Bin's Camille also taken off the board. In game 1, we saw Fiora, so did JDG go that direction, I guess, yes.
We need to talk about the Gragas, still available for JDG though. The Gragas into Kindred is a huge counter, and 369 a very good one at that as well. So BLG maybe takes that away. It also helps the top lane champion pool a little bit if Bin does want to go for the Jax for this game too.
Yeah, I know a certain jungler that would disagree with that statement about 369's Gragas. I will say though, he's definitely got a lot better.
He's not here.
Since that.
Passes at home.
That's a whole can of worms. That's a whole can of worms. Yeah, we'll see. The Nautilus taken off the board here by BLG and JDG. Gotta go for something. It could just go for a support if you do want to try and find yourself the advantageous lane in the bottom side.
Tahm Kench is probably the most ideal one, maybe even denying the Rakan from Owen. I mean, this is pick or ban for BLG, and we've seen Missing play this Rakan as well. I think all of our LPL supports so far are amazing Rakans, because you have that extra mobility. And my biggest talking point for JDG is that when JDG are given mobility-based champions, they're able to be so slippery and make these illegal plays, which works out in the end anyway.
As we saw in game number 1, right, Missing was a bit of a powerhouse eventually when he was able to sync up with Ruler a little bit more. So now not on the Lulu, the Rakan already highlighted. The counterpick for 369. On has had a myriad of support so far this split. Please beep boop in the finals. Yes!
He's gone for it. He has gone for the Blitzcrank. I'm going to be honest, it doesn't work super well with the Galio Kindred. You kind of want to be going in so Galio can go in on top of you. But we'll see how it works out for them. BLG, though, need to lock in something for that top lane.
I mean, it could just be the Jax once again. You've taken... You can still lock in the Gragas for 369, but Bin is more than happy to take that. We've seen him smack 369 on the Gragas in the previous matchup before, but maybe something else.
Bin doesn't play tanks, though. Let's be real. We know the Kassante's not going to come through. Bin does not play tanks, so of course it's going to be the Jax in the end. Game number 7,205 or something along the lines. But now 369 has the opportunity. Kitty, I want to ask you, direction here for the man who plays the weak side consistently.
I mean, it does seem like he's more comfortable in this context, Cassante, and it is going to be the exact same matchup for 2 games in a row. But we see how well and disciplined 369 was playing in that game 1, and that is a really big plus for JDG, because they don't have that extra pressure applied from Bin. And I need to say that Xun and Bin, they got the ball rolling in the previous best of 5 was because Xun just made his way top lane and got multiple kills into Bin's pockets, where he also collected so many tower plates and got out of control.
I've got to be honest, I'm a little surprised to see 369 not go for a Gragas. I don't think I've ever seen 369 not pick Gragas when it's a Gragas angle. But believing in the Cassante certainly worked in game number 1. We'll see how this one's going to go down. We said we wanted more proactivity from BLG. Well, a Blitzcrank, I'll certainly give you proactivity.
I mean, On's Blitzcrank has to be one of my favorite picks in the LPL. Man goes mobility boots into Everfrost. He is my favorite, let's say, cooking support that we have in this region. But obviously, even if the Blitzcrank doesn't do well in this late game team, the early game, you can always just revive the entire game by hitting that one hook onto Ruler, and he doesn't have that extra peel like a Thresher or Tahm Kench.
Our cooking support, call him Gordon Ramsay.
Oh, okay, mate. You're standing next to a wannabe chef. I respect that. I respect your intro into this one. It's been a blast so far. A game 1 that put us on our toes. But for game 2, I feel like we got more BLG identity. We wanted to see the proactivity. We wanted to see a change up for BLG to get themselves in this series. We get Yagao on Galio. We get Xun on his fabled Kindred. We've seen this before in playoffs. It has been dominating. Let's see if they can do it yet again here against the powerhouse. That is Jingdong.
And once again, it is BLG. As the underdog, they were the 5th seed coming out of the regular season, making their run through the bracket, destroying legacies. Now look to take on JDG. I've got to say, the Jayo's less organized than I expected.
I know. You know, maybe the wristband's doing it for them. Anyone at home in the English audience, if you don't know, they're actually coordinated based on teams. So everyone can kind of choose who to go for in the crowd. Red, obviously, JDG. Blue, obviously, BLG. It's nice when things are color-coded, and especially in this game when they're on the right side this time, as BLG attempted a bit of an invade with Mr.
Cheeky
Blitzcrank
on.
there. Looks like they're now going back to the bottom lane to do a standardized start.
And look at this double sweeper already for BLG. You see Yagao grabbing one, On grabbing one as
Go
well.
up, Yago. Oh, he's going to get it.
He's going to spot it. Just in time. And that's a bit of solo XP there. Or not solo XP, but extra XP for the solo lane there for BLG.
Yeah, most definitely. We did see the game starting out with BLG forcing 5 people into that tri-bush, wishing to get a singular hook onto JDG, but JDG knew and planted a ward in the tri-bush and avoided that very well. So BLG responding with the double sweeper because they expected a lot, of course, some wards placed in their jungle as well.
So here in this early game, as we do see a bit of a spot out with Bin trying to get priority up in this lane once again on the Jax. Kitty, I want to ask you a couple of questions. I want to look towards BLG and what they're trying to do because it feels like we should be talking a lot about Yagao, a lot about the top lane, and how Shun can get that favored lane of BLG working again.
I mean, talking about Shun, they locked in the Venn diagram composition. It's the Gallius, the Kindred. Once those ultimates come online, these side lanes are going to be so scary for JDG to ever respond. Because Shun on this Kindred, we've seen him carry so much, where Yaga also the perfect duo for that as well. But I'm really worried because Knight, he is known as that player who gets consistent lane priority, especially on this Ahri. Then if Yaga's stuck in lane, then who's going to help Shun get those marks?
Yeah, honestly, we've got an attempt now in the mid lane as Knight moves on forwards. Yagao will walk away with his life. Knight charm, not going to come on out. There's level 3, just a second too late.
Really good restraint from Yagao not to burn the flash. Yes, teleport to come back in, but still, early gank from Kanavi in Knight's lane. This Ahri was also banned against Knight in game number 1. I think we're starting to see the reason is Yagao's getting bullied.
It feels bold for him to stay under the tower there, but it doesn't look like Knight will really be trying too hard to find that kill.
Shun looking for a revenge gank in this middle lane. Knight does have the flash available. Can Yago get the E-flash?
Okay, flash immediately shielded around. He's going to sacrifice his life. He's got marked on the tread, but Knight might be dying. You know, flash left available. All you need to leap is forward. But Shun finds the return kill. It wasn't a mark, but it is a trade kill.
I don't even know if that's worth or not. Honestly, Kindred getting kills early, that's good, but so is Knight's Ahri.
We've seen Knight's Ahri. Man has 25 stacks pretty much every single game. A very big Medjai's enjoyer, and I know Nightmare is cheering on Knight specifically. He loves his Ahri, but we need to look all eyes on Shun for this game 1 because he's looking for more in this top side.
Knight doesn't have flash available. If Shun can find an angle after charm here, but he's on a ward, he'll be able to do something.
Oh, look at Kanavi.
Yeah, we know Kanavi for the counter invades. This is what he does for a living right here. We'll have to back away. As Yagao going for the E-flash attempt.
Yep. I mean, this is just the result of the previous 2v1 game going so badly for Yago, being already so low on HP. And Shun, he does pick up the kill, not a mark like you said, Hysterics, and the first ball goes into Knight's pockets.
But I will say, to add more context, Shun got the 50-50 trade. All Kindreds out there know that first scuttle is a 50% roll. Top side secured. It was a mark here for Shun, so he is on the board in more ways than one. A small CS lead in the jungle as well. I think it's worth mentioning when we have Shun on his big power pick that 90% of the time gets banned away.
Hang on, Kanavi's moving into the bottom side here. On slightly wide on the knockup, will be knocked up himself. Kanavi being extremely patient, not going for the replay.
Wave is in a bit of a sticky situation for JDG. They were expecting a gank from Shun, but it doesn't seem like that in the very end because we know BLG, you play towards this Jax, you play towards the top side, and if Elk and On can survive this early game and withhold Kanavi's presence, we already see him making his way bottom lane. I mean, it could be good, but we see this wave already slowly building towards Bin, so Shun can realistically get his camps and make his way towards the top side.
Yeah, 369 once again absolutely loving this matchup in the top lane. Bin struggling in the early game. Sante will do well into the Jax, but it's certainly to start things off. It's later on where the Jax really comes into his own.
But it's crazy because we've seen Bin versus 369 so far, and it hasn't really been ever so matchup dependent, right?
The role reversal.
It really is. 369 in the lane today is having a great old time. What we remember from the old top esports man.
Well, no flash here for Knight as Shun trying to move into the mid lane again. I think he'll just be able to kite this one out.
Didn't even need to burn the ultimate. I mean, I was really scared. I was like, Knight does have the ultimate, but Shun was just so far away, and I believe Kanavi did get rid of the mark, which was on his own Raptors, so Shun is still unfortunately sitting on 1, but this is... I'm seeing Shandy in 369 right now. Going for the proxying, pushing the waves, being an absolute Giga Chad in the top lane, but you can't really say that when Bin's on the board.
I mean, it's what I can say, though, as someone who's experienced top esports. Munch, we remember This was 369 at his powerhouse when he was on top esports with the man as, oh, the flip of the mark. Again, it's going to be right for the scuttle start. Shun, it's only one spawning, but he's on the right side of the map, and he picks up number 2. It's a pretty good start at 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? BLG, priority on the Drake off the back of the reset from Ruler, but missing is here. Kanavi with a blast code. This could be a contest. Missing in this brush, and we'll find out, but there's not really any reinforcements for him.
So BLG start the game with a dragon. This time away, it feels a lot more solid than game number 1. And a small gold lead to go with it as well. This is a really good sign of life in game 2 in the final.
What a different pace between game number 1, which was just carnage and scrapping from the word go. Now game number 2, a much quieter start to things.
Yeah, I mean, my eyes are just peeled onto how many stacks Shun has. 4 is really where Kindred starts getting the gears turning and get that extra range where she becomes a real champion, let's just say that. But we have level 6s across the board for BLG now, and that is a huge spike where the Herald is also going to be spawning in 40 seconds. So I'm assuming both supports are going to make their way towards there, but I think BLG does have a little bit of an upper hand.
Well, using the Ghost to the bottom side, but so does Ruler, so they're just sprinting around the bottom lane, both on full HP.
You can see the tension between these two AD carries, the historic member of now, well, I should say, of the LPL becoming Elk. I was going to say of the world in Ruler as an AD carry as well. There's a lot of hopes put on both of these members, and seeing up Ghost and facing off with a 10 CS lead now for Elk is worth mentioning here, as Elk's got a lot to show after game 1 where Ruler was core carriers. He's already showing it, Munch. I feel like this starting of the turret plating is a nice hit. Oh, that's great as well.
Elk flash under the tower here, and he finds Ruler. That was pure Giga Chad energy from Elk.
Elk finding the kill, just as we're mentioning. The AD carry matchup is huge, and on again on these hooks. Kitty, you talked about it coming into this. He is the member of Hook City for a reason.
Insane hook from On, like you said, but Elk flashing forward is something that no one expected. Man loves engaging as the Aphelios, but that is just the confidence that he's showing up to this first finals that he's attending in Shanghai as well.
He's warming up for team fights where he's got a Galio, right? You want to be in the middle of everyone. He's ready to get into the action. So is On with his Moby Boots, moving to the mid lane as Herald started by JDG.
Okay, Hook comes in again. Shielders ran. There's no response. Nine has to flash away with the charm as well. Cyclone in the back end. Yagal's ulti. It's cancelled.
On forced out of the fight, Shun in the middle of everyone, but he's too low. Has to use that Lamb's Respite, and the rest of the team trying to reinforce. The heal there for On as well, but it's carnage. Everybody falling in every direction. Rockets flying in from the other side of the map, but it's JDG out on top again.
But look at Bin. Look at the damage coming through. Might not have flash available, but JDG know they have to get out now. JDG with another team fight, and it's scrappy as hell.
A 1-for-3 trade for the side of JDG, and they managed to turn around because Shun, his ultimate was very selfish, was only for himself. Imagine if he used it for the other 3 members. I mean, it could have been a different fight. But we're going to see a replay of how this happened because we see Jinx unfortunately getting hooked here and also burning double summoners, which was huge. But from the previous team fight that we just saw, I mean, they just got a taste of a turn back.
We're going to have a look at it now, Kitty.
Yeah, this is going to be On starting everything on with the hook onto Knight once again, but Kanavi flashing forward, just creating a lot of distraction, also cancelling Yago's ultimate was huge. But I think BLG looking a little bit disconnected. We see Yago and Bin towards that top side while Shun and On fighting for their lives in this mid lane. But JDG looks so insane when it does come to a 5v5, and of course, Jinx Rocket hitting the 2.
I kind of respect BLG for going back in on that fight there, but it did look a little bit doomed, didn't it? When On had shot us so low.
And this is why I can't shut up about JDG picking up Wukong and Ahri. They're allowed to get away with so many illegal plays.
Oh, surely not.
On blocked it.
He really is on today. Absolutely on. The crowd was cheering his name as he walked onto the stage. And he has been showing up so far.
But after that fight, let's just take a quick recall because gold is dead even. The Dragon earlier went over to BLG, and Kitty, I was going to ask you about setup for this one. As JDG continue pushing in bot, putting more pressure there, it looks like they had their eyes on that timer, trying to set up there first.
Yeah, missing going for the engage.
Ooh, quickness doesn't land, but now the flash to follow it up. Elk, low on HP at this point as Knight finally arrives, and they will finish off the AD carry. It took a while, but look at the plates the Ruler is sweeping up.
No.
My God, not again.
With the Cole sitting on 4 as well, this is something that you don't want to be seeing as Elk for this game to hopefully BLG gets the response kills, the response plays in this middle lane, but I don't think it's enough.
Oh, the whole gang is here as Knight charging on forwards, 100% kill participation.
And Shun has no flash as well. Cyclone comes through, shielded to Ram, but missing follows through right on the Kindred. Without Lamb's respite, JDG are punching their way through this final.
There's 4 people bot lane and then there's 4 people mid lane. JDG is walking as a 4-man unit across this entire map, and I think just talking about this Wukong and Ahri, they have so much mobility. They just jump over walls and cheat the tempo by so much. And of course, in the previous fight, Knight is now 3-1, getting those resets, and now the Everfrost as well, just making everything so much easier to set up.
I mean, JDG right now, they're looking at the scoreboard, seeing On's Moby Boots and laughing maniacally. They're faster than Moby Boots ever could be. But look at this, the cavalry to punish BLG.
Yeah, I mean, Shun, with his ultimate being such a long cooldown, just didn't have that available here as well. 369 was absolutely missing, Bin was missing.
No, you're right. You're right. Absolutely missing.
And yeah, it was just a 4v2 in the mid lane, and of course, Shun caught out.
And that's what makes JDG so insane, isn't it? You saw the timer on Lamb's respite. People at home, that was less than 10 seconds. They found that timer perfectly onto Shun. And now that we've got Dragon live, JDG got a bit of an advantage here with gold. We'll see what they can do with those 3 big bounties and now moving towards the objective.
Shun does have that ultimate available for this next fight though, so that is going to be huge. Wukong not there just quite yet.
Okay.
So BLG need to play this very carefully within the time frame, just like how JDG did it 30 seconds earlier.
Less than 1,000 gold between the teams here as On Hex flashing around looking for an opportunity on his Blitzcrank. And remember, any fight can change on a dime when you've got a Blitzcrank in the game. Missing, trying to defend the tower as well. Looks like he should. No, actually won't be able to finish off that plate. Instead, moving over towards the Drake. Kanavi could be in trouble. Knight misses the charm.
Holy!
Oh, the clone!
The clone, you're right. So Yagao not going to be able to follow that up. The Dragon's going to be started with Kanavi getting zoned out.
Here's Elf stepping onto the scene as Ruler stood on a ward right now. Find his zap, but On going to be looking for those hooks. Keep your eyes on that Blitzcrank.
But remember, Elk doesn't have his first item, Ruler does. And again, this Jinx, like last game, could be dangerous. Quickness going to be burnt on, flashes away immediately. Rock Grab doesn't find anyone as Kanavi jumps in. The wins are all great. And the death rocket onto Shun is huge. Yagao, he's just playing a frontline tank.
Just completely broke Missing's ankles. That was gorgeous, but now JDG muscle their way onto the Drake. They'll find it. 369 in the middle of everyone. Yagao misses the fight here, and everyone charging on it.
But look at Elk's ulti as well. He's got the perfect guns. It's low health, fast as Lambs. Keeps them alive. Shun in the middle though, gets them all low as Elk is the target, but they get onto the back line. JDG do it again!
The Kindred ult backfires for BLG and it saves the entirety of JDG, and they get a 4-for-0 wipe.
I mean, that was not the greatest ultimate you've ever seen. Shun had to use it, but JDG just jump on it. The whole gang just joins the party.
We thought it was looking so good. I mean, like you said, Missing's ankles are getting broken by Shun here, but I thought this was looking really good for BLG. Bin got a 4 or 5-man stun in this specific choke, but there was just not enough AoE damage from BLG to execute anyone. And 369 ulting him and also obviously connecting the stun as well, but Missing has that distraction of the response, split up BLG, and of course forcing the Kindred ult out at the very end to save everyone. I mean, Kanavi lived on 1 HP.
I love the Venga bus getting in the middle of the Lamb's respite, you know. It was just perfect.
That was, I mean, it's the fact that Shun doesn't say, you can see Light laughing about it as well.
Mind if I do?
Yeah, Shun drops the ultimate and just everyone from JDG piles aboard. And I mean, just look at the scoreboard. Look at the kills and assists for Kanavi and Knight. You already mentioned, Kitty, the Wukong and Ahri, the combo for the early game.
And I feel like we're just getting the JDG experience in Game 2 all over again, right? We talked about it in Game number 1. It comes out of nowhere. JDG found the early game in Game number 1, but it was back and forth a bit. But the Jingdong, once they hold something, they tend to hold it good. It's now with a 3.5k gold lead. Shun's in a bit of trouble.
He spotted
he's
him,
looking for himself, and yep, he's dead. Once again, the timing is huge.
Great little charm there from Knight to deny any chance of escape in that one. And JDG, I mean, once they start, they just don't stop.
And I'm counting right now, 14 stacks at 15 minutes for this Medjai's on Knight Ahri. Very happy as a JDG fan right now. And of course, all the mythics online for this entire roster right now. So with the Herald spawning in 30 seconds, I mean, 369, he's looking like he's going to gain this lane priority and work towards that river.
has the all-out available. Bin could be in trouble here, but watching the queue, I think he'll walk away with his life. And I have to say, these fights, where the Kindred ultimate is deciding everything, Knight,
on the turret, shielded
Duran,
Duran.
and it's too late! It's too early, sorry, Yagao can't find the kill.
That timing is rough for Yagao. When we're talking about these two Pingsheng boys going up against each other yet again, Knight's looking hell good here in the series to get his revenge, to even up the score. Things looking good for JDG overall. BLG trying to get the scraps, which seems to be the second Herald.
Be able to get this one pretty much uncontested. Another rocket. I love the attempts from Ruler, even if he's not fighted the Heralds, like just trying to go for that across the map.
BLG reviving a little bit with that Herald into their pocket, but what do they lose? 2 towers, 1 T2 tower in the bottom lane. I mean, Knight can't, I mean, Yagao can't really respond to this Ahri when it comes to the push, but there's a TP ward.
Oh, here we go. Bin behind enemy lines, needs to be the hero. He certainly was in the first series between these two teams. Gets onto Kanavi here. The rest of the team trying to follow up onto the Cyclone, but he's into the pit. Missing's there to help him out as well. JDG just walk away.
369 is just vibing in that top lane. He's not the one forcing plays around the map. He's kind of acting like a Jax, and he even puts up the thumbs up hysterics.
Oh, he knows the camera timings there. He's a showman. But as you said, you know, not only that, but Bin losing the teleport, hitting a minute 15 for the Dragon is good dodge. That's the response. We now have objective bounties for BLG because they're falling that far behind.
I mean, BLG's entire composition is about this Kindred, and I think once you die a couple of times, maybe like 2 at max, this Kindred pick really falls off immensely, and you already see the desperation from Bin forcing him out the TP flank onto JDG, but JDG having their slippery mobility, they just run out and get out.
And I think, like, talking about the mobility for JDG has been crucial in this game, right? Because it's not just about in the fights, that mobility, the survivability of this composition and using Shun's Lamb's Respite and getting those hand-stiff moments, but also their mobility around the map in the early game. The way that they were moving as a unit, the way that they're catching Shun out in his own jungle, it feels like this JDG roster are fully on the same page.
And we're at that moment again where Rule is sitting on that rapid-fire cannon for this Jinx. And if we reference game 1, that is where JDG looks just, they took over the game. You couldn't really come back once the Jinx started getting those items on. And because BLG traded the Herald for the towers on the bot side, JDG has complete vision control, and they can't contest the second Dragon.
And even though talking about the 80 carries that, you know, we do have Elk, who had some great moments in the early game, that real flashy play bot. Ruler was up that item, he was that diff in AD. So I want to continue watching here as Dragon number 3 is going to go down. JDG with 2 apiece here, with a 5k gold lead at 18 minutes in the game in our grand final. It's, again, a beautiful start as we're hitting that 2-item power spike.
And the star of the show in game number 2 really has been Knight so far, hasn't it?
Agreed.
Because, like, the last 2 finals, coming in 2nd place, changes teams to the team that beat him most recently. And now looking phenomenal in game number 2, but it's a hook onto Missing. He's caught out. Should go down, but the quickness might be able to save him, and he's got teammates.
That's the 3rd time JDG have gotten away with murder here, or at least walking into a brush. BLG just can't get a break.
How many times will they escape moments like this?
I mean, that is just because the Blitzcrank in this game too is so poor. He doesn't have his Everfrost just quite yet. Having that extra bit of CC to lock down the Rakan could have been the difference. But because of the economy, I mean, it is terrible. But the second Dragon, of course, is going to get secured by JDG. And they're in a very comfortable position because they have the scaling comp once again with this Jinx and Kasate.
Certainly do. They're feeling comfortable with the way this game is going. And I mean, I don't even think we need to necessarily talk that much about scaling, because right now they're 6,000 gold ahead at the 20-minute mark. Like, I don't think the scaling is really going to come into things, because the way that JDG plays when they're ahead like this, they end games fast.
I think it comes down to the fight, right? We don't talk about it because so far in this series, the team fighting has been pure bliss, pure fun to watch. Cyclone, speaking of, comes out and
the rocket!
Out of thin air, Ruler picks up his first kill.
That was beautiful. And Ruler, he's just been blasting that rocket out on cooldown. I feel like JDG orchestrating plays based on Ruler's rocket cooldown.
Exactly, and it's kind of giving me flashbacks to how people used to utilize Ezreal ult, just giving a little bit of vision, maybe securing a dragon across the map, but on having a very tough game to find angles on this Blitzcrank. We see it work once, but not too much for the next 20 minutes.
Goes using the bottom lane. Meanwhile, 369 is trying to run down Yagao. The all-out going to be burned as well. Solo kill territory. Yagao does a bit of damage, but the consistency from 369, who wants revenge against Yagao, against The old mid laner, 369 with the solo kill. He's feeling it today.
He certainly is. He is ready for today. Cassante in 2 games and looking phenomenal in 2 games.
We are rolling absolute nines
Oh,
for
yeah.
this finals in the 2023 spring, but I mean, 369 truly does look like a different player compared to their previous best of 5.
I believe we're looking at a JDG staring down match point. It's 7,000 gold, and yes, the game's still going, folks, but 7,000 gold.
I feel like the day's only just begun.
Yes,
How
right.
are we this close to
We wanted a game 5, and we're staring down the barrel of a match point, a 2-0 start, if it continues like this as we look at the replay.
I mean, 369 just knew he could take on this fight. He had 2 items at this point,
Yep.
and my man Yagal was sitting on 1. So Cassante doing Cassante things, very strong when it comes to 1v1 dueling, and of course with Yagal building the Zonias for the second, but JDG starting Baron now.
21-minute Baron as 369 pulled in. BLG have to contest, but there's no one tanky enough to walk into the area. The Baron surely goes down, shot over the wall, but denied by Missing, who gets quickness on everyone, and then just sprints in the other direction. The Cyclone is in, and JDG come out on top again.
It's an absolute wipe. BLG are wiped off the face of the earth, but Jingdong in the past couple of years, it's performance after performance, and now against BLG in the final as Ruler flexes forward. Remember my name in the LPL. He might just be looking at his first title.
A clean 5-0 trade for JDG to end the second game. And we're on match point, guys.
This is absurd from JDG. They only just beat BLG in the upper bracket finals, but here today in the stadium with the crowd behind them, JDG mean business. A 2-0 start to our final.
We talk about LPL legacies of RNG, of EDG. Quickly, I'm starting to think that Jingdong are building their own throne. Match point for yet another title. It would be back-to-back from summer. And BLG came into this looking competitive, but so far it has just been the story of Jingdong wiping the smiles right off their faces.
It's absolutely magnificent to see. They've got 2 trophies in the last 3 years, and they're looking for a third. And remember, it would be back-to-back. Despite 3 roster changes coming into the year, they could be looking at another trophy. Like, that is just such a massive, like, turnaround to be able to change a team so fundamentally and still succeed. It's a massive, like, boon to both the coach and the remaining players.
I mean, to be fair, 369 Kanavi and Missing together as always, but bringing in Ruler and Knight for this year, they are looking spectacular. I mean, I can't stop praising them because we see the difference in that Ahri. We see the difference in that game with the Ahri, and my man was having such a fun time. He was laughing.
In the Ahri as well, right? Like, that was huge from Knight, and I feel like we need to respect JDG more than ever as they look completely different from their BLG series.
They certainly do. I mean, Knight getting almost a stack a minute across the course of that game on his bench eyes. He's feeling good. We're going to kick it back over to the Alice to break down what on earth we are witnessing today.
Thank you so much, guys. And I mean, 2-0, Jamada. We're looking at a pretty quick day, something that not a lot of people were coming into. I mean, looking at these picks, like, kind of walk me through it, because again, blue side is kind of considered to be the big OP.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're looking at is JDG coming into this series with a form that they absolutely demolished EDG with, but not only that, I feel like BLG are just kind of hamstringing themselves in the final rotation because, okay, great, you have Galio Kindred, you know, it's your bread and butter, you've got Felios, Elk, you know, we know he loves his DPS, fantastic, but how do you start fights, like, reasonably and consistently as the BLG roster? You basically are limited to just hooks and hoping that JDG overstep, or you're waiting for them to engage and then you try and counter-engage, but it feels like you need time, you need gold, and you need items for Kindred, for Aphelios to actually, you know, kind of one-shot the divers, and JDG were having none of it. They effectively just efficiently disengaged every single time they saw the Galio come down, and that was it. Then they just went back in because they knew they had the space to do it.
And I think a lot of that comes down to comfort, right? Because BLG have run this, like, Galio Kindred without engaged composition a few times now, and it's worked for them in the past. So I can understand why they rely on comfort, but at the same time, it's just something that, as you just pointed out in practice, isn't always going to be able to pan out. And coming in, I also like to hit on that this comp kind of needs a bit of time, you need to get gold under your belts, because one thing we hit on is that JDG were the best early game team by a mile in the regular season. A lot of people might think back to their last matchup against BLG and be like, my God, JDG's early game's atrocious. No, in the regular season, JDG were like 15-minuting like pretty much everyone they'd go up against. That I guess wasn't a top team at the time before they brought it back, towards the end of the split. But yeah, you just can't really give JDG that wiggle room to be able to find those leads.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like right now you're looking at like JDG have ascended to a new level. Like, I mean, this is kind of the team that was promised, it feels like, when we came into the start of the split. And, I mean, they're just smacking them down, Jamada.
Yeah, Lyric was saying actually off air that, a lot of the times when it comes to the big moments, right, you can always, more times than not, you can trust the ceiling team, right? And it feels like no matter how you slice it, JDG are definitely the team that, on paper, and I mean, they're proving it right here, they are the team with the higher ceiling. And BLG just aren't really showing up right now. That's just the fact of the matter. So I think, to me, BLG need to find some kind of secret source ASAP. Otherwise, JDG, in the form that they're in, playing today, are probably just going to walk into the next game and walk all over BLG.
Yeah, I like that you said the secret sauce, but sorry, just because I thought the secret sauce was the Kindred. That's not the secret sauce anymore, Lyric.
Yeah, I feel like the secret sauce has to be around mid-jungle, right? Like having something with more emphasis from Yagao and Shun to do a better job at controlling that first 5-10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they can actually do. Right now, JDG find them one game away for locking in the spring title. We're going to take it to a break, and when we come back, we'll see what BLG can do, because they're on the back foot.
这些垃圾话都是网上征集的，讲一下怎么搜，想一下。
大家好，我是2017年常规赛 MVP，2018年常规赛 MVP 第2名，2019年常规赛 MVP，去年洲际赛的科列，今年洲际赛的潘森，不硬币。
不可能打败我们，你们5个人加起来应该还没有我们3个人重吧？我们兄弟齐心，1000多斤。我是00，我是班主。
哦，我的老朋友，哦，这么公爵，红旗属于你的红酒杯。
哦，我的老伙计，这么美妙的夜晚，正适合拿一个冠军来相配呢。
优雅永不过时。
也每次都是凭枪中当对决，爷爷队伍能不能给点力，好没意思。
醒醒吧，弟弟，你连网吧赛当时都没赢。
你们不会也想给我点外卖吧？
听说RNG是4保1的，所以我来了，传闻是真的，然后保的是上手。我觉得虎哥一定是值得的。
你知道虎哥有多难吗？你知道虎哥的压力有多大吗？你根本不知道，你只在乎你的防御。
记得 Fnatic 是2号种子，这1号种子的任务交给我，免得你们遇到的他们。
369，你就听你大哥的吧。
回我的别摇了，一个赛季练一个纳尔都不会吗？
一个赛季练一个纳尔那么难吗？
蓝 buff、红 buff、大龙、冠军，我全都要。
我们队伍的话，可以说是 LPL 里面素质比较拔尖的队伍，有上路鬼教王、进贡、打野、阴阳怪气天、中单武王、朱茵比 ，AD 的话就没什么特色的话可能就脑子不太好使。
你们不还是小心一点吧，我的 Q 还是有点准的，然后你自己要注意点了。
放心，我会挡到旮旯前面的，挡到水这个前面。
我在 IG 的时候都没有拿过 LPL 冠军，现在我走了，你们怎么可能还拿得到？
你必须得没点说，大哥。
春季赛的话，我们在半决赛输给了 RNG， 这次我会证明。 算了，别证明了，我就想说吧，我们会不投RNG。
3天内决赛，我觉得我会很快拿下冠军，到时候我带你去澡堂泡一下澡吧。
可以啊，我也不介意。枸杞。
虽然你们上场很难，但是我觉得我们打野比你们大一些。
我一得不到反馈，我手就抖，但我们上单的手真的不会抖。 我觉得厂长还是应该多去研究一下 MSI 的对手，还是少研究一下我们。
RG 现在没有什么好研究的吧？提高下就完事了。我觉得麻辣香锅能保住自己的野区就已经很万幸了。
在 LPL 已经统治这么久了，我觉得他们该歇歇了。
其实我最近就已经开始看其他赛区的决赛了，研究一下 MSI 的对手。
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my
我觉得 BLG 下路组现在实力的话是比较好的，然后状态也非常火热，各方面都做的比较顶尖吧。然后但是无所谓，我的 AD 是入了。其实走到决赛还是也比较艰难吧。然后想对队友们说就是，特别感谢我队友，然后想跟他们说就是辛苦了，然后我们继续再努力，然后我们开开心心的去完成这次决赛。
I love that little bit at the end as well. Let's just enjoy the grand finals. They are very much enjoying it right now. Welcome back, one and all. We are coming in to what is potentially the final game right now, Lyric. It's a 2-0 for JDG, and they started all off straight away as they wanted to try and kind of move this game forward.
Yeah, we saw early game once again kind of going in favor of JDG, starting off with some of these team fights. I feel like here it was just so good. You see the pincer movement coming with Missing able to move first, 369 Pride on a lot of small things. 369 able to cancel the Galio ult. Kanavi buying a ton of space for that ultimate so Shun isn't able to go forward. And it was moments like this where you could just see that JDG just their individuals know exactly what to look for in these fights, what to cancel, how to buy space, and it just set them up perfectly for success kind of heading into the next fights.
Yeah, and it's so strange because you'd think normally a competition like this for BLG is like one that will win out in skirmishes, but this is what I was talking about earlier on before we went to the break. Who starts the fights, right? The clip starts quite far in, but you see on walk up, knock up Missing, and then Missing's like, well, okay, I guess he's not going to be able to do anything. And as soon as the Galio ult comes down, everyone just backs away. Everyone walks out because they can. There's no additional lockdown. There's no Nautilus or Rakan on there, and they banned away the Nautilus. They could have had the handshake there and available. They decided not to have it, and because of that, it just felt like JDG were able to run all over them, and it felt like, in part as well, Knight had a pretty good game because he had so much mobility to dodge and dance around what limited engage there was available for BLG.
Yeah, like it really did feel like they're just kind of picking and choosing when and where they took the fights. BLG were trying their absolute hardest, but like you mentioned, without the real kind of setup after, because the Galio was great as a follow-up. You need someone in there, like a Sion, a Malphite, hell, a Camille. We know the Venn diagram of Demacia to kind of come in there to try and make that one work, but it just never kind of formulated. Now, Lyric, potentially a final game here, like you were talking about that secret sauce, we can kind of maybe deep dive a little bit more into that. Like, what is the secret sauce? What do you want to see them kind of come in with this potential final game?
I think we're going to see more out of Yagao's pool because Yagao's pretty much in playoffs leaned exclusively on the Annie and the Veigar. So maybe him going back to, whether it's something like a LeBlanc, which surprisingly enough was banned against BLG earlier on in playoffs, if you think back, but they never ended up pulling out. Things like this, being able to get earlier pressure with him alongside Shun. And then I would expect maybe we start to see, hey, Bin's obviously incredible to Jax, like he's been bodying everyone with it, but maybe a move to something like a Gnar or, another comfort champion that also then can offer like a bit of frontline presence once you do hit that mega. Because I think sadly for Bin, we've seen, he is not going to get his hands on the Ken in the series. We know for BLG that they're going to end up staying on the blue side. So I would expect JDG to keep the same ban. So you're probably not getting the Annie. You're probably not getting the Kennen. And yeah, so those are the kind of pivots I want to see from BLG.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they're able to kind of do. We're going to send it back over to Munchables, Hysterics, and Kitty as they bring us into game number 3.
I think that Gromp just about sums everything up right now. There's a huge question mark for BLG. And the question is, where are they right now? Because JDG are dominating this series. Where is the BLG that took JDG all the distance, the full 5 yards, and almost won that upper bracket series?
We don't know. They're missing Hysterics. Did you hide them away? Did you hide Giga Bin away? Because I think like the biggest difference for this best of 5 compared to their previous matchup was the top side. We don't see the explosive nature of Bin and Yago and Shun, where they're just getting trampled on by Kanavi pretty much.
I mean, it's a different stage as well, right? I understand BLG may be a bit more trepidatious, a bit more reserved, because this is a huge arena, and this is the first time as a team that they're playing in front of a massive crowd, right? This is obviously for missing the player rather than BLG missing, because right now they're looking cute with gusto. On match point, by the way, I feel like JDG, this is the beast that we came into the split expecting. This is the early game, or rather powerhouse that we saw in the first couple of weeks in the split. We're seeing it again, and it's not the JDG that went up against BLG the round before. It's the JDG that we all fear that we're seeing on the Rift today.
Yeah, and again, it feels like this is the JDG that want those back-to-back trophies.
Yeah.
They're up against Bin, who wants that spring trophy again. Both teams will be going to MSI. And to be honest, this just feels like a warm-up for JDG so far. This feels like they're just getting ready for that international tournament. It doesn't look like they're struggling at all.
Yeah, exactly. And they were never really in a sticky situation for these first 2 games, so we don't even know what their peak looks like, because they just had a really swift early game throughout the entire last 2 hours, and we really need to see BLG put up a challenge and really take them to that 5-game mile.
Because you have to remember what this is for as well. Yes, both teams have MSI, but it is starting in play-ins versus starting in the group stage, right? It is starting in a much longer journey. Not every team is DRX, by the way. Not every team can be the 4th seed of LCK that makes it to the World Championship and wins a Game 5.
Oh, we don't know yet. BLG maybe could be their year.
But still, it's a disadvantage that they can fight against. They have to now reverse sweep in the Grand Finals. And I will say it's hilarious because Yagal's been in this spot before. He's been 3-0'd in a finals before, 2019 spring on JDG, before they lost Imp, before the team grew to what it is now. Against IG, he got 3-0'd. So he's experienced this before. Let's hope it's not going to happen again.
Look, I'm not too worried for BLG. They definitely have the chances of reverse sweeping. I mean, we're only at 2 games, but BLG starting in round 2 and also making all the way to the spring finals, playing 6 best-of-5 matches back to back to back to back. They do have that plot armor that DRX could have used.
Certainly do. It's been a long, old journey for BLG, and it would be devastating to see it end here in the finals in a 3-0 fashion. So fingers crossed we get some signs of life here from BLG in game number 3 as they get ready for the draft. And it looks like, on the players' faces, still feeling good, still feeling confident. They don't look too down and out. You know, sometimes this late in a series, you look at the player faces and it looks like it's over. That's not the case right now for BLG.
It's a really good sign of life for a team that, again, hasn't played in front of a crowd on stage together. JDG, on the other hand, though, I mean, talk about signs of life. They are smiling there, cheering.
Oh, yeah.
Now on match point here, it's up to BLG to turn the favors. We got to pick ban. We've already been talking about the Kindred today. That wasn't enough. With the Galio combination, that wasn't enough either. BLG are on blue side yet again. So let's see what changes here in the draft as Tabe has to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
The exact same bans from game 2, but this time the Rakan is going to be the one getting taken off for missing, and we've been putting so much pressure on this Rakan pick where any LPL can make this champion work, but of course the Annie is going to get taken away from Yaga as he is still a very good engaged tool, but they're going to deny the Ahri and potentially look for the Wukong unless Navi takes it here.
I like this from Yagao. He's like, you know what, Knight? You don't get this champion anymore. We can't deal with this champion. No more of the Galio shenanigans.
But you know what's open? Knight can pick Syndra, and Syndra is going to be nuts.
I know, you're excited. It's banned away because BLG did their homework.
I'm blinded by the arena lights.
I love the enthusiasm, though, but yeah, not today. Wow, we're going straight through the picks and bans here. Both junglers locked in, and the Xayah comes out from Elk.
I really like this champion on Elk because I think he and Lee probably some of the best Xayah plays that we have. Of course, Rula does have a championship skin on this champion as well, but still, 32% damage share is not a joke, and this man does magical things when JDG locks in those melee solo laners.
But speaking of JDG, I mean, we've got Lysandra coming through from Knight, so it might not be that Syndra, but something to, I guess, cancel out Yagao here on the Ahri.
And we're seeing the Vi versus Wukong from game 1 again, but this time the champions have been switched around, so can Shun make the exact same impact that Kanavi was able to find and get the early game rolling, this time paired alongside Ahri, where they are pretty much taking away JDG's composition and putting it into their own circumstances.
And I love that ban. On getting Blitzcrank respect bans in the LPL Finals. That says a lot about his growth as a player, doesn't it? But the Thresh is going to be answered to try and remove some of the safety from that Aphelios in the bottom side. So that's Thresh gone and Lulu gone.
Yeah, quite a bit as well with the Rakan alongside it. So I'm curious about what JDG are going to pull out down here because we're getting into the Nautilus territory, the Leona, some of the harder gauges and supports with. Also, as you mentioned, Munch, Lulu taken off. We're really going down.
Yeah, On's champion pool is really getting narrowed down here. There's Rakan, the Thresh, the Blitzcrank all gone now. So maybe he leans towards something like you said, the Leona, where he is very comfortable on it because I'm not a very big fan of Lulu. I think On has a very big voice when it does come to the engages on BLG, but we'll have to wait and see what they decide to opt into because 3 games in a row, it's going to be top lane counter picks for both sides.
I do feel like the Nautilus would be nice for BLG, but the thing is, if you don't ban it, it's quite nice for JDG as well. It's going to be Renata taken off of the board here, but the Mr. Kench as he prefers to be known. Locked in for the bottom side, missing a ruler, playing weak side down there.
You talked about this in game number 1, Kitty. You talked about this being on the board, missing historically as well. Even when he was on WE, it was a time of Tahm Kench. He's played so much of it. Now we have to see what it's responded by, as we talked a little bit about the engage potential on Onsooning. I think Leona, I think Nautilus, I think of commandeering the bottom lane and setting up BLG here.
A lot of single target CC. I'm assuming 4 ruler on that Aphelios, but you need to know that this Nautilus pick was into a Tahm Kench. And if you don't go for the Tahm Kench, or if the Tahm Kench isn't dead before the fight, then all of that single target CC is going to get taken away.
And now Bin has to go for the blind pick. This is 369's opportunity to take over, because with a Lissandra in the mid lane and an Aphelios that wants to play for later on in the game, this does feel like a draft that JDG really could play towards 369 for once.
Tabe behind him. No, you don't. Lock in the Gwen. We need some more AP damage, apparently. And BLG are going to go with that option. But look, as we talk about 369, so far it has been K'Sante throughout the series. We've said it so many times. Run into the Gwen matchup. You know what? He's done it completely fine, so why not run it again?
Yeah.
Complete contribution to the Shy, sorry, but...
No, you go.
K'Sante, I mean, I think the Shy really just speaks to me now. Man has been loving the K'Sante this split, and 369 also following his footsteps, unfortunately, as our favorite, Hysterix' favorite
Did you say
player.
unfortunately following the footsteps
No,
of the Shy?
I'm saying unfortunately that the Shy has been
right, no. I thought you were like, well, that's a bit
I
distant.
paused at a weird spot. I'm so sorry.
The Shy's already dead. Let him go.
I saw the Shy today.
You did.
He's alive.
And if
He's alive.
You didn't get a photo with him. Already the disappointment's there, but I hope we don't say the same thing about BLG. Kitty, run me through BLG starting off, because we have a different style of comp this time around. With Desire, with Bin on the Gwen for game 3.
BLG is straight up looking for blood. They have so much lockdown for this game 3 composition. And once they pick someone with that Nautilus hook, or if someone gets caught out, then the resets from the R, we saw that in game 2. It's going to be absolutely insane. But Bin blinding the Gwen, knowing that 369 was going to opt into another frontline tank, is going to be the key for BLG to take over this game 3 and flip the scoreline.
And it feels like almost the opposite story, right, for JDG, where you look at that composition, you've got the Tahm Kench to make sure Ruler can get out of fights. Lissandra, incredibly difficult to lock down. She's so good at getting away from these plays. You got a Wukong, you got a K'Sante. Like, BLG need to find picks, but JDG have a composition that's very difficult to pick.
I mean, my eyes are definitely on and Xun.
Yep.
They need to work together for this game 3. We have seen a lot of lacking synergy from this support and jungle duo, where the proactiveness just wasn't there.
What brought them this far? Match point for JDG, though. Their dynasty's already here. And the fans are firing up for them, looking for another title. Back-to-back champs. If they can win this or the next 2 games after, it's BLG who have to find themselves in the driver's seat.
It's JDG 2-0. BLG, they were the underdogs coming into playoffs in 5th seed. They were the underdogs making their way through the bracket. 6 best of 5s to get here today. And now in the final, feels like underdogs here in game 3 as they're 2-0 down. JDG feeling strong, feeling confident, and looking good on the stage.
And
today.
making themselves known to the world as maybe a bit more of a household name. We talk consistently about RNG, about EDG historically, even the WEs. I could go to IG as well, teams that have won World Championship, but in recent years, I feel like Jingdong are now the new, I guess, emperors, we could use the word, right? If they're able to find their win here in the series at any point, their legacy not only has it begun, but I feel like it's going to be ingrained into the LPL on this 10th anniversary here in 2023 spring.
Slowly but surely developing this roster over time, and now, 369 reunited again from Top Esports. Ruler coming over from the LCK. Definitely feels like a roster that you've got to fear in the LPL. But BLG, no slouches, and again, changing their tact this year compared to what we historically expect from BLG, which is just throwing money and trying to win that way. It's not worked for them in the past. And now BLG changing their strategy, going with a roster of players with a lot of potential and making it all the way to final.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because for BLG, the Uzi roster you're talking about, the one where all the money sank into it, it was a perfect roster on paper. It made sense, but it just didn't come into fruition. And the fact that now the leftover, the scraps here from BLG are in this spot, need to show us why they got here first of all, but still it's a good sign, as against JDG it's a different task.
I do really want to highlight, or talking about ADCs, I want to highlight Elk and his addition to the team. I think he has probably been the most underrated out of everyone else, but we do see a bit of counter jungling as I pause that point, because Kanavi, being the usual Kanavi, he is going for those counter jungling camps.
He's doing it right in the very face of BLG here.
annoying.
Yagao not going to move on over. Doesn't realize it's going on. There's Shun going for his Krugs. He's going to be spotted out. Kanavi's got Smite available. He might just be able to steal this one away, and he does. I think he got that one. Looking for the little ones as well. Shun trying to escape. BLG moving on over, but so's missing.
Right, everyone compacting in on just needs a dredge line. Kanavi might have to flash, and he gets bitten by his own tactic.
Was it worth it in the end? It's about sending a message.
He's got a 2 CS lead.
That's it, very worth the flash.
Exactly. Stole the big Krug, burnt the flash, but what does it mean? Maybe the championship. Who knows, Hysterics?
Well, again, it wouldn't be Kanavi if it didn't end like that. Again, it can burn in his face, or it can work out perfectly, but that aggression is what we know him for, as Shun will now climb his way up to the top side. Kanavi's not here. It's a swap of the map for now.
And the thing I love about BLG's composition for this Game 3 is Elk is on the Xayah. He's more than happy to weak side. You can't really engage onto the Xayah after she safely scales to that level 6, and you just pull all your resources onto this Gwen, which was a blind. That's how confident Bin is feeling for this Game 3. So Shun already working his way there, but BLG looking for a little bit of action in this bottom lane.
They are trying to contest the wave here as Ruler. Strong weapons, Knight could be in trouble. That's a great charm, and it denies everything! What a first blood from BLG.
A brilliant start to Game 3 when your backs are against the wall. Shun wakes up ever so. That interrupt was perfect, and I'm glad to see BLG working as that cohesive two-man unit again.
And that is the proactiveness that we have been wanting from BLG. Shun getting the first blood as well, so he's going to work towards that Black Cleaver very early on. But this was just a really nice charm from Yaga to start everything off, as Knight thought he was safe with that E going towards the other side of the wall, but interrupted by Shun, which is just very beautifully done by the jungle of BLG.
Yeah, basically no opportunity to escape the charm, like you say, denying the claw. I mean, he could have flashed at the end, but realistically, what would that have done for him? Yagao could have just mashed, could have just matched, sorry. Yeah, like you say. So now Ruler looking for a plate, dodges away from the hook from On. So far, so good for JDG on the bottom side. Yes, they've got a Tom Kench, but they're winning the lane anyway.
Yeah, the wave going to be taken here as Elk and On seem to be backing away. Meanwhile, top side, Bin's not doing too bad himself, and we've been saying in a matchup that feels like could have been abused by Bin more in Game 1, Game 2 with the Jax. It should have gone a bit better. This time around, I think earlier on, Bin has a bit of advantage here on the Gwen, and is showcasing some of the play potential that we can be looking forward to from BLG's top lane.
A lot of AP, like you said, for this Game 3, the Gwen, the Ahri, and the solo lane. So if those two champions don't get ahead, then it's all going to be up to Elk, as he's on the Xayah, and it's one of his most proficient champions. But I want to see more for this Gwen. I mean, the Herald is going to be up in 2 minutes. The Dragon is also up right now, but if the Herald gets dropped for Bin, that is where BLG starts their story.
JDG wants to try and fight for this straight Yagao with the target. Spirit Rush forced out. You'll be happy with that one as someone an ultimate, used.
Kitty said that Dragon now up and available. JDG starting because of it as well. And Shun hovering on the outskirts. He doesn't have the ultimate himself. So not able to get into that cease and desist into it. So first Dragon just looks like it will be JDG's.
I do want to see some more proactiveness from On.
Okay.
He needs to leave lane, he needs to hover mid lane. Yago has the ultimate available. He can connect all the CC onto Knight and maybe get a snowball starting there and then work towards that vision control for this Herald, because you don't need the Nautilus sitting in the bottom lane. Elk is fine by himself.
And I like the idea of focusing on Knight as well, especially with how he's been performing this series. Like, we keep on talking about the fact that he really wants this finals. This was a big leap for him to leave top esports for his first split with JDG. To be that win would be huge. Looked amazing so far this series, but one pick already for BLG. Shun almost level 6. That could be a scary moment for Knight in the mid lane.
It really could. Again, we've already seen the flash burn. It is, or rather the interruption burn by Shun and his flash. Knight still has the summoner, but it's going to be an interesting piece of action if we can find anything missing. And Kanavi moving to this mid lane.
The bottom lane.
What's happening down there? JDG are moving as a unit as BLG try.
Oh, the turret is gorgeous. Ruler That was very nice. And now JDG, they want to punish it. They want to find BLG out of position.
LEC missing for now, but peekaboo, there's Knight, the flash tongue lash as well, onto On. He slows him down, but Knight gets the flash, a double root, the knockup. Not hitting there from missing as Kanavi goes under turret for JDG. A little bit messy and BLG survives.
Knight still had his ultimate. And like, there are so many ultimates available for JDG. I'm surprised they didn't commit more to the play.
Undercommit.
Maybe they want to just reset, burn the flashes from Elk, do it maybe 3 minutes later, but they're going to work towards that Herald. But it's going to be the ultimate from Knight.
Yeah, speaking of those ultimates, there's the pick they were looking for. On. Yeah, I don't like to say it, but that one was off.
They're writing the script for sure. I don't know what's happening there, but
You just had to sneak that one in, Munch.
double ulti used in the end, and a kill going over to JDG. BLG going to get a trade on the top side, but they committed hard for that, and it hasn't failed them yet. Let's be real, in both games, setting up Raw for success, getting that plating, he has been the carry, the AD carry that would. Once again, he gets a bit of freedom in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and he has the pull as well, so he's more than happy to just be farming in the bottom lane. Although even, but that kill from Knight and Kanavi helping out the bottom lane, a bit of a disrespectful walk-up from On. I mean, you know that the Lissandra still has ultimate here, and his sweeper didn't spot anyone out, so he thought it was fine.
You can see the missing, trying to predict the flash there, but Knight CC chain is so long that On couldn't even flash in time to get onto the top catch knock-up. Now Shun wants to try and make a play on the map himself, get up towards his top side.
Cease and desist is available now, as Kitty said before, but 369 also has the all-out. Bin with the needlework, but he's waiting so long.
Yeah, really important to mention, Shun did get that Herald during the replay. 369, CC chained up, the needlework is there, and should be able to finish the job. They make it look easy on the top side.
But Kanavi's coming in as well, no Cyclone available. He has to just sit there and watch as we finally see a bit more action from Shun top.
Unfortunately, couldn't drop the Herald because we also see Knight rotating towards his top lane. So really nice that Kanavi was able to cover, although 369 did fall as a result. But BLG, they know what they're supposed to do, and that is just invest everything onto Bin. The kill went into Shun's hands, though, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, Shun 2-0-0. 20 CS down, but having 2 kills. Be very happy with the way this one's going. And that's important because we talked about this BLG composition. They do have to be proactive. They do have to have a lead when we head towards the mid-game, and they're getting close to 1,000 gold ahead as we speak.
But as we know so far in this series, that's not enough. Let's be real, we've had back and forth dragons, we've had gold leads that have spanned evenness to about 25, almost 30 minutes sometimes. For JDG, they've been in control of this series, really, in the majority from the word go. So for BLG, let's see how that proactivity keeps up. We do have a minute 15 towards the dragon, guys, so I want to point your attention there. I want to point your attention towards the items that are getting close to being finished. Bin, in particular, with the Riftmaker, feels like it'll be coming soon. And I should also say, alongside Elku, should be getting towards that Gale Force soon as well.
Yeah, this Xayah did not get punished for burning both summoners early on from that rotation of JDG, but I was just looking at the mid lane matchup. I mean, there's a reason why Ahri is such high priorities because she gets constant push, and if Knight is consistently getting stuck in his lane, then that allows Shun to do whatever he wants, and you can already see the vision being set up by BLG for this upcoming dragon.
Yeah, a bit of an issue for the Lissandra as well, when Lissandra is one of the champions that you kind of know of and think of as a champ that wants to lead that mid lane, so getting stuck under the tower can be a bit problematic. But the thing is, no matter how far ahead BLG get in this early game, JDG's team fighting has been absurdly good this year. The comebacks they've had across the course of playoffs have been insane. Herald comes down in the mid lane. Knight can't quite defend the second plate there. We'll finish off the Herald. So 2 plates going to Yagao and Shun.
Moving down the bottom lane, Ruler just going to catch this wave before the dragon comes out as well. 10 seconds. No vision right there for JDG. They're going to have to walk into this river blind as On is waiting for a pick himself. Hex flash over, spotted now by that ward as Dragon now spawns.
Shun is here too. I mean, what's the game plan here for BLG? It feels like they should be the ones still in the driver's seat for the time being. Like, how do they brute force things like this dragon?
I mean, early on, Yagao did have that Spellbook Cleanse available, so it was pretty much impossible for JDG to ever engage onto this Ahri. So perhaps BLG playing with the vision that they've been able to set up, but now, unfortunately, given over to JDG, it's going to be a little bit hard to play with those picks, which we see the Vi and Ahri do so well.
More priority on the bottom side helping out.
Dragon almost down and just dead. Okay, JDG walk out and Bin walks back towards the top lane. So, again, I feel like we're seeing this as a recurring trend, guys. BLG either being a little bit slow to the objective or not having the item advantage, willingness and confidence to fight.
And look at the Soul as well. Hex Tech Soul with JDG already having two Drakes for themselves, having a composition that loves a team fight. I mean, that feels dangerous for BLG. It ain't over yet. BLG certainly have the tools to find some picks, but I feel like we need to see them look for some picks.
Most definitely, and Kanavi making his way towards his bottom lane once again, but mid lane is so pushed in by Yago, so it's going to be impossible for this Lissandra to rotate towards his bottom lane. So if they do take this, Ari and Vi going to be there first, and this could be a trap set up for JDG.
Let's hope On doesn't disrespect again, because he walked into the brush last time, and he got punished for it as Elk's left alone.
Oh, they're being so patient.
He's not walking up though. Ruler then spotted and missing as well with that ward.
But Kanavi isn't yet.
Yeah, exactly that.
The problem, this is the fundamental problem with having a top catch, right? Who actually starts that play? Unless they walk really, really close.
Right now.
Them. Okay, going to get started with a cease and desist at the very least. Munch, you're taking on the Tom Kench, but bought some time as Ruler's ulti in reverse. Big missing, still not dead. Who can kill this frog?
He's just vibing in the bottom side. The hook comes out though after the flash from On. Will be answered with a flash from Missing as well. The dash from the Gale Force. Frost is there, but not enough damage to get a kill.
Nidus flash!
JDG managing to turn the play around, managing to survive the attempt from BLG.
One Spirit Rush still available. Charm misses as well. Does not go in. There's a Glacial Path taken. Yes, it is. Onto the 80 carry, but Elk fires back. The root not coming through from the Blade Caller, and BLG stared them down. Both teams on the cusp in this game 3, but no one overcommits.
Ultimates burn from BLG, and they get absolutely nothing. I mean, they did get the Tahm Kench summoners, but that's about it. Tahm Kench, you get an extra 300 gold, but it doesn't mean too much in terms of setting him behind. So this is an overall dub that JDG will be more than happy to take.
I love that Knight massively delays his recall there. He's like,
just in
go
case.
on, Elf, reach for the wave. I dare you. He still has that ultimate available. You know he can finish off that Xayah, but won't find anything, just push the wave. Will reset now himself.
And we'll have to wait till Dragon coming up next before we see the next fight. Maybe second Herald. I'll talk to you guys about that in a second, but don't you think it's just funny how this series has developed? Game 1 was an all-out brawl. It was bloodthirsty. Game 2, we were teetering on the edge of a lot of fights, and there was a bit more blood. Now we have 3 kills in 14 minutes, and I feel like it's also because BLG know they're against match point, know that they're in jeopardy of losing their championship here. JDG are the ones who are on triple match point. And for BLG, it's a hard pill to swallow.
But JDG is just playing so disciplined on both sides of the map.
They are.
And it's incredibly hard to ever kill Ikasante unless you get the perfect E-stun from Shun. And in bottom lane, I mean, you did chuck everything onto this Tahm Kench, but the red and white from Ruler was just zoning everyone up in a 2v3.
Speaking of, here we go, on to Missing. Ult's going to be used, cease and desist, teleport on the backside as well. But everything used in this Tahm Kench, buying time, but he's interrupted as they turn for Ruler.
This is it!
Knockup is there, and the follow-up from Shun. On should have his hook available any second. Cyclone from Kanavi to buy space and time. Gravitum across the team as well. And Bin now trying to chase down Ruler, but can't connect. Oh, the flash comes through, and it's out to grab the kill.
And finally, BLG snapped their jaws shut. JDG going to lose the mid lane turret for it as well, and the gold just plummets upwards. BLG coming together with their team fight. That's what we talk about with this team, and it is great to see it here in a game 3.
Missing on the Tahm Kench, we've seen it before. He has made these mistakes where he's over-committed in the lane. The Tahm Kench, no flash, just sit back, buddy. Play for Ruler, play it safe. But Shun finds the angle. Every ultimate gets dropped onto this Tahm Kench because they need something by the time of this game.
Yeah, the TP coming out from Bin as well to make sure that BLG maintains the numbers advantage here and then just able to follow.
And you're seeing a big problem with this Lissandra vs Ari matchup where Yago makes it here first once again. Knight is absent from any of these fights. 4v5 and BLG are probably going to snowball this out of control now.
Yago showing that he can play the RE2. Great little charm flash coming out.
Hang on, Mike, what did you
found
just say?
up in the top side. No, the caster curse is huge. Wait a second, 369 just blinking for a second there, and he follows it overnight, able to follow the all-out. That's gorgeous.
And the old top esports boys sync up nicely, looking a little bit grim at first, but a kill going back to JDG with a 30-second death timer. And guys, we do have the Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, so maybe an advantage for JDG as they get a bit more gold to reset now.
That is double ultimates for the solo laners of JDG, not a clear
point,
engage for JDG other than Kanavi, so he needs to use his ultimate very wisely, but it seems like they're going to give this third Dragon and get the top tier 1.
Yeah, looks like they are looking for that top tier 1. No TP available for 369. And Yagao, he may be dead, but he has that teleport available. BLG will find a Drake unless Rogues comes out from Kanavi, but I don't think it's worth trading your life.
I think it's a great point you made, though, Kitty, as we see the Dragon trade, where when that engage tool's down for JDG, things look a little bit harder, right, to come together, that execution. We talk about JDG's team fighting being great in series, but they're really good tools to highlight here, as 369 and Knight feel pivotal to how this game streak could go.
My worries right now is that although Vi is very ahead in terms of items and she has a bounty on her head, she is very killable in team fights. And if you generate a big enough gold lead and you accidentally make an overextended play onto Ruler where Tahm Kench saves her or something, well, that's just a $500 bounty into a carry for JDG.
Yeah. Interesting to see Elk's build in this game as well. The Kraken Slayer coming on through here. Like, quite often you see Zai going for the Gale Force. He just wants to be a turret, which against a Lissandra, against a Wukong, that can be tough to just be able to blast out that damage, not have the Gale Force to try and survive those fights.
You have the ultimate, you have the cleanse, also the flash as well.
You might have 369 at the top side as well, but a true damage coming on through. Yagao should be able to finish the job of the all-out. Blinks him back to the other side of the play, getting a bit of healing from the grasp as well. How is he surviving this long? The shield comes on through. 369 using that ghost to try and buy himself space. Elk moving over as well on his ear. There's no way out for 369, but he still keeps it going somehow. Shun trying to chase it on out. Is this an execute? No way that this is an execute. 369 dodges the Q. And somehow it's a kill to the side. In the meantime, JDG go in.
It's Jason Bourne on the other side of the map as we see the depth charge used onto Ruler. BLG had themselves a defensive play in the mid lane, but 369, we saw that last game as well. This guy is on a roll.
Man just held the entire BLG's roster in his fist for a good 2 minutes. They got the mid-tier 1, dropping that herald down, also working towards that second. A very good ultimate from On to have at least a bit of threat to stop the map from opening. But JDG, I mean, they just took over the map in terms of turrets.
Yeah, they certainly did. And look at the goal difference now, right? We are less than 1,000 between our two teams. That's so exciting as we head towards not just the mid-game fights, but honestly, we could well see late-game 5v5s this game, and that is something, I mean, every LPL final needs a little bit of.
Well, I feel like it's a perfect way to take us to a potential game 4 or to a championship for JDG. Remember, folks, we came in today talking about Ruler to pick up his first championship. Will it be this game as 369 is going to get ganked into Brush? The charm there again. Are we doing this again? All out is available, but not going to be able to use it in time. Teleport coming in.
Oh no, Knight is in the wrong place here. The Glory comes on through. Has his ultimate available as Kanavi tries to save his mid laner. Everfrost coming on through. Knight has to ult himself, but everyone from BLG still here on the play. No flash and no Knight.
Timing wasn't great, but BLG still find him. And as you say, Baron's now live as of 17 seconds ago. BLG can try and take this worm.
Kanavi's still around the dragon. I mean, the Baron, but it does seem like BLG going to secure this with the Gwen and Kraken Slayer available for Elk. They do trade it for the tier 2 tower mid lane though, but we've seen JDG crack. 369 is getting caught in the side lane again.
Yeah, it feels like they are really focusing on trying to shut 369 out of this game and find these moments. 369 just like, there's no way they're in here again, right?
There's just no way. I mean, they burnt so much trying to kill this Asante once again. The TP from Knight, a bit of a miscommunication. I think he should have just dropped the kill there, but Knight also burning a lot of his abilities here as well. A very bad fight for JDG, and now the Dragon is also on the plates.
And you know, I was talking to 957 earlier on backstage, and he was saying to me he thinks the difference in this series is going to be mid-jungle, right? Game 1, Game 2, we've seen Knight and Kanavi working together great, and Knight has been having the time of his life. Game 3 on this Lissandra, Knight slipping back a bit. Yagao on the Ahri. The playmaking potential between him and Shun has been huge. And it's great to see that now we get to talk about the other mid laner from Pinkxiang, because Yagao's name is on our minds after a couple of great successful plays from BLG.
Drake coming up though in 45 seconds. It does feel like BLG currently have control. JDG going to fight for that.
BLG having absolute control in terms of vision for this bottom side. JDG need to be very careful because BLG's composition, if you get that one charm onto a carry, it's pretty much over, but it does seem like they're getting forced off Bin.
Oh, he's in the wrong spot. This is just top laners getting caught out after top laners getting caught out. Kanavi gonna look for the pick. Cyclone comes on through, and Knight is here to get the CC chain down. Gwen ain't immune to that.
JDG find the pick off, and BLG not willing to commit afterwards, it seems like, as they move in as a unit again.
Stack up for the Drake. BLG sticking around. They want to still go for the fight. A couple of ultimates were used, but I don't know if they can 4v5.
Bin has no TP either, and that's only the Cyclone from Kanavi. They're getting sandwiched here, though. Not sandwiched, suffocated.
No, you're right.
They
It could be a
sandwiched.
sandwich.
They are getting sandwiched as well.
I mean, the charm comes through, but it's only onto the clone. Dragon stares them down. This will be number 3. Is Hexgate used by Yagao on the back end. 5 members still here from JDG. Remember, they have numbers. The charm goes in. Yagao with a big one, but it's frozen. Zoom is the all-out use on the back end as well. And he's down. BLG took this fight with a numbers disadvantage. What were they thinking?
I mean, it's a great engage from Yagao for the enemy team because he just gets absolutely blown up. There's no follow-up whatsoever. BLG, I don't know what they were thinking.
You should have just dropped this because they had the gold lead. Just drop the ego because Bin was dead.
BLG, the gumption to pull and try and pull that play off was huge, but again, hang on.
Wait a second.
On a ward as well, but he backs away. Bin comes in with the needlework on top of missing. 369 disengages. They know that this fish is going back in the pond, so BLG actually getting something long-term.
I guess in the end it's a 1-for-1 trade because Missing did overstay a
lose
tiny
Dragon,
bit. But now, soul point for JDG. Hextech soul is so incredibly annoying when you have Aphelios, long-range AD carries. You can't get away from the grasp. And of course, Vi, when she goes in, she can't really get out. But we'll take another replay of what Yagao was thinking for this Dragon. He was just trying to look for a flank onto Rula, which did connect onto Knight instead. But we didn't know that Lissandra was still available for the side of BLG, so he got caught by surprise. And no one expected one singular Cyclone to get rid of Bin for that pick.
Yeah, absolutely massive JDG to survive the play. And Knight, crucially, surviving with his own ultimate with Missing, saving the day. And that's, like, playing Ahri against Tahm Kench is incredibly difficult.
We said it coming into this that playing this comp against JDG, you both were inquisitive about it. We're seeing it on paper here as BLG try to make a play towards the top side. This is another sandwich.
Could be an opportunity. A great charm from Yagao. The hook is there as well, but didn't have damage to finish Knight off. Ultimate comes through as Kanavi playing Protector here, and Knight should be able to claw his way out to safety.
Ruler is coming in from the side, but BLG are backing off this outer turret, still providing so much pressure that they want to take down.
It does feel like BLG is taking the driver's seat in this game 3, however, so that is very positive signs for a comeback. Because Bin, he's still consistently pressuring in that mid lane, and Hisaki is going to eventually fall off.
Feels like BLG really on the front foot, trying to force the issue, and rightly so, because they're against Soul Point, and they're against a composition that will scale very well later on in the game. Like, Aphelios ain't going anywhere, and the Lissandra late game team fighting is something to be marveled at. Feels like BLG want control in 3 minutes' time when that Drake comes up.
Again for the pick off the back end. I mean, this turret, this is going to be the 4th time BLG are pushing in. They have not backed away from this play as JDG still hover themselves.
And the biggest struggle for BLG right now is just this Tahm Kench ultimate that is available for Missing. We mentioned this in the draft, how BLG opted into the Nautilus for this blind Tahm Kench, and because BLG works so well of picks, well, a singular ultimate that saves the carries of JDG is going to stop all the abilities from going, it is going to make all the abilities go to waste. So BLG need to be very careful with who they decide to pick, because Missing can also be a target for them.
Certainly can be. It's 8-4 on the scoreboard. And it's a 4K goal lead for BLG. And I'm so glad to finally get to this point. Like, this is the point in the game where game 1 and 2 were ending for JDG. BLG, a much stronger performance here in game number 3, changing their tact. And I like that 3 different games, BLG are bringing 3 pretty dramatically different drafts to the table. They clearly have lots in the strategy book to bring to this best of 5.
And I think we've seen that throughout the split as well, right? The diversity, the champion selection, the power that BLG has. That's what's always been their strength. I think Tabe shows that as a coach as well when he's worked with RNG. He can be quite diverse as a bit of a battle for Scuttle Crab on our screen.
I feel like that's really lucky for Shun that he didn't get over that wall, because 369 was there too.
That's true.
I mean, Kanavi was there too, sorry.
He would have died for sure, but we are getting towards Dragon. There's a minute 30 to go until that comes through. That's going to be Soul Point for JDG, if they can find it.
JDG need to be very careful. They don't have any vision on this Baron with the Gwen, with the Kraken Slayer's Eye. They can just sneak it.
Kick things off here on the scene. Elk using that Kraken Slayer. He's an absolute turret, but there we go. Ward comes out. It's Yagao looking for a pick on tonight, but the Everfrost is there to answer, and it might be Yagao getting picked instead. Trying to escape with Spirit Rush, but 369 is on the flank. In the meantime, Baron surely goes down. Cyclone in play.
Yeah, Baron's gone in the meanwhile, now turning for the fight. JDG is still looking ambitiously as Yagao has to flash over the wall. BLG getting out, though. Only losing on so far. Another charm lands, and BLG on the chase out with the all-out. And 369 takes down Yagao. 3 members there, still alive with the cost of Baron.
A 45-second death timer on Yagao, 40 seconds until Dragon is up. BLG, they do get the Baron, but they need to fight for this Drake as well.
TP available for both Yagal and Bin, so they can realistically take this. Also, the Hex Gate is available for On.
True.
So maybe they deny the Baron and the Soul Point in this next fight.
If they can find control, but JDG, you can see they're using those Hex Gates as well, charging towards that area of the map.
There's no ultimate available for Knight and Kanavi, so this is going to be a huge lack of CC if they want to take this.
Bin just hit level 16 as well, folks. Keep that in the back of your mind with the needlework available and JDG's lack thereof.
And look at the ultimates. 369, no ultimate. Kanavi, no ultimate. Ruler, no ultimate. This is tough for JDG.
They walk in, BLG looking confident. That Hex Gate going to be used by On. His angle pretty good for 369. Standing there, zoning him off. Another TP from BLG. They try to get 5 members in. For Hex, Tech, Soul. We're now looking down the barrels. Knight doesn't take the glacial path, but Yagal's angle is huge.
Oh, Kanavi goes in with the Cyclone up on the top side and find the rest of the team. Trying to follow up as well. Missing, surviving. Knight in amongst BLG. Disrupting as a 1v1 goes up on the top side. And now Chaos ensues.
It's a needlework that flies through, but Knight gave them the Shamboozies as he goes down. Meanwhile, JDG relying on Ruler again. The world champion taken down. BLG, the signs of life are there.
A massive fight for BLG, a second Drake, and perhaps more as well. They already got the Baron and TPing to the wave.
As we continue watching this play out, BLG trying to force an end. 369 will kill On, but he's been slowed down so much that the base should be BLG's.
No eggs in this finals. We're going to a 2-1 series with the Baron. They're just going to look to the Nexus now. Munch. It wasn't cursed. BLG still have a chance.
Thank God as well. 369 wants to disrupt that chance, but that minion wave with the Baron buff is huge, and that is plenty for BLG to finish things out. Bin's had a quiet series, but wants to find a couple in this last one. Wait, no way. We don't end the game?
X-Gate's going to be used to get on out. BLG couldn't end it. So close to keeping the series going. But Knight's death timer wasn't long enough, and JDG defend a turretless Nexus.
This is going to be such a pain for JDG because look at the mobility available for BLG, but Yagal just used up so much time from Kanavi, and this ultimate is huge in terms of engage, where Knight was realistically the only one that was providing the amount of CC onto L. A very sad E from this Xayah, but it doesn't matter because you just didn't have the amount of damage that you expect from this Lissandra, so it was all up to Ruler. But Ruler having been up in his face, Bin's Gwen is very insane.
It's good to see as well. Again, BLG, I feel like they've woken up in the series, and even though the game doesn't end there, even though the series doesn't go to a game 4, Bin on Gwen. Sewing class has taken in the past week, apparently.
Damage, that is something else, honestly. But I don't actually want to talk about Bin right now. I want to talk about Shun. Shun has been pivotal this game. He got that bye once again. It's his most played of the split. 70% win rate on that pick for Shun. And it feels fantastic to see him being that big engage tool for his team.
Good again, because for Shun, he's been a little bit quiet, even on the Kindred, which was his pocket pick. That came through in game 2, and we didn't see too much from it, so now seeing the bye is a good sign, considering BLG on the cusp of taking us to a game 4.
Fortunately, no major objectives available just quite yet on the map. 2 minutes on the Dragon, 2 minutes on the Baron, so JDG need to play with their base. Nexus is still up and available, no towers protecting it, so if they do one misplay in terms of macro, the amount of mobility can hop over the wall and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for JDG, all of the towers in their base got destroyed off of the back of Baron and Dragon going down. So they do have 2 minutes respite where there's nothing outside of their base that they need to defend. There's nothing else that they need to contest. So they do get this moment to breathe. But the question will be, can BLG continue to just put that pressure on and use this space to buy the next objective?
And let's not forget, they're also losing their jungle too. So while JDG might be happy that there's no other objective, losing their jungle, losing everything on the map means the gold lead is going to increase. As that charm starts us off, BLG can taste it. They have been out of this series for 2 games now with JDG's team fighting being superb. They can taste the potential reverse sweep all they need to do is get towards the Nexus as BLG are backing away.
Let's hold it with the reverse sweep talk for a minute. Yeah, they've still not even got a single map on the board just yet.
I'm happy to start it.
Dragon, JDG is more than happy to give this soul point over to BLG. It's just not worth the risk. But Baron is another problem because you already have mid and bottom lane exposed. Their inhibitors are going to go down very fast when they do get that Baron. Maybe even work towards the top one and then get triple inhib. The supers are going to be too much for JDG to deal with because you don't have a Hurricanes and the Lissandra doesn't have amazing wave clear.
Relying a lot on the fact that Knight was going to be a pivotal member in this game. Again, it's been nice to see Yagao really stepping up in this game 3. On the pick that Knight carried with last game, that was huge on last game. Yagao has shown up just as much in a big way. We've got Dragon coming up in 30 seconds as well, gents and ladies, excuse me. 15 seconds towards Baron too. 2 big objectives coming up.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, just look at the items on the side of BLG right now. 4 strong for Elk, and we talked about the Kraken Slayer. He is an absolute turret at this point with the LDR finished off as well.
I don't even think Kanavi should go for the flip because it's just going to result in a 4v5. I think they have a bigger chance of winning a 5v5 against the Baron buff, against the soul point given over to BLG, but really smart decision from JDG for this specific choice. But how long can they hold on for? Because we have the inhib for bottom lane respawning, I believe.
I mean,
pretty close. Let's
just entertain the idea for a minute that, you know, this Drake's going to go over to BLG. You can see no contestation coming out from JDG as their inhib's going to come up in 35 seconds. So we'll be on a neutral spot in the map with Baron over to BLG. Like, what is the win condition for JDG? Can they actually 5v5 at this point, or are they just too far behind?
I think Kanavi and Knight need to be protecting Ruler. They need to be the front line and provide the amount of CC to lock down Bin. Bin has just been a madman running throughout these team fights. Gwen, you need to get into a little circle, stop her from snipping Ruler. He didn't assign himself to a hairdresser or anything. It's not a hair day. So hopefully JDG can play off that because this is going to be the last fight.
They're running into that base that you said, the inhibitor respawning. Perfect timing as well as 369 hovers around the edge. It's going to be Shun ulting as well. JDG going in for their last hurrah of this game, but Elk in the back line, he can pull in the feathers. Knight gets hit pretty hard as well. Bin is just running into it.
The needlework tears through the team, and the feathers are there as well. And in the meantime, it's Shun, sorry, to finish off the kill of the top lane. BLG back in style here in game 3.
Welcome to the series. BLG are not going to repeat Yagao's 2019 failings of spring. Picking up a game means we got a lot more to talk about here. The Emperors can apparently bleed in our big stage here, Mercedes-Benz Arena.
They're certainly not the Emperors yet. They have to finish this series off to be crowned as such, and feels like BLG back in the series, right? Showing us what they were doing to find themselves in this finals in the first place.
Yeah, most definitely. And when it does come to best of series, fatigue just gets to you sometimes. You sometimes forget that I shouldn't be getting caught here. We saw a lot of people misposition, 369 missing in particular, where they were just giving gold for absolutely no reason. And BLG taking advantage of this, Shun working towards this Gwen, which was the blind from Bin. I mean, he just took over the game, and Ruler on the other side didn't get as much as a return.
It's funny because we rely on 369 team fighting. We rely on 369 having this really solid foundation that makes JDG tick. This time around, it was Bin, I think, who had better team fighting, and it was BLG working as a more cohesive unit for the first time in this series.
And the weird thing about JDG in this game as well is, like, I liked their comp, but I don't like it for JDG. Like, this is not the kind of comp that JDG usually plays with. I feel like they've got to be able to scrap more. They've got to be able to really take it to their opponents. We're going to jump back to the analyst desk to break this down, and boys and girls, we've got a series on our hands.
Yeah. Should be fine now. I'm back. Lyric, talk us through the draft.
So, you know, we came out of the last game talking about some things we want to see different for BLG. One of the things was like, hey, the ability to potentially be more proactive in mid-jungle. Feels like we hit that this time around with them getting their hands on the Ahri. We saw that pay dividends in the early game. Him and Shun being able to link up, and they were finding a lot of picks in River and in sides. The other big one was Bin maybe getting on more of a team fight pick. I highlighted the Gnar in the pregame, but Gwen kind of feeling that same thing, right? It feels like you're able to offer more presence than the Jax did. Just being able to get in there, throw out your W, makes it hard for people like Ruler to walk up and just like have such an easy time in team fights. So I definitely feel like BLG adjusted their draft to some of the conditions we set out for them before this game.
Yeah, I feel like you've just hit the nail on the head. It's very hard to even follow up on that point. I think I just have to build it and say, like, Gwen is such a game-breaking pick into the JDG composition, to the point where, I mean, look, most damage in the game, the melees get mauled by him, and the range champions can't really do much to either lock him down or deal damage via the W, like you mentioned. I feel like for JDG, they always have to be kind of on the back foot in this kind of game, because how do you engage onto Ahri, onto Xayah, if it's not Knight going in and having to effectively self-sacrifice himself for it? If you don't kill them in the CC, Bin's going to turn around and just do the exact same thing in return. It feels like a bit of a catch-22 in the team fights if the game plays out how it does, where BLG are always going to have the agency to start fights, and in that instance, you would imagine they get the leads, and they did, and it just makes the game so difficult to play out from a deficit for JDG.
Jamada's making me blush, Sadie. Oh, what can he? Yeah, Jamada. But you look at JDG's comp, right? Munch was just hitting on it. Munch was just hitting on it. That not a very JDG-esque comp. It feels like you're putting a lot on Knight's shoulders in my mind in this comp to be able to like get things going for them, but then also kind of taking him off of a more like damage-oriented route, but also like then you don't have things like the Lulu like you did before, to where it's fine if Knight's not engaged because now Ruler can have this bigger presence. So yeah, definitely feels like there are things to adjust for JDG going into the next game.
Yeah, a couple of things to adjust, but they've given themselves the breathing room with a 2-0 start. Is now 2-1 as BLG bounce back. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to be setting up for game number 4.
We began with 17 teams. 85 players started this season with the hopes that they would hoist the LPL trophy. And now as we arrive at the Spring Finals, that dream will finally become a reality, but only for 5 players. This is your finish line. No mistakes, no second chances, no regrets. Rise up and reign.
Kanavi just jumping into Mako's face saying, hey, you can't pull me if I'm already next to you. The whole gang is here from JDG. JJ flashed on by Kanavi as JDG won a third here. Fofo forced underneath the mid lane, and it splashes out from JDG to find all 3. For the first time ever, Jin Dong Gaming will make it to MSI, and they make it to the LPL Finals once again, decimating EDG 3-0.
For BLG, this finals means validation. In a region with MSI and world champions, BLG remain unfazed and have silenced all of the doubters. Crown yourself champion, take the #1 seed, and prove yourself on the biggest stage. For JDG, finals means a chance for redemption. After a disappointing Worlds appearance, there have been many question marks around this team. Reclaim former glory and become champions once again. It's one last best of 5, one last brawl, one last shot at victory. Go crazy, because that's our game.
And OMG, it's an ADC versus ADC fight, but Abel, he should be able to shut this one down. Flash, oh my god, wait. It's Elk! Elk is the one, the only, the carry of BLG! He's going in now, lightning crashes all around OMG, and there ain't no cover as electricity is sparked. Dragon, there's no response from BLG. They're going to TP into the base. This is a decisive moment. This could be a stop of Max. They could try to get in here, but it is a base race right now for Bin. Oh, he stop Cream. That's so big. He's on to the Nexus, I believe. There's another kill. Solo bolo for Yagao. And Bin has opened up the gates for BLG as OMG are frantically running back, but there's nothing you can do as Bin has equipped a real weapon. And BLG are 2-1 in the series.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. white clouds high above. I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop the bell. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop and reach it for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no.
我这次又面对奈特嘛，这好像是我第4次跟他打决赛了。我觉得我只想打死他，或者被他打死。谢谢大家支持这次 BLG 吧，因为这次春季赛也是磕磕绊绊，然后季后赛的名次也不是很高，但是我们凭着自己的努力，然后还有自己的信念，一路走到决赛，我们会拿下这个冠军，回馈给你们的。
Kill or be kill. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL 2023 Spring Finals. So we're coming back into now a possible bounce back, a possible reverse sweep here for BLG as they do bring the score up to a 2-1 scoreline for the moment. But Jordan, we're going to be looking at kind of how it all kind of set himself up. They obviously talked about it in the draft. It did very much come from this Gwen, and it very much was kind of like BLG looking a bit more comfortable on these picks.
Yeah, I definitely think mid jungle, which, again, funny for you got to say, yeah, I just want to kill Knight or to be killed by him. That second one, I don't know if you want that, Yagao. I'm just, going to be honest. That happened in the first 2 games.
Warrior's
and, didn't
death.
go too well, but we saw, again, a lot of things starting from mid jungle. At this point, Shun and Yagao had already found their lead, and then doing a much better job controlling vision top side, so they spot out where Kanavi is, and they know they can go for this full collapse towards mid lane. And it goes back to how we set up BLG, that BLG are a team who really do things like as a 5-man core, even Yagao being able to make his way over first. And it's what leads them to being able to continuously rebound off these picks and end up taking objectives.
Yeah, and actually one thing I didn't really pick on before we went to the break was I actually really liked BLG's general target selection of the team fight, especially early on. They went for missing a lot early because they knew they had the time and the burst damage to do it. And it's one of those things a lot of times when you're playing against a Tom Kench, you try to focus on the AD carry, you throw all your resources into him, and then he just gets gobbled up. It feels really bad. It felt like BLG were able to abuse missing a lot in the early stages, and then at that point it felt like JDG were maybe, they were playing kind of like this evil. They weren't really taking it as a unit as much. And again, we've hit on the draft a lot here because we feel like it matters a lot for BLG. Been having team fight impact and just everything else around him kind of falling in place, and generally JDG's options being very, very, muted effectively. It feels like everything falls in place to work for BLG in this game, and they have to me, I think they have to find a repeat kind of setup in the draft in order to, find the same level of success, throw JDG off their game. I think a lot of it did start from the Vi pick here as well, with Shun getting MVP for this game, and just generally being able to pick fights when they feel like it. Agency is what we've been calling for all series long, and they finally had it, and they won a game.
Yeah, I mean, look, looking the way kind of having those comfort champions, and again, our MVP, Shun, coming in on the Vi, having a much more kind of guaranteed engage, something that can combo up with those solo laners and give them those opportunities there. Obviously, we have mentioned a couple of times now, it wasn't the most JDG-esque draft we've seen so far this series, and they come now, they're going to be swapping back over to the blue side, and yeah, I'm not even going to give you a chance to tell me what you think about this. I'm going to send it straight back over to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mercedes-Benz Arena here for our grand finals. Game 4 means the series is still going, and we do have one in our hands. My name's Serex, I'm joined by Kitty and Munch, who've been dealing with me for about 3 days straight now here in Shanghai.
It's been rough.
It's been, look, it's been enjoyable for me at least. That's
Rehearsal
amazing.
was very fun.
Yeah, look, let's say that. At the very least, welcome back to what I got to say is BLG waking up finally.
Yeah, I mean, Gigabin is back. I think it's fair to say. We were complaining that the top lane has been too quiet, that 369 has been able to hold it down. Bin gets his Gwen, and he dominated in those
And
fights.
this is exactly what you expect when Bin is given a counter matchup in that top lane. And 369 was very happy to opt into the Cassante when they saw the Gwen getting blinded. So maybe 369 is sticking to his comfort a little bit too much. He's like, hey, we're going to run on it 2 times in a row. Why not 3 times? But in the end, it bit him back.
Maybe he doubted him a bit because, let's be real, so far in the series, Bin hasn't been trouble in lane where he normally is. 369's been fine through the laning phase and then has this huge impact in fights. But we got to a game 3 where not only did the lane go well for Bin with Shun's intervention as we wanted to see, but also the fights were going way in Bin's favor. And it's nice to see, considering that BLG were dictated as a team fighting team, or at least a team that came together in unison. They did that in that game.
And I think Shun is the man for the reason why BLG is still in this. That game 3, I mean, he was landing every single E-flash onto the enemy team. Very clean combos, getting a kill in solo lane, all the solo lanes in mid lane and top lane, and getting them ahead. And we see how Yaga was the proactive one, moving first. And like Munch said, JDG picking something that doesn't really represent them that well. And I think BLG honestly looked more like JDG if we compare the 2.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
The players moving back out to the stage here. And like you say, BLG having that proactivity, I think, is the easiest way to describe what they had, that pick composition and using it beautifully. JDG have to go back to the drawing board after 2 games of domination. Losing out in that one. Didn't feel like their composition had that much damage necessarily with the Lissandra in the mid lane, with the Cassante up top. So I'm curious where they're going to go for game number 4 now, like what they change, whether they just go back to what's been working for them in game number 1 and 2, or if they stick to this composition and believe it was an execution error.
I think Knight could have gone for something like the Jace that does compete against the Ahri when it comes to lane priority. I mean, if you look at the enemy team composition, they had a Vi, and that was pretty much their only frontline. Nautilus doesn't really count. He's a fake tank. He's pretty squishy. So considering the circumstances, I think game 3 could have changed with a Jace pick in the mid lane, just to have something with a little bit more damage, like you said, Munch.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we've not seen any Jace in this series at all. Like,
exactly.
both Yagao and Knight love to play it, and Knight's win rate on it, I can't remember exactly, but I think he's still flawless, or if not, it's only 1 loss. Like, he has been dominating the split on the Jace, so it's kind of just odd, honestly, not to have seen it so far this series.
Hopefully in a game 4, right? We've seen a lot of diversity in not only individual picks, but drafts so far from both of these teams. I think that's the highlight we're giving to BLG, that even though game 1 and 2 were losses, there was good draft diversity. There was, you know, a bit of flair from Yagao, I'd say, in all 3 games as well. I'm looking forward to number 4 because we don't know what's on the table. JDG so far have not been challenged in this series until that last game. Now the emphasis a little bit on BLG if they can keep up this momentum and lead it to that game 5. But that's a big if, considering that JDG have been the better team in this series.
And crucially, we're swapping sides again. JDG back on that blue side.
Yep.
BLG on the blue side for the last 2 games. I am curious how much this changes things in the draft. The Lightning duo still just going to be taken off with the Kennen and the Zeri. As JDG going back to the bans that worked for them in game number 1.
I love it. Bin's not going to be getting Kennen, even if BLG ban it themselves. And the Gwen, another bit of respect. Bin sleeping in his chair a little bit, lounging a little bit low as
he always does.
He's getting respect.
I'm not going to be surprised if JDG just takes the approach where they just take out 3 top laners for the remaining 2 bans. But of course, it is going to be the same 3 bans for BLG all 4 games. But this time, Ari is back in Knight's hand. And you need to deny the Wukong right here, or it's 100% win rate to it. Come on.
I mean, the Vi's pretty good with the Ari as well, to be honest. It feels like
true.
Whichever way around, Kanavi will be happy. But I think the Vi, very good for Shun specifically. Like, Shun has looked very good on this pick, not just in this series, but across the whole split as well. Will be just that comfort locked in for Shun.
There's a very big opportunity for Yago to pick the LeBlanc here. Paired alongside this Vi, I believe Yago had one of the most insane runs on this LeBlanc. I think it was like 15-1 or something. Man was holding on to everything he's got to keep BLG in the game, and they did end up winning.
Historically, a great LeBlanc. I'll hold on to that point. I just want to see where they go with 80 characters. BLG obviously hovering for quite a while. Back onto this Xayah that had some pretty good impact in game number 3. And we knew that JDG were going to be going for the jungle here. It's been a handshake all series long.
It's kind of weird to see the priority BLG have on this Xayah, right? Where we've seen them ban it in one of the games and we've seen it lock it in consistently. Whereas JDG, they've not even sniffed at the Xayah. They've shown absolutely no interest in the pick whatsoever. Very different read on the meta right now. Is the Jinx and that Wukong you talked about locked in.
Yep, it's going to be standard for the...
Ooh,
to the LeBlanc of everyone. It's going to get all...
Whoa! Even better! Even better is Bin's Fiora. Oh, we got a special game at our hands here.
A game 4 with Bin's Fiora. They're teasing the LeBlanc, but it even gets a step higher. Now my biggest question, Kitty, is do they just keep banning away these top lane champions to give Bin more of a comfort?
I mean, 369 has to respond with fire to fight fire. Bin disrespect, blocking in the LaFiora blind. I mean, taking the Siren and the Renekton away, but maybe we'll see a Camille. We haven't seen 369's Camille in a very long time.
We're going to see Cassante. Let's
don't say that, no!
I will say, for anyone that hasn't been watching LPL so far this split, the reason we're so excited about the Fiora, that has been banned 33% of the time against BLG this split.
1/3.
It's not even meta. It's not even a meta pick. In a third of the games BLG play, it gets banned away from Bin. He is a monster on the Fiora. Gets his Blitzcrank banned, but he'll go for a different hook champion.
Okay, the fresh standardized stuff here would mean that the bottom lane gets a little bit more exciting as well as On in game 1. Wasn't able to do too much with this.
I wouldn't be surprised if Missing does just opt into the Tahm Kench if On does go for the... Ooh, it's going to be a Syndra lock-in in that mid lane. Yaga is knowing what Knight needs to make these leads roll for JDG, and he's just denying all the lane priority that they're looking for.
It's crazy again. When you think of Syndra, you think of Knight, but against his Ahri, mid's going to get real fun real fast as, hey, we are getting... I guess the stereotype champions. 369 loves Gragas. We were saying Cassante, but against this Fiora, do we get to finally see it? Yes, we do.
Honestly, I'm more glad that he picked the Gragas outside of Cassante, because we did see the Cassante having a bit of slack in that game 3.
Yep.
It is going to be either the Tahm Kench or the Thresh lock in here. I kind of do prefer the Thresh a little bit more because you have that urgency, the hook that can get onto the enemy team and force plays through bottom lane.
And on top of that, when you think of classic missing, when you think of missing, when he was Elk's support, Thresh was the champion that he really made his name on, consistently keeping Elk alive and making things happen. The Nautilus to answer from on. And I'm much preferring this draft than what we saw in the previous game. So much proactivity on both sides and ability to make things happen in the early game.
And Kitty, look at those lanes on BLG, right? Look at the proactivity that Munchables just mentioned. Amplify it with how this laning phase is going to go against a team like JDG.
I mean, I'm just staring at the solo laners right now because Syndra, it is very powerful when it does come to lane party, but she lacks mobility. So if Kanavi decides to make a very early trip towards that mid lane, burns the flash, then Yagao is unable to walk up in that mid lane, and that really restricts how Shun is able to play the game, because we've seen this Vi vs Wukong matchup 3 times in a row for tonight now. But this is going to be our 3rd, but the Vi has come out on top every single time.
Certainly has. It's that, again, we keep using the word proactivity, but it really does just feel like the perfect word for it. And BLG really valuing the Vi pickup, and it feels tense as we head towards game number 4 here. The music building behind me,
and the Avengers.
The stage looking absolutely incredible today as well. But here we go, game 4. BLG against the ropes, but winning game 3. They've got a bit of momentum on their side, desperate to push us to 5.
BLG have never been here before. They've never been in the finals, let alone never taken a championship. Winning this game would mean a game 5, would mean a shot at the title again here in this series. But JDG are the ones, the favorites, the first seed of the LPL split, that are still on match point. Ruler's first domestic title in his first split. That's what's on the line. Can he create history here in the LPL? As both these teams who are representing at MSI also looking for a spot straight in the group stage. The crowd is fired up for our game 4.
Some shenanigans from JDG to start off, hoping for a pick onto Bin, but it's not going to happen as he plays it safe to start it off. JDG, I mean, you mentioned it right, Ruler, the only one on JDG not to have a domestic title, and we talked about it at the start of the day. Shun, Elk, On, none of them have ever even made it to finals before, never mind having a title. The best out of those 3 being Elk, managed to get 3rd place back in 2021 when he was on WE. But it's Yagao and Bin, very much the veteran leadership within that roster of BLG.
So many good storylines. We could talk about mid versus mid. Just want to pause and note that JDG starting on this bottom side. Well, it looks to be mirrored here by Shun. Trying to get some information across as well. But just quickly speaking about some of those fun stories, you know, 369 versus Bin has been fun today, considering that 369 has been quite different to what we've seen. The laning phase has been a big plus apart from the last game. But Kitty, this time around, 369 pulled up the Gragas here, which is starting Comet. So I'm more curious about this matchup, considering that Bin blinded the Fiora.
Mr. Producers better just keep the camera on Fiora for this game 4. I mean, every fan has been waiting for this Fiora, like you said, for 33 matches or something like that. So, Producers, move back up. But talking about the runes, we have the grass available for Bin. He wants to go for those tiny trades, and he is going to really get the health back when it does come to these Q trades, because Gragas, I know that you do have a bit of a second health line because you heal from the passive and the booze.
The booze? Correct.
The booze. Yeah, technically correct.
Just like me, for real.
So 369, I mean, as long as he doesn't overextend with that wave slow pushing towards Bin, he should be just fine. But later on in the game, this Fiora is going to get out of control.
Yagao goes aggressive, but
And
Kanavi's there to answer. Instant flash from Yagao. Kanavi now, plenty of opportunities to make things happen in the mid lane.
We talked about it coming early, but earlier than expected. Kanavi's going to be walking into Shun this Vi, ready for blood, but Shun just backs off. Kanavi jumps in, a bit of a burst trade, but that'll be the end of it here, as Shun has more important matters up in this top side.
Yagao does get his wave pushed in eventually, but the flash burn at 2 minutes. JDG know what they're doing. They want to target Yagao for this game 4. No mobility on the Syndra available anymore for the next 5 minutes. We're expecting just a flash charm from Knight, and that could perhaps just be first blood going to JDG's hands.
And we've been talking a lot about this top side, but we do have to mention Ruler as well. Earlier on, I think it was game 2 of the series, we saw Ruler on the Jinx, got a couple of kills around a dragon fight, and just took over the game from that point. He could play so confidently along alongside this Thresh as well. So you've got to keep your eyes on that Jinx when it comes to the fights. And you see the laning phase already going fantastically for him.
369 is already in this top lane because he is just using all of his abilities to gain that health back when Bin is just chilling because he has that grasp in his rune page.
We're looking to see how he expands it though. I mean, Kitty, I want to talk more about what Shun can do in this top lane because against a Gragas, we know it's hard to dive. We know ganking a Gragas not always on his menu. So walk me through a little bit what Shun needs to do in this early game, and if it does involve topside here, because I'm curious about how BLG amp it up.
I think top lane is fine if you just leave it isolated. The Fiora is going to eventually scale into an absolute monster for that late game. So Shun should really put his attention towards Yago, help him out a little bit. No flash available. What if Kanavi goes for a gank once again? Be there for the counter, or bring On along and then force a 2v3 in the mid lane. You could even force something in bottom lane and get the flashes and do the complete opposite and get the flashes for Ruler.
The big struggle that Shun is going to have trying to make anything happen in the solo lanes is the vision that we're seeing out from JDG. There were 4 wards across the 2 rivers just a moment ago. I think one of them died since I started talking. But it feels like BLG, they're going to be spotted no matter what they're doing. Shun will be able to find himself a Scuttle Crab at the bottom side. Ruler are missing. Be a little cautious.
It's great what makes JDG so proactive, right? We know they're a very explosive team in the early game. We know they're individually very sound.
Oh, they're here.
Team's vision is part of it. A stretch line starts us off. Hang on, the flash as well. BLG open up with the bloody gates.
I mean, missing, he's going to be on the side of a milk carton at this point because he is gone.
No vision for JDG, and they finally get punished for pushing in their wave so fast. I mean, Kanavi was hovering around, but he was just a few seconds too late and missing guess. Caught out, and the first blood goes into Nautilus's hands. It's not terrible, but still, JDG, On, and Shun are online for this game 4.
Fantastic little play on the bottom side from BLG. And we are still even in gold despite that kill, despite first blood going the way of BLG. But Shun, with that buy, we know how proactive he loves to be. We know how much he likes to dictate the pace of the game, and that's what we really want to see, especially after Game 3 going so well for BLG.
Yeah, this is just the replay. I believe the ward was available, so he just kind of walked up and didn't expect Shun to be there as he was stabilized, trying to go for the hook, and unfortunately the Nautilus and Thresh mashup kind of goes like this, where you can't walk, you can't move when you're going for the Q, and Nautilus responds with his one, and you just die as a result of that.
And look, with that first blood going to BLG, we will say that JDG, who come back for the replay, are the ones taking the dragon for now, so not all doom and gloom. And you know, Munch, you were talking a little bit before about this gold lead for JDG despite that first blood. I'm looking at top, bit of a CS lead there. I'm looking at mid, CS lead there as well. Lanes aren't too bad here for Jingdong.
This is really bad. The top lane is completely frozen for 369. And eventually he is going to run out of mana, and he has no other choice but to be overextended. And you see Shun making his way towards his top side because this Gragas is a little bit out of position.
Yeah, and the second you say it, we see Shun making his way over, right? He's hungry for it. He knows exactly what you're talking about. Won't find anything for now. 369, sorry. Just decides to go for the recall, head back to base. And this is the big difference that we've seen in 369 developing since he joined JDG, right? I mean, famously criticized on Top Esports for being a bit of a coin flip player. That, you know, the meme of him rolling 3s or rolling 9s. Feels like this year he has grown up a bit, you know?
I don't know if you saw in the play-by-play, or
replay?
Replay. 369 had to ult the wave to stop the freeze. So Man's getting a little bit desperate in the top lane. But On already constantly hovering this mid lane. Exactly what we want to see from the support of BLG. But this wave been, I mean, maybe even a dive, but Kanavi is he.
Now, dropped there from JDG, so the no Shun's not nearby. Kanavi is level 6 as well, so if 369 can bait this, even without the ulti, Bin could be in trouble, but he has his own. He's got flash. He's got outplay ability here.
Certainly has. There's the knockback. Bin in trouble. Has flash available. Cyclone not going to be used, though. Kanavi doesn't commit. I think maybe trying to hope to bait the flash out, but doesn't get it.
But that's what we know of Bin. Great temperament there. Doesn't pull the trigger too early. Holds onto the summoner. So Kanavi can't get too much done as the wave crashes in.
Now my question is, what is Shun going to do on the opposite side of the map? Because Kanavi did show in that top lane Rift Herald spawning in 5 seconds. So Shun, I don't think he's going to be able to make his way there. Although On has already planted so much vision in this bottom side. They can look for a 4-man dive in this bottom lane for that Herald exchange.
And you can see Missing was very aware of that fact, using the lantern to spot out the red buff there. Like, are we about to be dived? Are we about to die ourselves? No, it's night. in trouble in the mid lane, but walks out on the top side, has the Spirit Rush available. Harold started up, but I don't know if JDG can commit to this.
Sonari's going to be hard to catch here as On's moving into position, but 369's angle is huge. Yagao going to be caught out, the flash body slam. He's rolling 9 today again. Explosive card sends him into the team, but the cease and desist follows him up. 369 takes so long to die though.
And now the rest of the reinforcements are here. Knight already with a double kill in the fight, and he wants a little bit more than Charm. Answer with the dredge line. Rocket goes wide from Ruler. It'll just be the 2 for JDG.
And JDG somehow, they just win a 3v4. I mean, your support wasn't there. And 369, like you said, rolling 9s as Greg is putting so much CC onto Yagao, not seeing the vision for this Greg is finding the flank, and he got instantly deleted.
And Casa must be sitting at home or in the stadium if he's here, feeling absolutely rinsed seeing this, because 369 on Gragas again. It's a great sight when you consider that this man, this is his champion to fear, and this was a beautiful angle to take.
I mean, it's kind of a result of how the Fiora's wave was previously, but Knight engages everything, and Yagao did have the flash right now, but no vision set up properly for BLG because they did have everything towards that bottom side from Missing's Lantern. We didn't expect BLG to take this Herald, and I mean, JDG, I think they're the best team when they do play alongside that vision and play for the picks.
And I have to say again, guys, Ari's ahead. Knight has a Dark Seal. This pick 3 games in a row now has been deadly. 2-0 start with the lost chapter.
Yeah.
This is Knight. Well, not champ, but 1 off.
Knight got second 2 finals in a row, and he ain't about to do it a 3rd time. Gets the Ari, 2 kills, 4 stacks. He wants to snowball again, and JDG have 3 people in the jungle. Shun, you gotta get out of
Wait,
dodge.
look at 369.
Wait a second.
Yagao flashing into the charm. It's beautiful stuff. Now waiting here as Yagao still in a lot of danger. Explosive cast used. 369 does a barrel roll.
In the meantime, Knight turns gold, and he really wants to save the Lantern from Missing. And now Shun, the one in trouble instead, trying to escape, trying to get out of the top side of the play. I don't think 369 can chase him. Oh my goodness, they're going from strength to strength.
What a support. Flashing for the Lantern to give to Knight. The one everyone wants in solo queue, and it's beautiful to see.
Here's the problem, though.
I mean, 369 very aggressive with this Gragas pick, constantly getting the wave pushed in and just roaming throughout this river and seeing if he can get angles. Yagao had flash here, but it didn't really matter. It felt like a...
I mean...
What do you rate this flash?
What do I rate it?
About 3.
About a 1, I would say.
About a
As
3?
Shun being rated about a 1 right now as well. Taken down. That was a bit mean. I take that back. But it's still a great pick for JDG. And yet more stacks for Knight. He's on 7 stacks at 11 minutes.
And starting to look real grim here with JDG finding that edge like they did game 1, game number 2. Getting themselves off the ground.
I mean, BLG had the opportunity to deny the Wukong, something that Kanavi is so comfortable on, the most played champion for him in the playoffs, but giving JDG comfort, I mean, this is kind of expected in this early game.
Stolen stuff. Stolen.
This is the thing, right? When JDG find themselves controlling the early game and have tempo to work with, it's so difficult to play against them, especially when Knight has a champion that's got this level of skill expression, but On wants to express his own skill here. The CC chain too much for Missing.
I mean, that is just Missing getting caught out of position, kind of walking in a greedy path. Look at the vision set up by On. The triangle for this bottom side, this isn't your land anymore. You take the kill in the mid lane and you have to walk all the way back from bot through base.
And you can see with that pick-off as well, it leads to Ruler playing epically safe because he knows BLG are on the bottom side. Dragon's being taken. A great pick-off here for the team that needs to take us to a game number 5. And it might even open up for Elk to get a plate eventually as well.
And outside of the mid lane, getting that 1 kill over to be JDG, Fiora and Elk very happy to be eating those plates in their own lanes. I mean, JDG, they're mega focused on this Ari and Wukong so far, but you can't just forget about this Fiora. I mean, he's 0-0-0 right now, but he's gonna really toss out some damage later on.
And that Sundara being finished is a big moment for him as well. But that's a huge power spike for the Fiora. 369, though, simultaneously finishing the Everfrost and his boots as the Herald comes down to the bottom side. And the goal, I don't know if Ruler actually got any of that. I think that just went to Kanavi.
Yep.
Something that's really worrying about this specific Thresh game, though, is that he's currently 0-2-0, and he has the mobility where we don't see, a TP from Bin in bottom lane.
But Dredgeline doesn't connect, so BLG are looking for a play. Bin committed. There's no dragon here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Knight looking for Yagao. The charm connects.
Knight is a monster. Knight is just too good at League of Legends. That was disgusting.
And again, the duo of JDG rise to power. 369 is losing so many calories walking down to this mid lane. It's just beautiful to see this top esports duo synergize again as... Oh, come on!
It's going from bad to worse. It feels like BLG are falling apart at the seams right now. We talked about some of the players on BLG. They don't have experience on the final stage. They don't have experience in front of a crowd.
Another force from Shun.
Here we go. Through. Under the turret. It's pretty dangerous, though. The Feather do fly. Elk finds a kill onto Ruler. It's good so far, but it's a turnaround. 369 again.
He's everywhere on the map. He goes from mid to bottom lane, and now he's going to go for more.
369 could do no wrong this game. Scatter the Week comes out from Yagao. They want to finish off the Gragas, and they will. Cyclone comes through from Kanavi in a 1v3 right here, and he's going to find a kill onto Yagao. In the meantime, Knight's arrived on the bottom side of the play. A double for Kanavi, and JDG can do no wrong.
10 stacks for Knight now as well. 4-0 and 2 to come in and join in the party. This is looking good for Jingdong.
I mean, Munch, we said about this earlier. I think Knight just has some buff when it comes to building that Magi's and getting a stack per minute. 14 minutes, 10 stacks, but we see BLG getting a little bit desperate because Yako has been getting a lot of attention from the jungle, so they're just trying to make something work. But 369, man is a man of the people for this game 4. He's helping everyone out because he knows that he won't win against the Fiora, so he's giving resources to other people.
And crucially, on the minimap, you can see Bin is moving over. He's trying to get to this play because he just used his teleport in the previous play. Didn't find anything off of it, but he's not split pushing in the meantime. He's not going for something else.
Exactly. This is why Fiora is such a hit or miss, because you need to play the Fiora perfectly. You can't just be mind controlled and play towards the 5v5 where you're not going to offer as much as a Gragas. The CC just is uncomparable.
And it's crazy because the lane itself for Bin, he's been sticking around for quite a while, but 369 is doing what he does best, playing with the rest of his team, syncing up. 369 is known for not having the greatest laning phase this split, but then having beautiful skirmishing and team fighting, as with JDG so far, 6 out of 8 kill participation. He feels like another jungler right now that JDG are utilizing.
You're telling me this Gragas in the jungle so far, Hysterics? You sure about that?
It feels like a jungle.
Outside of the smite, what else makes him separate from Kanavi? Because I think he's been ganking more than Kanavi. The Herald is going to get started by JDG, so Knight needs to live this.
And he will. He will. He's got the Spirit Rush. He's walked away from the tower. Maximum respect coming out from JDG. I guess it was optimal, as he does survive the play.
And the toughest thing about giving this Ahri and Wukong over to JDG, it's so hard to force plays on the side where you know you're trading the Herald, but for what? Because Knight, he's so slippery. Flash available, Spirit Rush available, and Shun, if you're not too careful, I mean, you might end up under tower with that ultimate.
Charm's going to connect. On gets out with the dredge line, though. Nice little buffer here as JDG are getting very frisky around the 50-second mark of this third drag.
Oh, your man's 369 is making his way downtown again. Spotted on a ward, though.
Yeah, ward goes down in the end. So he has to just back away. And we'll actually be matching Yagao up in the top side as Knight happy to go up against Bin. And I kind of like this from JDG, right? There's not really any world where Bin can close the gap and get a kill on tonight. 369 can happily just clear the waves against Yagao.
He's buying a Magi.
Is he?
Oh, he's not. No.
The cameraman saw it and was like, maybe? As he teleports in, at least he does have the Zonyas. I mean, still, a 2-item Ahri here, Kitty, that's huge.
Yeah, and all you need to do is just toss out the CC because this Jinx is going to pop off once she gets that reset. I honestly think 369 going to Everfrost and Comet as well, he does a ton of damage as well. So it's not all up to Knight to carry for this game, but of course having that Magi available is just going to be extra fun for this game 4, of course. But 369 making his way down, has the flash available, so Yagao needs to play very carefully because we see the Syndra struggling a lot in these team fights.
Keep your eyes on Elk as well. He can't afford to get caught. That was the reputation he used to have many years ago. Feels like he's grown beyond that point. Missing hook over the wall, on in trouble. The charm lands as well. Scatter the Weak to deny Kanavi's follow-up though.
Look at the zoning coming through from JDG. They now have the river to themselves.
It's a team fighting Furo once again. I mean, you could be going for that top tier 1, which Bin does. Oh, it's not even Bin, it's Yago realizing and putting the Syndra in that top lane. But it kind of seems like BLG is just playing into JDG's hands, and now they just got the second dragon for free.
I love missing being aggressive there. Trying to predict his old AD carry as well. If he'd found that.
I know you.
Oh, it would have been so beautiful to see it out. Dodges it away, keeps himself safe. So it's just a Drake in trade for the tower in the top side.
Not only that, a 2k gold in. I should say that's going to even out a bit with Yagao getting that set turret, but still, JDG holding somewhat of the driver's seat here in this game as they're even going to find themselves bottom lane turret with the help of Knight as well. So we just see Saw back up to that 2018 minutes here. And now I got to ask you again, Kitty, where are we going with this game? Because we know that Rule is worth talking about as these items get picked up. We know that Knight already has 2 items here as well. Their side lanes are looking manageable against this Fiora competition.
Yeah, this Fiora seems a little bit quiet for the time being because we didn't see a lot of solo kills happening when it does come to Bin vs 369 like we expected out of the last best of 5 where these two teams met. But Rule are very happy with how the game is going, securing that second dragon into their pockets as well. So you don't have that pressure of the soul point, which is going to be Chemtech. Not too bad because I guess you have a Lantern and you heal a little bit with the overheal from Jinx, but of course it's better to have the soul than not to have the soul.
Certainly is.
Wise words.
Yeah, I can agree with that one. I think
Thank
we can
you,
all
guys.
get behind that. It's definitely better to have it than not. Better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, as my dad would say.
Mine too. Both our dads were poked in the eyes and stuff, apparently.
Apparently.
What a small world.
A universal dad thing.
Yeah. When I was 14 years old, I actually got stabbed in the eye with a pool cue by accident.
Oh, did you?
I am lucky to have my right eye.
Wow, you are indeed.
And
The
that
worst
was because I was an idiot. We were jousting on PC chairs.
I did that with my finger, but you know that's not as bad as a pool cue as well. Joe, good to have you here, and at least seeing League of Legends with 2 eyes here today. Because this game 4, we're waiting on the brink of the edge.
And potentially seeing history with 2 eyes as well, right? Because JDG, this is their 5th finals in the last few years. And it does feel like they could be the biggest team of the last few years. I don't know why I kept the narrative going just with Teamfight Intonation.
Beautiful stuff. Good technique to be sure. There's double play-by-play broadcasters. Look, again, if BLG can take us to a game 5, it makes history. If JDG can find a win here, guys, it also makes history. It's back-to-back. It's really the sign that we are looking at new Emperors. Again, to use that key word, because JDG have now been dominant for quite a while. They have been like that level of RNG, EDG domination coming up in a short history of time. That's what makes this so special. That Jingdong and now this organization that are like, hang on, in the past 5 years, this team has won way too much.
Way too much indeed, but as a fan, I am more than happy to take that. But talking about the next up-and-coming major objectives, I think I got a flashback suddenly. So the last time 369 played Gragas, I believe, it was still in the best of 5 series up against BLG, but he went in, flashed in, landed a 3-man knock-up on the Gragas, but he didn't have the ultimate available, and he got instantly deleted by Elk on the same champion. So if 369 does mess up somehow mechanically, that could be a huge shift in goal, but so far so good. But my eyes are still on this Fiora, who is only a little bit up in CS, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's been a very quiet game for Bin so far, but like you mentioned before, Fiora certainly ages well across the course of a game of League of Legends. He is. And a mid-tier 1 taken by JDG. It's been a slow and cautious game from JDG. They do have the lead. They've got a 3k gold advantage, but not trying to overforce things here. Playing with that Thresh. They've got Ruler and a Jinx who's just picking up items. They're quite happy to play this slowly.
Phantom Dancer now in the inventory. Navori Quick Blades there, matched by Elk as well, so we are into 2-item territory. Worth mentioning that Knight's still going towards the 3rd item instead of the Magi's here, which is a little bit disappointing.
This is getting really bad because we all look at the items and Ruler is making his way towards that 3rd, and we all know what a Jinx can do with that IE in his pockets. And I mean, BLG is kind of on a ticking time bomb here as Bin isn't just, I mean, he gets a tower here, but Ruler is around the side.
Uh-oh, Bin may have overstayed for this one. 369 won't find the slow. And Bin walks away with his life just about. Now it's a little dicey, but he gets the tower. And that's what we've been talking about, right? We wanted Fiora in the side lane pressuring these towers.
Most definitely, and one by one, she will work towards that inhibitor and the Nexus, and by the 30-minute mark, that is where Fiora gets really annoying to deal with. But Yago has slowed down a little bit. He has been just chilling and getting that item online, which is going to be the Banshee's Veil for the second item. So it is going to have a lot of survivability when it comes to these JDG picks from the charms of the Ahri.
Honestly, Yagao having a very quiet game for himself. 1 and 4. Like, Knight very much having the advantage.
Let's be real, that started through the laning phase, through the flash burn at level 3 by Kanavi. He's made a quiet game out of Yagao and the Syndra.
Yeah.
Now we have to see though as we get towards that hook landing onto Elk. He's caught out. This is an explosive custom doesn't land as well, but the root, the feathers fly, and missing is down as Kanavi starts spinning with a 3-man, the Everfrost as well. Knight's chasing him down.
It's 2 for Ruler as well, and a 3rd goes down. As Yagao under the tower, and the zap finishes the job. A triple for Ruler as he pops off again.
JDG's team fighting overall in this series has just been better.
Forget the Dragon, they're just going to go for Baron.
This is huge.
Baron, and then they're going to go for more towers. I mean, JDG don't plan on stopping.
That fight could very well be the nail in the coffin. The gold lead now at 4K. 369 sitting by the Dragon while Baron goes down. The gold is going to skyrocket off that beautiful force.
Guys, 4v5, the fight started off with BLG getting a pick onto Missing, but that's all their spells. Oh, well, it starts with a Thresh Hook, but they get Missing as a response. And the Gragasol also goes wide, but what is going to kill Ruler from this point onwards? Because you're lacking a member, which Fiora isn't here already. 3v5, 3v4, how are you going to play this? Because once the Jinx gets a reset, it's pretty much over.
And, you know, Missing goes down to start the play off, but that hook onto Elk burns the cleanse, burns the flash, and burns the Feather Storm. Like, there is nothing left. And then you see Kanavi and Knight just chase him down. Elk couldn't even function in that fight.
You get to a really awkward situation where the Jinx does have an extra bit of range advantage compared to the Xayah. So in these team fights, unless Ruler is mispositioning and walking towards the enemy team,
Oh, hook comes in.
It follows onto On. He's just dying. He's just Dredgeline back in. He's got nowhere else to go.
They could just snowball this. Honestly, they've still got the Baron in their favor. Bin trying to do something in the side lane, but 369 just kicks him out.
But his base is melting in the meantime. JDG threatening here with the Baron. I mean, we keep seeing pick after pick, and now that Ruler has 3 items, how scared should you be as BLG?
Very, very scared. And hold my hands, everyone, because we might look at a closing game very soon. Dragon and Baron are both unavailable because it is going to be in 4 minutes. But we do see this Fiora struggling to deal with the Baron minions in the side lane, and 369 even burning the ultimate to absolutely shut down any win angle for BLG. And they're in a sticky situation, to say the least.
And I know I've talked about it a lot in this series, but I've got to bring it back to Knight versus Yagao. The Big brothers, if you will, going up against each other. It's Yagao who had the finals head-to-head. He's 2-1 in final series against Knight. And Knight replacing him on JDG. And I mean, multiple games now, just dominating in this one.
And at the start of the season, we called this an upgrade, and it's coming into fruition. We talked about Knight being a better player overall and being much higher in the standings of the LPL. We're being shown it here again on this Ahri pick that has dominated throughout the series, as BLG are quickly losing space in their own jungle. They're 6,000 gold behind. Their base stays standing, but for how much longer? As JDG are also on Soul Point. They're taking all the jungle away, so that BLG is just getting no gold.
They're just slowly suffocating with this Baron buff, and we see a lot of hesitation from both Xun and On. I mean, On was just caught out of position in that mid lane and gave a free kill over to JDG, but honestly, even if you do land CC onto JDG, you don't have the damage to one-shot them, and that is why On and Xun is finding it so hard to do anything around the map.
JDG trying to break this base open. 10 seconds on the Baron as On is caught once again. And will just be rinsed. Cyclone comes in. They're looking for more.
It's the grand final in the balance here as the unleashed power from Yagao is good. They actually find Kanavi, who oversteps in the enemy base. Maybe a bit too cocky here as JDG won't find anything further. Bin finally getting something on the map.
We finally see Fiora things coming out from Bin as he looks for a tier 2. And in the meantime, it's a 1-for-1 trade with a jungler going down. This favors BLG massively.
Yep, BLG more than happy to take that, and this Fiora is putting a lot of work in that side lane. And Kanavi, I think he got a little bit too greedy. He was so close to winning one more fight and it would have been over for BLG, but sometimes overplaying is your biggest mistake.
Look at the replay here, just as JDG go deep into the enemy base after a hook land.
I mean, killing Nautilus at this point is just a reset for Ruler and Knight to work off. But with the Desire ultimate being burnt here and Knight's abilities not connecting correctly, it was a 2v3 and you just didn't have the damage to finish anyone off. Bit of an overstep. 369 did join in as well, but with the TP as well, and he didn't have an impact.
You look at that replay, I feel like Missing and Ruler are just stood at the other side of the wall like,
huh?
What do you want me to do, bro? Like, I can't jump over that wall with you. Kanavi kind of abandoned. Knight tried to help as much as he could. But now, I mean, JDG, even off the back of that, still very much in control of the game. You can see massive gold lead in their favor. BLG, they need more moments like that if they want to come back, if they want to push us to a 5th game.
The underdogs now against the wall as JDG continue to push into the enemy jungle. Nothing up on the map for a minute 30. Timers might coincide, but JDG are still wreaking havoc now in the top lane.
They need to not get caught once this tower falls, because once Jinx gets excited, that could be an angle for JDG to start while Yaga is showing in the bottom lane. Baron spawning in 1 minute. I'm sure both teams will opt into that instead of going for the Dragon Soul, which is Chemtech.
I'd say it's been a disappointingly quiet game from Bin, but when double neutral objectives come online, when you can play around map play, that's when Fiora is going to come online. Remember, Fiora, this is the signature for Bin, right? This is the champion that he got a pentakill, the only pentakill in World Finals history on, and Kanavi wants some kills.
What?
He's in a 2v1 and he just solo kills Yagao! What am I witnessing?
An absolute domination from JDG's jungler, King Kanavi, for a reason. This guy has had it on for the whole series, it feels like.
Yaga has the flash available as well. He didn't even expect the Wukong to just one-shot him.
And Bin was backing in front of him and was just like, wait, you want me to do something about that, bro? What's the deal?
Well, they're going to do something about this Baron, which is going to be spawning in 20 seconds. And Yaga not having that tempo available. TP, so maybe he can look for a sneaky flank on this Syndra. But it seems like JDG opting into the Baron, Dragon first.
Take it down quick as well. I mean, again, Ruler's items we've talked about. BLG, the time is 10 seconds extra on the Baron.
It certainly is, and this is just going to be Soul given over. Yagao not back alive. And there we go, Chemtech Soul taken by JDG. Not necessarily everyone's favorite Soul, but a Soul nonetheless. And to quote an analyst I know, you'd take a Soul over not having a Soul.
That is true. That is a wise word.
It's been a long 3 days, but I couldn't have done it without you guys.
But now, just going over to the Baron as well. And I mean, BLG surely have to fight this. Can they just concede? I mean, they might be conceding whether they like it or not.
Well, Yagao might need to find something over the wall. Shun might need to steal its objective bounty, but it is the game, the series in the balance. Meanwhile, Bin's getting turrets, but Baron not there. Shun, Vault Breaker over the wall, trying, but won't get it. In the end, Shun goes in a little bit late. He's going to be taken down. Over the wall, Kanavi finds himself a stretch line depth charge. They're trying to get out of there.
And look at this, more from Knight as well. In the meantime, Bin denied on the other side of the map. Kanavi keeping himself safe, dodges away from the CC. It's a 1 for 0. It's a Baron for JDG, and it's 369 just vibing in this bottom lane.
As you would expect, Bin still trying to make some havoc on the bottom side while it all goes on. Decides not to commit the TP. JDG still get the objective, still get the goal. That's double objective back-to-back as well.
And this is going to be so tough to be BLG because you are so dependent on this Fiora in the side lane. But once the Baron minion is buffed, I mean, this Fiora is struggling to wave clear. And this replay of the Baron, it was very unfortunate because he just went in and missmited. Sometimes he just missed the 50-50 and he went in too late. And JDG picking up the free kill as well, shooting on this Vi. I mean, once you get to the late game and you have created that early lead that you so desperately need, she really falls off.
Bin getting his signature champion, but being denied by 369. That counter pick, Gragas working wonders in the side lane. And now JDG on the cusp. And remember, this is a team that was setting up as maybe the best team in modern LPL history with their ratio of winning, with how many finals they've been to. This would be their second one back-to-back if they could just finish the job.
Their new reign moments away, trying to break into the base with the Baron. Good scout of the week, but BLG the ones taking poke. Knight is such a threat.
And Bin has a hole breaker, so he
he's
can't come.
He's been in this base before this game and it didn't look good, but this time he'll be okay. In him, tower down in the mid lane. Knight surviving on the top side of the map as well, and Bin has to retreat.
You can see how hungry BLG are. Elquest super aggressive on top of Knight, trying to find this pick off, but BLG manages to get them out. However, Bin is at death's door on the bottom side as well, or rather the base's door, unable to find anything.
I It's so tense. BLG desperate
He's
for it.
in.
Kanavi goes in with the Cyclone. He finds himself another solo kill, surely on Flash's out though. Keeps himself alive. Lantern is there for Kanavi, who's been an absolute playmaker today. The Banshees barely keeping Yagao safe.
Put missing into that list as well. Each hook keeps on landing as he takes away the Banshees at the very least. Kanavi in the base won't get scattered the weak, but JDG have sent BLG packing for the time being to open the base.
Oh my God,
Flash
nice.
from Knight, the Spirit Rush as well. He won't get the charm, but JDG can taste the end. It's only a moment away.
It's enough to open up the inhibitor. That's what he was looking for. Breaking the base. That's 2 inhibs down. And 369 keeping Bin at bay this entire time. He's not even touched the tower.
Yeah, Bin has opted into the hole breaker, so BLG is full sending it with this side lane win position, and all they need to do is hold up on the base, but now with 2 inhibitors down, they're going to work towards that 3, and I don't know if they can clear the minions fast enough.
It's a full-on yoink there from Kanavi as Bin tries to leave the jungle. And what a game. What a game. Just immaculate from JDG, right? Like 16-7. And crucially, I think a lot of people have this expectation of JDG that they're going to fight all the time, but that's not necessarily true. They get the lead and they maintain the lead. That has been the MO for JDG. And this kind of immaculate gameplay is what we've come to expect from our top team.
What makes them a champion as well. Again, so close to being able to run into the base and find that final fight. We've got double inhibitor down. Elders up in 1 minute 50. 1 minute 50, excuse me. That's top left, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. The slang comes through as BLG's last inhibitor turret is now threatened.
JDG want to make it happen. They can just keep this going, right? They can play it slow on the next wave while the supers start to crash in. You've got 2 supers up in that top lane. Bin very good at dealing with those big minions, though. Perhaps could send him up to the top side. He does have TP available.
Out of the week, not going to land. Knight goes in. Charm doesn't connect. On a Knight's edge, it feels like it's again. Bench is going to be used this time from Knight. Descendants doesn't connect, nor does Dredgeline. Ruler steps up. This Jinx, a massive threat. The turret getting chipped down. Huge as Bin now has to deal with the top wave.
I mean, the supers are hitting onto the Nexus towers. This is death's door for BLG. They've got to make something happen.
I don't know how you manage this. 369 now joins in as well as Hex Flash going to be used on. Starts with the dredge line here. Flash away from Kanavi. Charm lands though as Death Center. Not this time. BLG still holding on. JDG can't get the finishing touch.
Ruler hitting the tower a little bit is missing. Uses that redemption. It's an extended stare off, but Ruler wants to end it. Just a couple more autos away from ending that tower.
1 more wave, and Ruler's going to get excited and massacre BLG. BLG need to do something, but Bin, he's grouping, and he has a hole break. I don't know how this is going to turn out.
Again, they showed the TP ward on the bottom side, but that's now expired, so he has to stay put.
And look at the control JDG has right now with 25 seconds until Elder Dragon is on the map.
BLG, Cyclone, straight away gets into the back line, and Ruler steps forward. A World's 80 carry showcasing again. As on the back line, Shun goes in, but he's by himself. He'll buy some time, but Jing Dong are capitalizing massively. Bin finds a fight in the back line, but Ruler's still alive.
It's a 2 for 2. This is pretty good for BLG, honestly. Kanavi down, as well as Shun. Knight taken out of the picture, losing all of his Magi stacks. Perhaps they can hold on, but Ruler still going strong here. The TP, that's going to be a 3rd inhib, and perhaps that silver lining's gone.
Excited as well, as Kitty was saying. Once that turret goes down, it's huge. Inhibitor counts as well. Ruler stepping up into Bin. Half HP into the Nexus turrets. Munch, this could be it if they keep forcing.
They're not done just yet. Another reset for Ruler as he looks for the 2nd Nexus tower. Has that lantern for safety as well, but has to back away. The minions have spawned, and Bin buying space for his team. Riposte to get himself to safety, but the hook is there. No riposte available, and Ruler stacking up that auto attack. Ruler gets the kill, looking for a 2nd, and looking for the championship.
His first domestic title in the LPL and his first split. The new Emperors showcased in Jingdong. They now hold the legacy in the LPL as we bow to JDG once again.
Our new Emperor rises in Jingdong Gaming. A magnificent victory here today. Domination across 3 maps. And BLG shown that the winner's bracket was just a blip on the radar.
And that the #1 seed means all. Kanavi used to this feeling, but Ruler in the LPL is not. But boy, does he deserve it. You look across this roster and you think the raw talent going to MSI as our first seed is bloody scary.
And they meet all expectations of the fans coming into the spring being clear favorites. They deliver, and they will be going as first seed, like you said, Hysterics.
And you know, you mentioned that Ruler now with a domestic title. They walked onto the stage as only 4 domestic champions. They walk away as 5. And a 3rd championship as well for Homie, who will take himself that 3rd trophy. You see JDG stepping on up to the Silver Dragon, and a well-deserved victory for the Emperors of the LPL.
We turn a leaf into our new legacy. You've heard of the RNGs, the EDGs, but JDG now setting the tone in the recent times as we hand it over to Christina for the translation on stage.
Congratulations to JDG on winning 2023 LPL Spring Finals Championship, and they are the first seed for 2023 MSI for LPL. Wow, congratulations on getting your 3rd trophies of your streets, of your team's history. Congratulations again. I'm sure this honor means a lot to you guys. And for our players, this is the first spring championship for the new decade for LPL. First question for 369. I still remember in the past few years that you said if they all fans here are cheering for me, I really feel really good. And we have so many audience here, and a lot of fans here are cheering for you guys, for you. So how do you feel about lifting the Silver Dragon Cup here? I want to say 2 words. The first one is I'm the first top tier pro team top laner. I will definitely beat Bing. And I do think that our coach did a better job on Bamping strategies than our opponents' coaches. I'm sure that 369 proved himself with his own individual strengths and executed connectly. This is your 3rd LPL trophies for you, and this is 3 times winning the championship with JDG, this squad. So is there any different meaning for you of the trophy? I'm very excited about getting the championship. Actually, I really played for JDG, and I have lifted the trophy from JDG for 3 times. We think that you really lead the team to advance. And next to the night, this is a rematch between you and Yagao. You are both from Pingxiang. I feel that you are more confident right now, and you perform better and better, and you made some shot call for your teams. Looking back on your whole journey, how do you feel right now? I feel it's amazing. Actually, it has been 2 or 3 years since last time I touched the LPL trophy. So yesterday, Homie said, just believe Knight, and you are really proved yourself today. Any words to your coach, Homie, and your teammates? Just trust the Homie. He's the best and the strongest coach for our team. Looking forward to go to MSI. Next question is for Ruler. This is your first season since you just joining LPL, and you lifted the Silver Dragon Cup. So right now, how do you feel?
일단 정말 너무 기쁘고, 제가 중국 와서 조금 처음에 어려움을 많이 겪었는데 도와준 사람들이 너무 많아서 다 고맙다고 말하고 싶습니다.
This is my first time coming to LPL, and this is my first trophy of LPL. I really appreciate everyone who supported me. You are going to go to MSI 2023. You will meet your so many ex-friends, your friends and your ex-teammates as the first seed of LPL. As a ball laner, what do you want to say to your friends and your ex-teammates?
있고 이제 LPL 1시드로 이제 가게 되는데 이제 가서 뭐 어떻게 할지나 뭐 소감 한마디.
일단 젠지 친구들을 만나고 코치 감독님 만나면 되게 반가울 것 같고 같이 하루 술 한잔 하면서 늘 이야기 좀 하고 싶고 그리고 그립지만 이제는 적이니까 꼭 이겨야 할 것 같습니다.
那此次能够去到 MSI 的话，也会遇到我经纪的
We
之
make
前的队友和教
MSI
练
and
组
we
吧，
will
也
face
许
the
会
ex
找个一天
teammates
跟
and
他
the
们聊
coaching
一聊
staff.
吃饭。
Maybe
但是
we
到
will
MSI 舞台我
meet
们是
each
对
other
手了，
and
我也
have a
希望能
lunch
战
or
胜他们。
dinner. But maybe
期待
in
金
MSI
在
we are
MSI 上的一个
rivals.
发挥
I'm
和
looking
表现。
forward to
同样
beat
的，我们接
them.
下来问到的是 Missing 选手，这也是你的第2座联赛的冠军
This
和奖
is
杯
your
了，也恭喜你
second
卫冕成功。
LPL
那
trophy.
今天捧杯之后，
Congratulations.
你感觉心情跟以往有什么
How
样
do you
不一
feel?
样？
Is there any different
今天
feelings?
的话就和上次一样，还是特别
Just like the
特别
last
开心的
time, I really enjoy this moment. I'm very excited. I feel
那
it's
接下来
pretty
你们也
good.
即将踏上的是 MSI 的舞台。
You are going
我想要问到
to
就是今年这一次
the
的第2
MSI
次的世界赛的试炼，你会有什么
This
样的一个
is
想
your
法，
the
或者说
second
你和
international
Ruler 搭档
tournament.
会有怎样的一个期待和目标吗？
What's your expectations, especially playing with Ruler?
就是挺期待吧，期待我和 Ruler 就是
I'm looking
发挥得好
forward
一点，然后
to MSI. I hope I can perform really
希
well
望你们
with
可以
my
坚
ball
定你
laner
们所相
Ruler
信的，
in
也可以
MSI.
获得更多的胜利，去往更高的舞台。那我们接下来呢，即将有请到的就是我们的颁奖嘉宾。腾讯互动娱
Now
乐
let's
战略
welcome
合作
the
部
Vice
副总经理
General Manager of
金一波先生
IEG
为北京
CEO of TG Sports, Mr. 金一波 to award this honor to JDG.
Please 好的，同样的也有请金一波先生和我们的冠军队伍一同合影留念。
Please take a picture to commemorate this special moment.
努力终会有回报，我们请金一波先生稍事等待一下。今天我们的 FMVP 也已经出炉。
Now it's time to announce Finals MVP of 2023 LPL Spring
我们
Finals.
来看大屏幕。恭喜 Ruler 选手
Congratulations to Ruler on winning Finals
这游
MVP.
戏中国电竞赛事负责人
Let's welcome Head of Esports Right Game China and COO of TG Sports, Mr. Su Zhili, to award this honor to Ruler.
啊，对不起。
我相信这应该是非常开心的一个时刻，不仅拿下了我们 LPL 的银龙杯，同时也获得了 FMVP 的称誉。那么有请我们的苏志立先生为我们的 Ruler 选手颁发属于他的 FMVP 奖杯。同样的，在这里想要问一下 Ruler 选手，作为 LPL 新10年的首个 FMVP，
As the first Finals MVP of the LPL new decade, how do you feel?
지금 소감은 어떠신지?
일단 제가 받을 거랑은 진짜 상상을 못 해가지고 저희 팀원들이 받을 줄 알았는데 이렇게 받게 돼서 진짜 너무 기쁘고 더 열심히 하고 싶다는 생각이 많이 듭니다.
其实今天是没有想到
Actually, I didn't expect I will get Finals MVP.
拿到的时候是非常开心，也希望
I'm very happy about getting this award, and it will be motivated because of this award.
先生，要不要在这里说一下你们整个队伍的 MSI 的决心？
그러면 우리
What do you want to achieve as a JDG, the whole team in MSI?
무조건 우승이고 우승해야 할 것 같습니다.
一定是冠军，而且我
We
们
will
一定要拿冠军。
definitely win the
我
championship.
也希望你们可以为我们带回来 LPL 的下一个 MSI 的冠军奖杯。那同样的，有请我们的2位嘉宾和我们所有的队员以及我们的光熙小哥哥一同合影留念。可以看一下我们的摄影老师。
Please take a picture to commemorate this special moment.
希望在 LPL 新的10年当中
I hope that in the
可以
new
看到
decade
更
of
多的荣誉。
LPL, we
也再
will
次恭喜
witness
北京
more
JDG 银
honor.
感谢我们
Congratulations
2
to
位颁奖嘉宾
JDG
可以
on
收拾
winning
的休息
Spring
谢谢
Finals
再次感
again.
谢 同样的，接下来的时间，我们再一次给到我们所有的选手，去捧起你们属于你们的银龙杯，去吧！也想请现场所有的观众朋友们，再一次呐喊和欢呼，让我们恭喜2023年
Congratulations to JDG once again.
JDG 英特尔，坚定你所相信的。JDG 用实际行动
Just believe what you
证明了
believe.
相信的力
JDG
量
has proved
同
the
样
power
我相信
of
所有的
faith.
观众
You
会
can
再次
always
相
trust
信你们
them.
希望你们
I
走
do
向
think
更
that
高的
all of
舞台
LPL
为我们带
audience
来更多
and fans
光
will
辉
trust
和
you
荣
all
耀
the time. I hope that you can bring more honors and trophies for
再次恭喜
LPL
北京
for you
JDG
guys.
英特尔那么接下来就让我们一起来看这一场比赛的精彩的 spotlight。
What a moment for Jindong Gaming. What a fantastic way to do it as well. So happy to see the smiles across the faces. And Ruler, his first LPL trophy and gets finals MVP as well. Not a bad little showing.
You know the funniest thing? People have been saying Rule is just speedrunning LPL, and
Yes.
he quite literally
yeah.
did. He took the Spring Final Championship, he took MVP, and it's going to MSI.
From week 1 to now, I mean, it's not only good development, it's just good showcasing of his talents. He even pointed to, he went, me on stage, he went, no, I'm not finals MVP. Humble man as well.
Yeah, phenomenal performance coming out from him and from the entire team. And honestly, I think JDG can be very proud with what I think is a monumental achievement here today. That is going to wrap it up for us here at the caster desk, though. It's been Munch, Kitty, and Hysterics bringing you the games, but we're going to pass it over to our lovely analyst for one last time tonight to break that final down.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Munchables, Kitty, and Hysterics. And of course, thank you to Christina for the fantastic interview translation as well. And guys, back-to-back JDG championship. They got summer, they got spring. Ruler getting his first finals win in the LPL. They did it all, and they made it look easy.
Yeah, it was, again, it's a tremendous bounce back from their previous series against BLG, which we've all said they honestly just should not have won. But, you know, reflecting, taking lessons from it, and then just a dominant run straight through since then. And across the board, everyone on the team looking good today.
Yeah, and that's the important part, right? I think this kind of series win silences the downers. And if it doesn't, then I don't know what the doubters are on. But, you know, I am a part of that crowd. You heard me here today.
No,
I
they're
felt
not
like
doubters
BLG,
then. They're haters. They're haters.
At that point, they're just haters, right? But the reality of the situation is JDG handed BLG their own backside today. And it was a pretty big gap, to be entirely honest with you. And that's what we wanted to see out of the JDG roster from the start of the year. They haven't always delivered throughout. It's been up and down. But realistically, the consistency of the level has been higher than everyone else. And I think finally showing off with that ceiling that we know they've been capable of all year long really should put everyone in good hopes and faiths for, you know, MSI at the international tournament in London.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that we're kind of like looking towards this now. JDG find themselves straight away in the kind of main stage. BLG still aren't going to be, you know, kind of unhappy with the way they're going. They're still going to MSI. The new format means we do get 2 teams, but Lyric, we're going to have to see BLG versus T1, and I'm a little excited. I'm a little excited for that in the play-in stage, because that feels like it could be a bit of a spicy one for, like, you know, our international fans.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those ones where, I mean, right, I feel like we've seen it international tournaments time and time again, especially from, like, major region teams when you do start lower. And it's kind of cool and interesting because it does give you more time to ramp up. Maybe teams like DRX at Worlds being the most extreme example, but I kind of feel like we've seen that time and time again, even to lesser extent. So going to be some cool matchups there for BLG, but also seeing then if they could use this and maybe recreate like the earlier bracket run they've had here in playoffs, and then who knows, maybe outdo JDG, right? This isn't going to be their last chance to go up against JD Gaming.
Yeah, and I think, look, it's for Billy, it's a little bittersweet. You know, you make your first finals, you're making strides in the right direction. We obviously talked about that straight away, you know, right at the top of the show. You did lose, and unfortunately, it doesn't take away, Jamato, how they got here. Like, the amount of games, they played 6 best of 5s. They started in round 2, and they almost made it all happen. But look, sometimes fatigue, the matchups, whatever it is, it can all go against you, but they can still hold their heads up proudly. They did exceptional.
Yeah, you know, I feel like, you know, knowing the BLG roster, just from hearing from the conferences and the trash talk videos, they are going to be down a bit, right? But I think once you know that emotion clears, the initial like rough patch clears, I think they're going to still recognize that they are, you know, one of the best teams here in the LPL regardless, and they've proven, you know, through all of that tenacity of 6 series so close in dates back to back to back to back to back like that they are worth their salt, and it should, in my mind, you know, light a fire under them to not only perform at MSI, going through the play-ins. It's going to give them a little bit of extra time to also adapt to the patch. Of course, you have to remember we're behind several patches because we stayed on the same patch of playoffs. Returning then in summer, it should be the same level of motivation, right? So, like you say, I think they can still hold their heads high, but it's going to be one of those things where they're going to go for it for a little bit. But I think once they return back to play, we should still see that same fierce and very tenacious BLG on the stage.
But I mean, just going back to JDG, right? Because I think this is just so exciting, seeing the roster on paper, seeing the fact that they were able to win last summer before they even like had this roster. Now they win in spring, and just knowing, right? I feel like even had they not won, but now having won in such a dominant fashion, they're obviously going to be favorites going into summer. I think regardless of how their MSI performance goes. So I think it's kind of cool when we've had so many. We've had a lot of back and forth LPL winners over the past few years, which, let's be real, I feel like everyone's going to prefer that for, like, you know, changes in who's champion, like knowing that there isn't so much parity at the top. But after having that for a while, it could be interesting to see if JDG can kind of make their stamp on history and have a bit of a dominant stretch in LPL.
In Europe, we call them dynasties.
No,
I
don't do it. Don't do it,
Wow. I'm just saying,
use that word for a
see.
reason.
He's being corrupted. We can't let him go on the LEC anymore. He's getting too comfortable with these terms. But yeah, look, and again, like, you know, it's kind of the way this kind of whole series came out. It just felt like JDG just had their number. Yes, there was that game 3 where BLG were able to bring it back, but honestly, from minute 1 of this one, even with a couple of small plays kind of going in favor of BLG, it never really all clicked, Jamada. It did feel like everything that could go wrong did go wrong.
Yeah, and it just felt like the download was generally complete, right? I feel like the execution started falling short for BLG, but also JDG just had a really good understanding of how to play into the composition. Not only that, I feel like Bin being shifted off of, again, you know, a teamfight impact top laner to a closer to true side laner really just hurt BLG's ability to actually step toe-to-toe with JDG. And I also have to just straight up credit 369. We spoke about him as the neutralizing top laner. He you know, he just held Bin in his back pocket. It was just ridiculous how little work Bin was actually able to do on the side lane, and that was largely in part due to 369's ability to just keep him there and never allow him to take towers.
It's one of those things, even going all the way back to 2020. I remember the discussion back then was like, do you believe in like Zoom and like that style of play, or do you believe in like the Shy and you follow that route? And that's why since then I've kind of always loved 369, because 369 has shown that he can do both. 369, you know, can play super aggro far up in lane, like look to just gap you, get those huge CS leads. But then, like he said in the Trash Talk video where, you know, honestly, Bin did have the upper hand in all their previous matchups. His Trash Talk was a little bit better. But I like that 369 said, this is a team game. Because 369, sure, you know, he is confident to go on those carries to try to carry. But he also knows, hey, I'm going up against BLG. I'm going up against Bin. I can take a back seat. I can just play for the team and do such a great job at it.
I think that's the scary thing about JDG kind of coming into this international. Great for us as the LPL mainstays, but scary for any other teams that they have shown a wide diversity of how they can play. Like, we know historically 369 at the beginning of the season can be a massive threat on his own right, but he doesn't have to be. He can mold himself to it. And the fact that, yes, the start of the split, there was definitely a couple of games in the regular season where they did let the ball drop. They didn't look as clean as they could have. It looked a bit all over the place. But it's slowly but surely, as we've seen throughout the latter end of the season, into the playoffs, now into the finals, it's been getting better and better. And that is terrifying for anyone on looking here onto the LPL.
Absolutely it is. I think, you know, it's so easy when you've got Ruler and when you've got Knight in your solo lanes to kind of just cruise and do whatever you want, Lyric.
Yeah, especially Knight. I feel like Knight has had a season holistically that we haven't really seen. Because Knight, it feels like Knight over his career will either be like super insane in regular season and then maybe drop off a little bit in playoffs, or kind of vice versa, where he'll like ramp up a little bit in the season and have a much better playoffs. Maybe 2020 summer is kind of the one exception over these. Yeah, exactly. Right? And at internationals, never has those. So we've now seen Knight was insane in the regular season. He has been, you know, probably the most consistent member for JDG
absolutely.
in playoffs, even in their losses, right? I think back to game 2 against BLG in their last series where he was on the ante once again. They lost that series, but he was still kind of the one flashing forward, finding picks that potentially would bring JDG back in the game. And now it's like, cool. Now that Knight's done these back-to-back, can we finally get an internationals where Knight goes? And, you know, at Worlds, I feel like Knight played well. I don't feel like he, like, collapsed like we saw in 2020 and, you know, previous years. But can Knight show up and actually have a large impact? Be someone who, the international fans who always hear the hype about Knight but don't get to see it, like, do they get to get a glimpse of what we get to see on a weekly basis here in the LPL?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see kind of what they're able to kind of do. Again, I always, just given history as such, I'm always a little bit tentative when it comes to Knight, when it comes to international.
Skeptical.
It's a little skeptical.
You know why?
Right?
Machine, you know
I
why?
love him, but
he doesn't buy Majais at internationals, I've noticed. We don't see Majais
That's
spots.
true, actually.
And that's the Knight signature.
The confidence.
So,
the confidence.
yeah, just if there's any correlation in my mind, it's there. But maybe now, I mean, with the names you have around you, if you don't go in with just like the supreme amount of Giga Chad confidence and just think, I'm going to play however I want. Because I have 369 in top lane. I have Ruler and Bot. We got Kanavi missing. Like, even if I go 0-6, the boys got me. This is like prime time for Knight to just full send. Here in LPL, we love a good full send.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, look, a lot of praise going on to JDG. They will obviously go to the main event. We are very excited to see what they're going to do for them. But for BLG, like, again, still a lot of positives, Jamada, for them to come into this one. They are, again, you know, kind of looking to see what they can do internationally. The first time we're ever going to see this organization on the international stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think the real thing is going to be, you know, I think not only the side lanes ability, but also I think the duo capabilities of Yagao and Shun at the same time, and what they can actually do to replicate, you know, the most successful formulas and versions of BLG that we get, right? Because I think at the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, Bin is likely still one of the best top laners in the world, if not.
Yeah.
It depends on where you place him against some of the other top laners in Korea, etc. So, you know, he's going to gap a majority still.
Commit, Jamada.
Yeah.
Call him the best.
Go ahead.
Say it.
All right, you know what? Fine.
He's
if
one
you
of
want me to
top
say the flat
two,
statement,
and the other one's 369. Just say it.
Like, it's either the way you look at it right now, right, is you either think Bin is the best top laner, you think 369 is the best top laner, or you're also thinking about someone like Zeus from T1, right?
Or you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
That's that's about it. And if it's not those three, you're wrong. I don't know what League of Legends you're watching, right?
There we go.
There it is.
I don't know what League of Legends you're watching. So I think BLG are always going to have a very strong core identity to play through at the internationals. And it's going to be one that's very, very difficult to deal with, I think, because so many teams around the world don't really prioritize, you know, top lanes per se. No. And I think that's always going to be a bit of a, you know, an edge for BLG, or to BLG rather, to always leverage. And it's not like they have to play through top, because they can very easily play through Elk and On. We've seen it throughout the entirety of playoffs.
Yeah, I think especially just real quick, when you compare Bin to like the, you know, Western top laners, which I don't even think is like a skill disparity per se. It just, I feel like we've seen, especially for LPL compared to either LEC or LCS, you know, I don't just want to group them together, but I feel like Bin gravitates towards the Fioras, the Jaxes, all these picks that I feel like have always been a bit more niche. More so in LCS, they've been niche. Like, there are, you know, LEC top players who are willing to pull out their scary champions. I guess even LCS you have Fudge, but there's not as many, right? You're not going toe-to-toe every week up against these guys who are willing to pull this and especially play them at Bin's level. So, yeah, it'll be quite a terrifying time for a lot of teams who are going to go up against BLG.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And look, we are a couple more minutes before we do get our MSI kind of ceremony, kind of bringing our two teams and setting them off with all the best wishes in the world. Unfortunately, Jamada, for you, you're not going to be given Bin fish and chips, as he didn't win, and that was the criteria that we came in with today.
I
no
did
fish
actually,
and chips for
however, however, offer the entirety of JDG fish and chips. So there is also that. If they want to take up on the offer, I know a wonderful place. We can all go down. Anyone's free to come along.
Billy, JDG, get in touch with Jamada. Get in touch with Jamada.
Yeah, there you
but we are going to send it over to the MSI ceremony now as we send our teams off to London.
Never lost. 难道就是成长的寡妇？我们先打，继续让恭喜JDG，我们破灭了飞哥的传说。一场战的点足7秒，有希望诞生。 现在直接灌弹要转这样一箭，直接被秒了。别打这边杨振王，这波打完可以打大龙。点上看到第一大招，反身用大招手，一个这个江南人往后面拉，一个没有死。 再打是不太大好，但是不是他不这么认为，等下还要笑飞飞了。
你的目标就是冠军。
回来了，我们这个大招，大招直接杀掉计划解了一下，同时被盲僧拿下，继续分给这把扩大球，再拿一波Q嘎了！什么 LCK 的精锐，打的就是他 LCK 的精锐。 It's gonna shut me down.
欢迎来到
Hello there, every summoners. Welcome to LPL Campaign Ceremony for 2023 MSI. The two LPL representatives are ready to go. Let's welcome
有请出征战队
北京 JDG LPL Esports Club.
出征战队 BLG 平安
BLG Gaming 平安 Bank.
北京
JDG
上路
Top winner 369.
打野
Jungler Kanavi.
中路
Mid laner Knight.
下路
Bot laner Ruler.
辅助
Support Missing.
替补 LZQ
Substitute LZQ.
BLG 平安银行
Let's
战队
welcome BLG Gaming 平安 Bank. Top laner Bing.
打野
Jungler Xun.
中路
Mid laner 牙膏.
下路
Bot laner Elk.
辅助
Support On. Substitute 绿毛。
从现在开始
From now on, LPL 2 representatives are ready to fight for 2023 MSI. They're going to defeat doubts, deny obstacles in 2023 MSI.
We got our two teams. We're getting ourselves ready for another international. It always very exciting stuff. Jamada, we are coming to the end of our broadcast. Final thoughts. Your first split, full time here in the LPL, fully committed. Your first LPL finals, even if it was on the desk. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. You know, it has been a bit of a long split now that we've come to the end of it, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. You know, we've had our ups and downs in terms of, you know, what's been going on in the standings, and I think it's culminated in a very exciting and, you know, just wonderful split that I've been honored and privileged to be a part of.
Lyric, you've been here a while. You're a veteran.
Yeah.
My
final thoughts are one, I'm so lucky to have Jamada here in my life now. 2, all the chatters out there, you're super cute. And 3, sorry, Ashid. And 3, TT dominance in summer. Good luck, JDG and BLG at MSI. And that's it. Then we come back soon, and it's summer already. It'll be here before we know it.
It will. Blink and you'll miss it. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much to Lyric and Jamada for bringing me through the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you to everybody who watched us at home. And of course, thank you to all of our back-end staff. Without them, none of this would have been possible. We will see you guys in summer. But until then, enjoy MSI.